di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang. Siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
익세.
맥시같이가 온다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
Buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan turis dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin aja.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live.
Tim-tim yang akan berjuang. Tentu saja kali ini kita masih memiliki banyak sekali pertanyaan. Siapakah yang akan mengisi satu slot terakhir untuk menjadi upper back team dan juga 4 slot lagi untuk masuk ke babak playoff. Semuanya tentu akan kita saksikan di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Begitu meriah tentunya apalagi di MPL Arena untuk hari ini. Di hari yang kedua, minggu yang ke-8, kita akan ada 3 match. Namun match kedua tentu saja semua orang ingin menyaksikan seperti apa derby klasik jilid ke-31. Sebelum itu, untuk match pembukaan, ini begitu mendebarkan tentunya. Karena dari kedua tim, mereka betul-betul berada di palung terdalam. Mereka membutuhkan kemenangan. Dan sebelum kita membahas lebih dalam, izinkan Bude berterima kasih kepada kalian semua yang sudah hadir. Memberikan semangat kepada semua tim yang beradu, yang ada di rumah juga, yang lagi nobar-nobar, dan juga tentunya kepada para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga kita punya partner ONIC Esports, ada Dunia Games, Games Max, Ora Imo, dan Telkomsel. Bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, our government partner PBSI. Dan ngebahas tentang tim-tim yang beradu khususnya untuk match pembukaan, kita akan membahas seperti apa chance untuk ke babak playoff. apakah sudah membesar atau mengecil dari match kemarin? Yuk kita cek bersama-sama, inilah dia chance to playoff untuk tim-tim MPL. Di MPL Indonesia ini adalah season terkompetitif, mengingat kita melihat top 2 sudah aman. Namun kalau dari Geek Fam, Aura, Evos, Glory, dan Rebellion Esports, mereka masih bisa saling bertukar posisi dengan posisi RRQ dan juga mungkin Alter Ego dan juga mungkin sekali ini Dewa United. Di mana Dewa United ini adalah kesempatan terakhir mereka untuk memperpanjang nyawa atau memperpanjang kesempatan. Jika mereka tidak memenangkan match hari ini, berarti tertutup sudah kesempatan mereka untuk masuk ke babak playoff. Tapi dengan Alter Ego yang masih punya 21%, mereka masih punya kesempatan untuk nextnya. Karena dengan match yang tersisa ditambah dengan tergantung bagaimana dari sisi atas mereka. Tim-tim yang berada di atas Alter Ego seperti RRQ, Rebellion, Evos dan juga Aura, mereka masih bisa untuk bertukar posisi. Geek Fam di sisi lain sudah menyusul dengan kemenangan kemarin, memperbesar chance mereka ke babak playoff. Semuanya masih bisa berubah, semuanya masih bisa bertukar tempat jadi 3 posisi terakhir. Siapakah yang akan menang?
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
The final stand for Dewa United to still make it to the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 13, week number 8, day number 2. Here on the English broadcast, we have me, Eterna, alongside with
Mirko,
as well as
Arashi.
They finally know their names. I'm so proud.
I might know my name, but I don't know Dixon and Kay's apparently.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
we gotta tell them what happened. But before we begin, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports. We have to say thanks to all of them.
Thank you.
A lot of them.
So
Because we
much.
love you so much. Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Innomart, Poinku, as well as our suppliers, Samsung, NeoQLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, as well as thank you so much to our official government partner, PBESI, for without their unwavering support, this tournament would not be at the extent that it is today. But we gotta talk about our first match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego and Dewa United, both of them not looking too great on the standings right now. Actually, that's an understatement. They're looking awful on the standings. They need all the points that they can get. They need all their wins that they can get. Because, as we mentioned earlier when we start this broadcast, if Dewa United lose one more match, it's going to be official. They're going to be out of their playoff run.
It's just like that collab skin with Darth Vader in that first movie, it's their last hope. Wait, no, that's A New Hope, but you know what I mean.
Close enough, close enough. Yeah, look at the standings that we mentioned. Dewa United all the way on the bottom. But today, we're going to see, of course, the classic derby between number 5 and 7. And of course, in the end, a rematch between now, number 2 and number 6. So, a lot of very interesting matches, considering that some of these matches can really shape the landscape of the standing so far.
But I guess if you're Bigatron Alpha and ONIC, you're just like, okay.
They've made it to playoffs.
We've made it to playoffs.
A bit safer. They've made it to upper brackets. They've already confirmed that. For ONIC, they still need, I believe, 2 more wins to secure upper brackets. So there's that. But yeah, they're very safe. They've already made it to playoffs. They can experiment a bit more for all the other teams, especially Aura, by the way, who lost yesterday. But you know what? Let's focus on the 2 teams that I'll do you one better. You said awful placement in the standings. I'll say horrendous.
Oh, okay. You wanna add to the?
You wanna add, Arashi?
Vocab?
Multiply.
Very bad.
What? That's not worse. That's just bad. Very bad.
Very bad. But make it or break it. Again, if Dewa don't win this matchup, then it's official. We've been able to crown one team to the upper bracket, Bigatron, and if they do lose, it's going to be another team, but to officially not make it to the playoffs.
Gonna be a tough situation right here, and especially for Dewa, right? The fact that they started off so strong, and now they're against a team that isn't doing as well. But at the same time, this means that Altrigo are equally desperate to really try and get something that works to try and improve their situation. So when it comes to how on fire these players are, I think for both teams, it's all the way up there, man.
And the problem is, by the way, in leg number 1, Alter Ego won 2-0. And the fact stands that Dewa has still not won a single match against Alter Ego. So with that being said, the fact that the risk is already so huge for Dewa, and the fact that history shows that they have not been able to crack the Alter Ego code, it's looking like a tough position for them to be in right now.
Tough is an understatement as well, right? I mean, at this point, words cannot describe the position of Dewa because they're up against their natural counters usually. A team like Alter Ego that has been able to find so much success in the early game and shut them down from the get-go. And that's usually what Dewa does better compared to other teams. So for this game, we gotta ask Arashi here. What do Dewa do to actually get out of this counter matchup?
Ooh, I feel like they just don't want to play Alter Ego's game because we saw that with textbook approaches, right? With tried and true methods that seem pretty simple on paper. We've seen a lot of teams able to really stifle Alter Ego and their aggression and their rotations and their crazy team fighting. I think for Dewa, the problem is a lot more straightforward, and we've seen that they can kind of cheat and look at how other teams have been able to really solve the Alter Ego puzzle. For Alter Ego, it really feels like their issues aren't exactly coming from Dewa. It feels like the issues are a lot more internal in nature, right?
Yeah.
It seems like they have to fix how they play instead of adjusting to how Dewa plays. So now we're found in this weird situation, this weird limbo where Dewa can kind of wants to try and do something, but Alter Ego technically they can do the same thing or they can kind of adapt. And then if that happens, it becomes a like predicception. You know, both teams are trying to just solve each other preemptively.
Gotcha. That's a little mind-boggling.
It is.
It is.
But it's just the nature of this matchup, right? I mean, you can even see earlier Alter Ego having the backup, maybe for morale support from Mr. Delwin himself, the founder of Alter Ego, is there with them to give them some support. And he's been very vocal, even on social media, supporting his team and supporting the transfers that he's made with Taz and Krite.
I love that. I love that show of support up until the very top. I think that is what makes or breaks a team. But speaking of teams, let's take a look at the official team lineup for Dewa United. We have Dixon, Gary, Keys, Drian, as well as Watt. Meanwhile, for the three-face mask, Pai, Taz, Krite, Rasi, and Nino. So no wrecked, no highs. They're still sticking with this. Let's see if they can finally fix their mistakes from week number 1 to try and finally come out with a different result, because they surely and dearly need it.
It's a give and take for both these teams, but we'll start with the three-faced masks. Who will need to take that hope away from Dewa to forge their own, a team with a lot of potential and still yet to touch it. Early game dominance will be the key for Alter Ego.
Esports.
Snowballing gonna be the name of their game as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome the three-face mask onto the stage. Desperately clawing, looking for more wins, better results come week number 8, come week number 9. They're trying to forge a different story from their past seasons.
Certainly looking for a combination that makes sense. They can make use of their flexibility and their unpredictability. We'll see if they can repeat something, because against this team right here,
One last chance. Only one mistake can take them out of the playoffs, can take them out of contention. This time again with Dryad leading the pack. They must win. Dewa United Esports!
With the odds against them, with everything against them, the winds are changing, the tides are going, but they are looking to make a difference. They are looking to make a name for themselves. Can they do it?
with defeat not being an option, we have to see what kind of hope, what kind of craziness can come through from the desperation of Dewa. It all starts here. You're seeing a whole lot of people, man, coming in with their full power, full mental capacity. Coach Nafari and Coach Cassius, with of course our Marshal Dainang, with Ars and Jack Lee on the wings. Can they find something? Can they win the mental game, the chess match between the coaches to finally come up with a victory before they can even go into the Land of Dawn?
There's just so much hope. There's so much questions. There's so much hope just dangling in the vicinity between both of these teams. I'm pretty sure all the Alter Champs as well as the supporters of Dewa United, they're hoping for some changes, hoping for some differences. And with that being said, we need to talk about this. Their issues, their mistakes. What happened that we see them at this point? And how do we overcome, how do they overcome it?
Like right now, if you look at the team head-to-head, first of all, Alter Ego has a higher average KDA. They have been the more aggressive playing team. And if you look at the Lord rate, they have a better, better percentage here, showing that in the late game, they can be a bit more disciplined, a bit more contained. Whereas Dewa, I feel like despite the lower stats, they're really matching up to Alter Ego when it comes to versatility, when it comes to unpredictability, and they have come through with some weird strategies that have caught some of their opponents off guard. And if we can get one game initially, then the momentum, hopefully, will be enough for them to really find a breakthrough here, to finally get a victory and continue and prolong their playoff opportunities. If you take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S24 series for Dewa, with a different draft, different win condition, don't be too predictable. Come through with something just so crazy that Alter Ego are forced to try to adapt somehow instead of playing their own aggressive game. Priority heroes can become the key to win and delay the early game that Alter Ego have been able to use so aggressively in the early game to shut down that late game presence. Because for Dewa, Watt has been a massive factor here. So they have to go back to zero, reset quickly, and just have that clear mindset, that clear goal on how they really want to approach this. And despite whatever hurdles, whatever setbacks Alter Ego can throw their way, they have to try and stay calm and stay in that problem-solving focused mode to try and find a solution instead of just scrambling for crazy opportunities and moments. On the other side, keys to victory for Alter Ego is prioritize the mid-tier heroes in the drafting phase, making sure that they do have the aggressive trio that can roam around and just change the balance in the side lanes. Hellkurt could be an option for Rasi, like Baloyski did yesterday with a Natalia-esque playstyle, the aggressive assassin roamer that can shut down Watt. And you can ban Harriet and Nathan and give the weak side, deny these heroes that can really stave off the early game aggression like the Harriet and the Nathan, making sure that the late game super carry does not fall into the hands of Watt, because that is usually how they will kind of default to when the going gets tough.
I agree. And one of the other things that they generally go back towards is utilizing Watt as their anchor. right? We've seen so many different kinds of playstyles, but at the end of the day, it still seems like it's centering around Watt. And if Watt picks up something like the Natan, which we've seen Dewa often use, that health crit pick could come in super clutch. Why? Because Rossi has been an impeccable Natalia user as well, and the fact that we saw Beloyski on the Natalia, it feels like that crossover of skill is definitely there and can be utilized by Alter Ego if they do want to look for a loophole in a very detailed way.
And also the reason the Alter Ego kind of has an advantage despite not having the best record right now against Dewa United is the fact that they're an aggressive team, and Dewa actually just don't do too well against early game aggressors. Alter Ego, with Rossi especially, we know that Rossi isn't the normal type of roamer that wants to go for initiations, that wants to be proactive in the initiating kind of way. He wants to deal damage. He wants to either do damage or heal. It really depends. And it's, again, very similar to Beloyski. You can see a little bit of a parallel for Rossi and Beloy, especially on the Natalia, and the parallel to the Hellkurt. And that's why Alter Ego actually take it away from Dewa, thinking that maybe Dewa might want to utilize it after losing to Beloyski just yesterday.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the drafting phase for game number 1 in this best of 3 series presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. We have Dewa United on blue, Alter Ego on red, Luoyi Chip already taken off the bat, and like Mirko mentioned earlier, Hellkurt has also been eliminated, as well as the Arlet. Now, Dewa.
I wonder if they're going to be trying to go and ban some assassins just in case. You know, at this point in time, assassins have been showing up, and with the right composition, they have been able to find success. Wow. For Dewa, though, they banned the Mathilda, so a lot of utility focus here in the banning phase. They've been able to use this global presence from the Chip, from the Luoyi, quite well. So I'm surprised that they are immediately banning it out, just taking it out of the picture. But Alter Ego banning away the Herith, though, we talked about this earlier, the Natan can be an option, but for Dewa, considering they have the first pick, is it going to be a default Fredrin? Are we going to see something a bit different? You know, the Minotaur was a contested pick for the longest time in the season. It is still available right now.
I think they might need Angela this game. I know that Angela is a very good flex pick also, and if they really want to just go for team fights, maybe that's the reason they have actually taken out the Luoyi, the Chip, and the Mathilda, but they end up going for the Minotaur, so a bit more prio on those neutral objectives. And Alter Ego might be the ones to just pick that up for themselves.
The Angela?
Yeah.
Definitely could work. It's also flex for Alter Ego. Kreitz used it in the mid lane. Rossi can also utilize the Angela. And if they want to take away a priority here away from Dewa, they can pick up something like the Natan, but no, absolutely not. They go for the Roger and the Barats, so still flex potential even in 2 of these heroes as well.
Barats, though, against a Minotaur, of course, the Daytona's welcomes card control immunity can lend itself to great moments. Taz has a great retribution game, and I think is quite comfortable using it against Gary. So now for Dewa, knowing that it's going to be an all-out contest here, I feel like not just for Dewa, both teams must have the whole teamfight picture in mind right now. They know they're going to be collapsing all the way from the early game to try and get a victory or a snowball going from these neutral objective fights. Fredrin comes through for Dewa.
Along with the Vexana.
Wow.
All right, so they're really layering their crowd control here. Again, like you mentioned, neutral objective control. Alter Ego, one of their keys to victory was to figure out a way to make sure that their mid trio is prio in order for them to gain access to those side lanes as well as the neutral objectives. So far, the Roger and the Barats. What do you think will be the next pick for Alter Ego?
I would say Ruby utilize the chance of the, what's it called? Flex potential of the Ruby, because they can actually play it in 3 different lanes. They can play it in Roam, they can play it in Gold, and they can also play it in XP. But it looks like they want to just go for Grok, so still, according to the keys to victory that we saw, they want to just fully control the neutral objectives. They already have the Barats, that's really, really good. Now instant CC as well with the Grok. But they still need a mage in the mid lane that can go up against this Vexana.
But let's take a look at a comment from a mid laner, right? Alter Ego's Udil back in the day, he says Alter Ego already has a star player, but they're still in the red zone. They have to improve a lot. Don't let my departure be meaningless.
Ooh.
Who's he Who's the star player that he's referring to? Taz?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Taz certainly fits the bill for now. We'll have to see though, right? For Alter Ego, the fact that now they seem to be piling on the crowd control immunity. Of course, I can trade it back with a wild charge here. When it comes to the full-on zoning potential, I feel like Dewa has a lot more to say. And like you mentioned, with the Mage not really seen just yet, there's still a few options available. Novaria comes to mind. And to a degree, I mean, the Lilia can work if they want to go for an all-out brawl. So we'll have to see. Dewa for now bans with the Angela, mitigating the healing potential. You have to wonder if Rasi wants to go for something a bit more aggressive, or has Dewa read him out and tried to ban away all his healing tools to try and play that sustained game?
Exactly. Do you think this Grok is going to the roam position?
That I'm still
Rossi
alive.
hasn't picked it up this season. And the fact that Dewa still want to go for a ban onto Angela, I understand the Angela's flex, but...
I think it's a good flex pick. I think it's a good mid lane pick as well, especially when you have a very, very tanky, beefy lineup. But I will agree, it's strange to see Rossi on a pick like the Grok. I think the last time we saw him on the Grok was last season, actually, when he wild charged. That was not a good memory, definitely not for Rossi at least. It was a good memory for the broadcast because it was very entertaining. But Alter Ego actually banned out the Brody as well, taking a whole lot of power from the gold lane, basically forcing Watts on a hero that will be bullied in the gold lane. Carry, the Claude comes to mind.
And actually, Alter Ego
Bruno as well, maybe?
They can actually pick up one of these heroes first if they really feel like, let's say, the Claude is going to be a big issue right here. With the Valentina banned out though, I guess they're respecting the potential for a stolen Eternal Guard. But, ooh, Alter Ego, is it going to be another fighter?
Farsa? They're hovering on the Farsa.
Are they going for it?
They are.
Oh.
First Farsa pick.
For Alter Ego? Oh man.
Right after Udil said
exactly. Oh, the irony. Interesting. Like every time I look at a Farsa, I always associate it with Alter Ego.
Especially
really?
Udil.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically Udil.
Specifically Udil. And now this is the debut, right?
Yep, the debut of Farsa in Season 13. And it is an Udil, though it is Alter Ego. Krite.
Krite has been a great high ground player with the Farsa though. Ooh. Can he supplement the burst damage, right?
Actually, it's been picked once, actually. I think Sans played it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like right now for Alter Ego, they have a lot more ways to go for pickoffs actually, instead of a full-on team fight.
Yeah.
Dewa now with 2 more picks. Are they gonna expose, or is it gonna be a full-on team fight with the Lapu Lapu coming in, zoning with the backline, and the Claude does come through. Here's the question though, for Alter Ego, have they pulled the biggest bluff? Is it gonna be a Roger in the gold lane? Is it gonna be Roger in the jungle?
I still, aside from that bluff, like, the Farsa in so early just feels a little iffy for me because Farsa is still very vulnerable, right? There's still even a possibility for Dewa United to pick up something like the Yuzong. The Lapu Lapu serves the same purpose. It can dive to the back line, deal damage, cancel the ultimate, and then the value of the Farsa gets taken away, especially now they have a dive hero like a Claude that can definitely also cancel the Feather Airstrike coming in from the Farsa. I just personally disagree with the choice, but they go for that bluff. Like you mentioned, Arashi, Ling in last pick, Roger to the gold lane.
I gotta say, this looks kind of dangerous though for Alter Ego.
Yeah.
Like even with, against a Minotaur, a Fredrin, a Vexana, there's just so much crowd control available for Alter Ego. And this means that the composition now, instead of going for a full-on, just a clash in the front, front to back, a 5v5 dive, they're the ones who have to try and maneuver around, go for some kind of split push play, go for some kind of pick-off before the fight even begins. Now this means that Dewa can just play the straightforward textbook game and just go for the neutral objectives and adjust depending on how Alter Ego wants to respond to it.
It's very, very scary. But hey, it's Taz on the Ling, and they've already cleared a counter matchup. The Mirage was taken for Pi in the XP, denying it away from Dewa to enable that Ling on Sir Taz.
Let's see if it can work. Ladies and gentlemen, a very risky draft from Alter Ego. But in certain situations, dire measures are required. And with that, let's welcome you to game number 1 into the Land of Dawn. Between the gods as well as the 3-face masks, with all the things lined up. Everything at risk for Dewa. Let's see these two junglers go for it. Taz on the Ling is going to be able to take that purple buff first.
Nino and Watt both with the Purify though, and Taz with the Weakness Finder. They're trying to be a bit more aggressive here. Maybe trying to go for some early pickoffs when these heroes outside of Dewa are not grouped together. That has to be in the early game though. But Gary, knowing that he wants to be aggressive, he wants to shut down that assassin, he goes for the Concussive Blast as well. So he's prioritizing the clear speed on top of the fighting potential. Maybe that's where Pi can try and take an advantage in the difference of frontlining for his team.
All right. In terms of emblems, does anything stand out here, Arashi, before we get into the game?
Emblems by GamesMax shows 3 tenacities for the side of Dewa United, so they definitely want to be scrapping all the way from the early game. For the side of Alter Ego though, it looks pretty standard so far, except for Pi with the agility and tenacity. He's just trying to be active around the map as much as possible. This is not the kind of hero we're used to seeing Pi use. We usually want something a bit more active in these fights.
Yeah, playmaking, we usually see him on Lapu Lapu, Yuzong to Rizla, maybe, but let's see how he does on the Barats. It's definitely going to be an interesting thing to see. So far, despite Alter Ego picking up something like the Ling, I would have thought that Dewa would want to go a little bit more aggressive. Are they waiting for that level 4 before they try and harass this Ling, or are they just going to try and shut him down away from the objectives?
So they're waiting to just go and play the objective game instead of going for these invades. There is Rossi that's just being a massive nuisance right here. In fact, Alter Ego are the ones going for it first.
2-level lead for Taz, and he will secure it just with a retreat. Right, gets caught in the Eternal Guard, but will be able to walk away. Even Rossi is ahead of Gary here. So many invades in the early game, and Rossi, so using the power of nature, trying to bait out that Retribution, it seems. I don't think Gary will save that retreat. He'll just use it to secure his purple buff.
All right, first turtle goes to Alter Ego against at least my expectations. That is that early game pressure, that aggression coming in from Alter Ego, from every single member right here. And need to keep in mind the fact that Trike has the Lethal Ignition against Keys on the Impure Rage. Going to be a difference in burst potential. What? Already chunked down.
Rossi took it. He took the orange buff, and Taz took the little creep.
Wow, they're just piling on everything. Seems like despite of having an assassin, they're the ones that are just trying to pressure Gary. And the team is just not really responding in time here. He's always kind of left alone somewhat until his team can really rotate to try and back him up.
It seems now they're trying to commit onto Rossi, but talent prediction here, presented by Samsung Galaxy S24 series. We have 3-3, but it seems me. Oh, whoa, they're looking for a bit more of a fight here. And Fraser's Wrath as well. But me, KB, and Ranger Amas are all 2-0 for AD.
We believe in the 3-face masked spirit. And so far, it's working well for them, right? A 2K gold lead in the first few minutes of the game. This is definitely not the outcome that we predicted from the drafts. They've been playing it really well. The fact that they've been able to utilize the Farsa as well, high mobility hero, been able to pressure those side lanes as well. Good distraction, good damage.
Oh! While charging to the back, Hayes just gets obliterated. Even Gary's next. Taz comes the Blazers, dodge away from the Blazers' Wrath, and now goes in with a combo, finding Gary. Now it's Dixon with the all-in, able to find Taz, the bravest fighter. Is Gripe goes in wings by wings. Dixon with a flicker forward, almost finding a kill on Gripe. Meanwhile, the Barat's Pi just munching down on that Minotaur as he walks back towards his lane. Still 1,800 gold lead for A.
That was still also a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Alter Ego.
A?
For
Alter
A.
Ego.
A.
For A.
What's really surprising though is the fact that Taz, I think in that fight, was level 8. Gary was level 4, by the way. So he is severely under-leveled. Unfortunately for him right now, he'll be able to secure his purple buff. But Alter Ego, they're doing a great job just letting this Ling have all the space in the world. He's farming without any interruptions at all, despite the composition's not really supposed to go this way. So this is going to be a very brutal mid-game for Dewa to withstand from Alter Ego.
But if they can, there is still a possibility for them to find an opening of mistakes from Alter Ego, right? That's kind of their pattern so far. They're leading, they snowball, but they make a few mistakes, things turn around, but Alter Ego still press the issue. They just need to be able to withstand this early pressure as Taz is going to be able to get onto Dixon.
I don't think you want to be taking this, Dixon. He backs off, but he gets pulled back into into the Detonus welcome. Tempest of Blades used up. That's a double CC combo from the Detonus welcome to the wall to the Tempest of Blades. See ya, Dixon.
Dixon just overstepping his limits there. Just teasing Alter Ego a bit too far. Just moving a bit forward, trying to threaten, you know, show some aggression back, but it's just a bit too dangerous. And for the side of Dewa, they want to go for Rossi here.
I don't think that's going to be a good person to target down. He has a power of nature, gets out. And Taz is just munching on those minions and the turret up top.
The distraction game is quite great right now. Oh my god, no way. Okay.
The flicker in 3? No, okay.
He doesn't go for it. He doesn't go for it. I would have thought that he wanted to go for the aggression, but no. Gary still gets out alive, but is going to force a recall, and that will again slow down his farming pattern. He's already so many levels behind of Taz at the moment. What is that, 4 levels? Have we seen that before? 4 levels?
I believe it was Super Ken up against Taz on the Ling. Barat versus Ling, if you remember. That's the power of not having a Barat in the jungle up against the Ling.
This is a whole different game altogether now. Level 12, Taz. And looking at the items, Berserker's Fury, so in a prolonged fight, even without skills available, those basic attacks are gonna hurt a lot here. And this is only almost 7 minutes. He's already reaching double digits in levels. That's crazy.
With the Watt chunked down. But the airstrike as well. Watt with the Battle Mirror image into the Wild Charge, but he has to purify the Eternal Guard just to peel. They've utilized their resources just to get Watt out of that spot. Taz has claws.
That's just a lot more sustain if he wants to stay in the fight. So not only as an assassin, he can function more as a fighter, depending on how far ahead he goes against Dewa right now. He can just save the Tempest of Blades to use it for utility, to dodge from the very obvious crowd control tools that Dewa have, the Eternal Guard, the Bravest Fighter, and the Minuan Fury. So just like that, all the crowd control threats have been neutralized, and what? Disappears.
That's a solo kill onto Watt. Absolutely disgusting now from Alter Ego. Dominance. How does Watt even try and look for his power spike if when he goes in for that, Taz punishes him left and right?
Everybody's getting punished by Taz at this point. Even Gary.
No.
When he's not doing anything, when he's going for the turtle, his purple gets taken away. He's already so far behind. He's, holy, level 14 to level 8, and he's on the turtle. Taz is going to out-retry him. He's just going to fly by and take it away. Gary, he's still trying to take it away, but you cannot out-retry a man who is level 14. He gets chomped up as well. He still decides to go in, and he will pay the price. With a feather airstrike, Taz in the back. Down with a wild charge from Rossi. Cutting the angles, Triad might be forced to use the Minion Fury, but he will just save it. Taz taking the blades and running away. My goodness, an absolute stomp of a game. 6 level lead earlier for Taz.
And you start to wonder and you start to think, why did he go for that decision to commit onto the turtle? There was absolutely no commitment from all the rest of the members. And with the mobility and the flexibility of Taz on the Ling, that entire effort was completely worthless. Was he buying time for Watt? I guess Watt has the golden staff, but at this point, is it too late?
Yes.
It's just so far behind. I mean, this is a 15-minute Ling at 9 minutes. This is a situation you would expect to see in like a ranked game. Right? You don't expect such one-sided domination from just the jungle, let alone the rest of the team right now. They're just walking around. And that Ling in particular is just so immune. He can do whatever he wants. 1v1 against the EXP laner. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, the Bravest Fighter has damage reduction? What? Nah. He does true damage, brother. The Endless Battle. Does he even have it yet? Yeah, I think he bought Malefic earlier.
Yes, he has a Malefic, but he didn't go for Endless Battle. He went straight for Malefic after the Has Claws.
Looks like he's going for a Hunter Strike too right now. Fury Hammer and the Legion Sword. Yikes.
8,000 gold lead. So many levels ahead of Dewa. Where did this all go wrong?
I feel like they were maybe distracted by Rossi a bit too long. The early game, we were all thinking like, okay, Fredrin, Vexana, Minotaur, they're going to be invading, they're going to be going for big skirmishes where the Ling just doesn't have any space to really maneuver. But again, if you think about it, all these crowd control tools are very easily outplayed, especially in the hands of someone like Taz. Now Keys gets chunked almost immediately to 0. And that Alter Ego, they have the siege potential, they have the high ground as well. They're not really at any rush to really end this.
An attempt from Gary, but oh man, you're still 5 levels down! Gary! How do you escape from this one? Taz is just gonna be taunting him. Look at him! Ooh. He dodges away from the Appraiser's Wrath, uses his Fine Blade, and just recalls on his corpse.
This is brutal to watch. I guess he tried.
There was an
attempt. I guess he tried.
Oh, it's a BOD.
Yeah, he doesn't even care about utility, dude.
Full damage.
He wants that one-shot threat, especially against the backline right here. We'll see if he even makes a move. The Lord itself, Dewa United are trying to find it, trying to clear, but it's just too tanky.
Nom Nom and the flicker back. Say goodbye to Dixon. The magic trick from Alter Ego. And now in the bottom lane, it will take another base turret with the First Lord. Oh! Jay, what? Almost gets shredded down to nothing with just a Divine Blade. And a few shots, Gary has to pull back. And this might be an angle, ladies and gentlemen. 13,000 goal lead in 11 minutes. Alter Ego are beating the clock. Eternal Guard on the Nino now with a 3-man wild charge from Rossi as well. Gary brought back, but still is able to dash out. Alter Ego have another mini wave up top as Dixon respawns back in this game. A good splash from the base turret, and Alter Ego disengaged. Gary going in on the combo as well with Miz Fury. Right, gonna be fouled. Taz jumping into the midst of it all with attempts to blaze. Whoa, a big bump right into the gun down from Watts. Alter Ego, they gotta pull back now. Nino still trying to kite away, and they will be able to disengage. But some miscalculations definitely there from Alter Ego.
That was the miracle that Dewa were looking for. Krite and Taz taken off the board. Overconfidence perhaps from the side of Alter Ego. These are things that should not have happened. How were they able to get 2 people there?
They were just moving backwards, but then they left Krite just a bit vulnerable in the front, and Dewa United, they know how to capitalize. Look at it, Data's welcome though.
Oh, into the wall, oh, to the barrier. Right as he goes to the wall, Tornado! Into the back with a Lycan Pounce as well. Now running back as Gary finds the top, but he's able to dash out. Very well played, an Eternal Guard not connecting an Alter Ego. Played safe again. It's a feathered airstrike, but just used to shoo Dewa away from this mid lane.
That was a fancy combo. Daytona's welcome into the barrier out of nowhere. Let's take a look at the items though. It was a great Dragon Spear completed for Nino on the Roger. So he has the movement speed, presumably to really keep up with the rest of the team going in. Krite going for the Genius Wand. If you look at the... Oh man, that's a 6,000 gold advantage by the way. But again, if you look at the rest of the members, it all amounts to about 2k gold lead. So it's an 8k gold lead for Alter Ego, but the vast majority of that is in the hands of Taz. And soon he'll be at full items. Soon that gold difference won't really make that big of a difference. So with that sequence of events, Dewa have bought a bit more time. Alter Ego, now I think they're going to be a bit more respectful to the potential for Dewa to really win out in a team fight. Because you can see, if they can really zone Taz out and get their hands on the back line, there is still damage tradable by Dewa to throw back at Alter Ego.
For sure, there's Case. Uh-oh, Gary. No way.
No, he's good. He's good. He died there. That would have been crazy.
He's lucky that that Krite got the Holy Crystal before, after that engage, right? Because I think that would have been a little bit of a different story for Gary.
He's also lucky Nino didn't go for Thunderbelt because the slow, I think, would have gotten to him. And then Alter Ego maybe would have actually executed him.
But either way, the Lord is still going to fall into the hands of Alter Ego. An enhanced one at that, so it is going to be marching in that mid lane towards Dewa. Can they defend this push? We have a game fact by GoPay here. Taz succeeded in beating Kari's record in objective farming, achieving level 15, the fastest at the 8th minute, with Kairi at the 9th. So, even until this point, even until week number 8, we have records being beaten.
Yeah, and Watts almost just died through that. Appraiser's Wrath used preemptively. Oh my god, that's welcome to the wild charge into Drian. Moving forward, Gary still able to survive. Dixon taking a whole lot of damage now as Nino goes in for Lycan Pounce. Now the Eternal Guard, but he dodges away from it. Nino with a Purify. Well played. In the back though, they'll just target the base down. Even with Taz taken out, it's not enough for Dewa to mount a comeback. Alter Ego 1-0.
That was so brutal for Dewa United. That was so difficult to watch. How... It felt like Dewa still kept committing onto the same decisions that didn't work, but they kept looking for a different outcome by doing the same thing. And they just dug themselves a deeper hole and eventually just lost complete control over the entire game.
It's such a confusing situation for Dewa because on paper they do have potential here to really beat Alter Ego in some of these situations, but Alter Ego just avoid everything and Dewa weren't able to push the issue. Alter Ego took fights that they thought would be beneficial, and if there weren't any fights, they were happy to just farm it out, and Taz just shows again. We were talking earlier about Udil mentioning a star player. Like I said, Taz absolutely fits the bill. Breaking the record of reaching level 15 the fastest. That was an insane farming speed shown by Taz.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff from Alter Ego, man. From Taz as well. The stronger mid trio turns out to be, especially with the Farsa and the Grok in their side. Grok was so free all the time. The Fredrin got buff stolen constantly, had Taz walk up just to red tree a few of these green camps, and because Grok was able to bait out that red tree, it just enabled Taz to continuously invade in the enemy jungle.
4 level difference? 5
it was
at
six.
some?
It was 6.
It was 6.
At the worst
6
point, it was 6.
difference.
14 at one point.
Yes.
That's the first too.
That is the first 6th level lead in MPL ID. Season 13.
It's just so brutal. And with that, remember, guys, ladies and gentlemen, Dewa really need this.
Not looking so good for them.
They are
right now.
literally 1 game away of a losing MPL ID Season 13. And why? Because of this guy. Well, he was one of the factors, the biggest factors of this game number 1. Player of the game, it's going to be Rasi on the Grok. So on a hero that we were kind of questioning, something that we didn't really feel was a part of his identity, actually worked out pretty well on Rasi. Being able to invade from the early game, giving constant pressure to heroes that we assumed would have better objective control, but he was able to be like, no, it doesn't matter. Let's make it an unfair fight. Let's make it uneven. Let's push Gary to the limits. And honestly, at some points, I thought that I saw Gary kind of tilting with his decision making. I thought it was kind of weird that he kept committing despite that level gap.
I think you do have to wonder if that's, you know, a tilt kind of situation. If the team made the call to go and risk those very weird plays, trying to go for a red tree steal when you're 5 levels behind, for instance. There's some moments here that are definitely a bit questionable. But Rasi here, let's take a look at the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, Ubez Gold. All day from the early game, man, he was just able to just stay in the front. And the fact that he is just immune to crowd control, great usage of the power of nature, just allows him to be so impudently walking forward. And everyone else from the side of Alter Ego has a lot more space when they were just concerned about this Grok in their jungle. And because of that, by the time they caught up with some items, it already seems so one-sided because a single feather airstrike, a single Defiant Sword can just chunk you for 800 damage. It's going to be so difficult, especially for the backline members. This was one of the moments, though, where Dewa were able to find something. Taz going for an outplay, but immediately gets punished, showing again how dangerous it is to be playing an assassin. But of course, afterwards, just playing the calm, collected game. And Alter Ego, again, with just showing that if they do get the right tools, they do get the strategy that is able to flow the way they want it to, they can have these very dominant performances.
It's all about how he was able to set up for the Ling in the early game, right? And we didn't get to see that at all in the highlights. But all the way from level 1, Rasi was trying to just bait out these red trees away from Dewa United's Gary. And the fact that he did after the orange buff, and the fact that he also stole the second orange buff, I believe, it just created such a big snowball effect for Taz. These little things that he was doing in the early game, and then obviously to that engage around the purple buff, so on and so forth. And also, you could definitely see a little bit of that glimpse of the Rasi intelligence from the previous seasons. He went for basic common emblem on the Grok. So he will have additional mana regen so he can stay in these fights longer, and he can actually just put barriers randomly to distract and stop the rest of Dewa.
And even the HP regen that he gets from the basic emblem, it just allows him to stay there. Because for the most part, if they really want to try and get a kill onto Rasi, Dewa United are going to be forced to burn some very precious resources to try and get that. And only for a roamer, on paper it doesn't really make sense, but as a result, you're seeing that when Dewa United are given these difficult questions, whether or not you want to commit, whether or not you want to use your ultimates at this moment, they really seem to just panic in a lot of these situations. And Gary, I guess he was a bit too far behind, but in the mid game, even his farming pattern was looking quite erratic. He was just trying to go somewhere where he can just farm in peace, where Rossi can't find him. And that just made his farming speed that much slower. And Taz can just capitalize and keep going for these invades and keep increasing the EXP and gold lead.
I mean, look at his gold per minute, right? 964. Sure, it's not record-breaking, but you can already see from that number alone how fast he was farming. 964 on a Ling. I think Kyrie was 970 something on the Ling.
Annabelle, what about Annabelle? I think Annabelle was pretty impressive too on the Ling. Was his GPM high?
I believe it was it in the 800s? I believe it's close to 900, maybe like high 800 or low 900, I believe. But yes, he was farming everything, including heroes technically.
Watt was just a minion this game, right? To Taz.
Yeah, one Defiant Sword I saw earlier chunked him for 1,400, I believe. Nearly to half HP. That's one of the swords. And with the Tempest of Blades, he can have 4. And we're seeing that fast hand mechanics coming in from Taz, as expected for the longest time. We've been hyping up this man on the Assassins, and now we're finally seeing it.
Finally. I'm just so excited to see him whip out the Hellcurt.
If they get first pick, I think they will let it go, because they had to ban it out on red side. But yeah, I feel like for Dewa, it was just really strange to see that their priority was purely on Minotaur, right? Just like, yeah, we want to go for niche objectives, but they don't go for Barats, and then they got demolished.
They let go. Pounded. Destroyed.
Obliterated.
Atomized.
Atomized.
Ooh, fancy word.
Disintegrated.
Disintegrated. But what words are being spoken up on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, let's check it out real quick.
Keren banget. Ini merchandise baru Dewa ya?
Iya dong Bude, jadi ini ada kaos namanya Tokusatsu T-shirt. Dimana kaos ini represent divisi-divisi yang ada di Dewa United gitu.
Oke.
Jadi kalau Bude bisa lihat, ini ada 3 divisi Dewa, yaitu divisi bola, divisi e-sport, dan divisi basket dari Dewa. Tiap icon ini mewakili divisi-divisi Dewa Bude, jadi gitu. Dan juga desainnya itu kayak ngikutin desain anime kayak gitu. Jadi kita bikin desainnya kayak ada Jepang-Jepangnya gitu Bude.
Wow, jadi story-nya mungkin bisa juga ya. Biasa dari awal lemah terus habis itu makin kuat juga gitu ya. Nah, ini satu. Harganya berapa?
Harganya ini bervariasi Bude. Kalau yang ini kita di harga 260. Ada juga dari pokoknya harganya bervariasi dari 120 hingga 280-an.
Wow, ini bahannya enak banget sih Adam. Tapi selain ini ada lagi nggak merchandise-nya?
Ada lagi Bude, ini yang saya pakai juga salah satu yang paling baru dari Dewa United Store Bude.
Oke.
Jadi ini kayak di bagian kanan itu kayak represent logo dari Dewa, juga di bagian belakang itu desainnya kayak salah satu dewa mitologi dari Dewa Yunani yaitu Atlas. Itu tujuannya dia ngangkat kayak bumi itu represent bahwa dia adalah dewa yang merule dunia ini gitu. Jadi rules the world.
Rules the world. Dan Atlas, apakah nanti dipakai Atlasnya? Bisa dipakai loh, ada hero-nya loh. Tapi menarik ya, ini harganya berapa?
Ada, sama saja Bunda, ini di harga 260-an.
Ada diskon kah?
Datang aja dulu ke booth kita, nanti kita bisa bicarain diskon.
Waduh, kalau yang mungkin nggak di MPL Arena belinya lewat apa tuh?
Belinya variasi Bude, kita juga ada di e-commerce, kita juga buka, sama teman-teman juga bisa langsung follow aja Instagram di dewaunited.store. Itu kalian bisa lihat langsung variasi dari produk-produk Dewa. Dan juga kita ini kalau kalian bisa lihat di Instagram, itu Dewa United Store juga ngadain banyak game Bude.
Oke, bisa join jadi anak Dewa juga lewat situ ya?
Ada lagi, kalau misalnya mau join, langsung follow aja di Instagram Anak Dewa Official. Di situ kalian bisa langsung daftar di Instagram.
Keren, merchandise-nya keren. Terus habis itu juga semuanya pokoknya keren nih. Anak Dewa makin keren, tapi permainannya akan menjadi keren nggak ya? Karena mereka udah ketinggalan satu game, kita akan penasaran banget seperti apa game yang kedua dari Best of 3 series ini, akan ke 1 sama atau menjadi 2-0? Kita langsung lemparin ke caster. Thank you Mas Doni. Caster, mari game kedua.
Alter Ego are one game away of eliminating Dewa United's dreams of the playoffs completely. They need to be able to come back. We need to talk about that first game because I've never seen a game that brutal. Honestly, at some points I was like that. Like I couldn't watch.
You can't watch, but then you're still peeking.
Too violent.
It's too violent.
Maybe it's because they're so good when they're playing with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 series that boasts an epic gaming performance.
Ooh, what kind of epic performance?
Well, it features Galaxy AI, that's number 1, that
Okay.
can now translate 15 foreign languages into Indonesian. So if you go to other countries, you can just, like let's say you go to Korea, right? And you want to talk to the Koreans there, but you can't speak Korean. You can always just open that interpreter app, use the Galaxy AI to translate your words instantly. Arashi knows how to do it.
Oh, can we get a
Are
can we get a showing?
we gonna try it out?
I'd love to see it.
Let's
Oh,
see.
the Indodesk is doing it.
Oh yeah, I heard it.
You hear that? Hear that? Yeah.
Okay, Arashi, what are you gonna translate?
Man, it's so simple, I forgot where it was. Right here, interpreter.
Okay.
Let me go with the mic. Give me a sentence here. Indonesian to Korean.
You do you, bro. Say something in Indo.
Semoga RRQ menang.
That could work.
I don't know if they can translate, like it translates like names, like
Just do it.
RRQ.
I love
That's right.
MPL or something.
Yeah.
anything?
So can I translate MPL?
Aku sayang MPL.
Anything? I just like,
I love Mobile Legends.
Aku sayang Indonesia. Go with that. Gonna translate, processing that. Taking a bit longer than I expected.
Yeah,
actually.
you know,
You have to tap it again.
I don't blame the phone because sometimes even we don't understand Arashi.
Sometimes it's okay, you know. But for you guys, if you want to actually make it work, you can do it yourselves at home through the QR code because you can buy it. And there's so many promos, features that you guys can get. 40% discount on Samsung Care Plus, up to 2 million rupiah cashbacks. Whoa,
That's
insane.
crazy.
2 million.
That's
Crazy, insane.
awesome.
That's everyone, and awesome is for everyone.
Exactly. Don't forget to check this wonderful device out, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss it, okay? Like, let's say you want to have a Filipino girlfriend and you can't speak Tagalog. You know, you
Arashi?
can totally use it, right, Arashi?
Right, Arashi?
Sure, why not?
Do you want a Filipino girlfriend, Arashi?
I wouldn't be against it, I would say, but I'm curious to see why the two of you are so enthusiastic about this.
It's just a question, man. It's just a
Yeah,
question.
let's answer the question.
I feel interrogated.
Are you sweating a little bit?
Just a little bit.
He's adjusting his tie. But Dewa need to adjust their gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. We are moments away from the drafting phase for game number 2, and here it is, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Alter Ego and Dewa have now swapped sides. Alter Ego still don't want to let that Hellcurt and Arlet go.
Wow, they have no plans to utilize it in their own
Yeah.
draft. But what that does in the blue side is now it technically puts all the pressure on Dewa to ban all these Cryo heroes. What are you gonna ban now? Loyi, Chip, Mathilda, Harith, Natan? Yeah, one of them will be let go.
I feel like it has to be. I think it's gonna be Harith, Loyi, and Chip. I feel like that's the assumption here. Unless, of course, Dewa feels like they wanna let it go. They wanna let Alter Ego pick something and then try and get a chip. Because part of the reason why they were finding it so difficult to really get a foothold in that game, just the fact that they can't really find those fights. They're outmaneuvered. Seems like they were out strategized in how they want to move around the map as well. So for Alter Ego, it's gonna be the same thing. Even Mathilda is still the same. I think early on though, we're gonna see a bit of difference in the first 3 picks.
I'm wondering if the Angela, Chip or Angela, being banned out. I mean, if you see Drian's face, I mean, he's thinking really hard right now, having a discussion with his coaches and his fellow players as well. If they ban out Chip here,
I see lots of prey.
they don't. See, they let both of them go. They ban the Roger instead. Alter Ego now do they want to pick up those two heroes, or do they want to go for something like the Natan, but they go for the Barats first, so still the same approach.
Alright. I think the Barats is just that much more prio right here. So this is already leading again to a potential EXP usage. If it can still be used in the jungle as well, if Dewa wants to pick a weaker jungler. So whatever goes on, I feel like Alter Ego, they already have some plans, a bit of a blueprint here to try and secure some prio in the jungle, right? Trying to make use of Taz and his just superior experience, his farming patterns, his mechanics, all that jazz.
The Angela usually is what we expect in the first phase, but for both these games, so far, it's been completely ignored in the first phase. The Grok will come through, and there you go. Finally, the Angela comes out in the first phase of the draft here for Dewa. But I think with the Grok pick, they've taken away the flex potential of the Angela, so we technically already know where it's going. It'll be going to the mid lane and Alter Ego. Now...
Grok XP?
I don't think so. Not
Grok
right now.
gold lane?
No, that's a solid no.
Wow.
Like XP, I was like, you know, okay,
It was
okay.
once a thing.
Grok gold?
Yeah.
When was this?
Kabuki, Grok gold. He used the assassin emblem.
Oh,
Remember?
oh my lord. Is that season 8? I think
It
it might be
might
season
be.
8. Oh my
It's a
lord.
long time ago. Well, for Alter Ego, Valentina and Natando, so they're already setting up for a bit more power in the gold lane later on in the game though. For Dewa, the fact that they go for the Grok so early, are they just showing that they're really respecting any kind of potential hero that can be used to disrupt Gary? Right, it seems like Gary was really uncomfortable when he's getting invaded, getting disturbed the whole time farming his rotations. So that could be what they're hinting at. But if that is the case, Alter Ego have options to play around with here. They want to try and get a hero that can just be just as big of a nuisance as the Grok.
Okay, Baxia. It's gonna be the choice for Dewa here. I mean, yeah, you want to make sure that Alter Ego doesn't get that mid-trio prio, because with the fact that Alter Ego have now committed onto the Natan, it will take time for the Natan to get that power spike. And that's a little bit of a loophole that I believe that Dewa United can actually capitalize over. So with Baxia and Grok, what should be the pairing for Dewa in order for them to take control of that early to mid game?
For Dewa? I think for Dewa, it's just an XP lane now they can play make. I feel like right now, if they really just purely want to fight the neutral objectives, they can go for something like a Lapu, a Terizla again. But if they want to shred the Barats, they go for the X-Borg. But I think they are a bit more scared for themselves if the X-Borg is left open, because they have Baxia, they have Grok, they're really going to be utilizing these health bars from the Angela as well. But hey, we have a comment from Mr. Cole Delwin. Wait, Mr. Cole Delwin.
Cole Delwin,
Big bro
Mr.
Delwin.
He has a comment here. I just want to say, when we win as a team, and when we lose as a team. Never give up. I think a lot of people saw his stories, and
Yes.
big W.
Big W.
For Kodelwin, man.
For sure. I agree, man. Like, this guy's always been a stand-up dude. He always trusts his players fully, even in this position, by the way. When, you know, like, most of the fans as well have kind of lost hope. He's that one guy who says, calm down, guys. You know, this is our first season with this new roster. They showed glimpses of brilliance, and it's not over yet. We still have a chance. And they're using their chance very, very well so far.
He's an anchor, not a catalyst.
He is an anchor caller, I should say.
Anchor color. All right. Well, for Dewa, it seems like they're just concerned about a big team fight. But anyway, the X-Borg and the Terizla, or is it a team fight, or is it about strong EXP laners that can have good clear and good influence here? They might be trying to get Dixon something a bit more aggressive, something that can be used for them to really get control. Because earlier in the Lapu Lapu, he was trying to make things happen, but it just wasn't good enough.
Is that why Arlet keeps getting banned out by Alter Ego? The respect over to Dixon? Dixon's been popping off on the Arlet, right? What other heroes did he really perform on?
Lapu, Terizla, X-Borg.
Really?
They banned it all out though. So Lapu
Yuzong
is the usual choice here. The Yuzong, we've seen him play Yuzong.
I mean, against the Natan, it could work.
Most Yuzongs up against Natan, especially in the mid game, tend to get cut down from the skies.
CC.
That's something that I don't expect from Mr. Dixon. That's what I expect from Mr. Kimura usually, you know? CC, Benedetta, Paquito, CC. I guess with a Vengeance, it does make sense, but if you do go Vengeance here, and you go up front, the Mirage is gonna nom and take you out.
For Dewa, this is just a big showing of we want to have an Angela and we want to have all the combos available. So the box here, the CC, always for an all-in to happen with the help of the hard guard. For Alter Ego, it seems like they're a bit more flexible. They can be responsive, but they're the ones with the Yutong and a Ruby even. They see all these dive heroes. They want to try and make space. They want to try and stop that movement. Especially with a Grok, I guess they want to have spammable skills they can use to do crowd control, but also damage to deter the Grok from just moving freely around the map.
You know what this is? This is Protect Mr. President composition. It's just all peel, except for the Yuzong, obviously, who can fly back and deal some damage as well. But yeah, they're really just going to be playing for Nino on this Natan. So they need Nino to pop off. They need to enable Nino this game. Completely different from last game.
And now Dewa, they need to make a choice here. They're going to use Carry in the gold lane. Carry versus Natan in the lane?
I feel like Carry still has the better trading advantage. Because usually, especially with the weakness finder, the Natan can kind of win in the short trades and some poke as well. But if this is going to be a, you know, like a Brave Smite carry maybe, or Quantum Charge carry, I feel like she can sustain pretty well and kind of deal some damage while exiting from the trade to really come out on top.
Agree?
We've kind of moved on from the Brave Smite meta of the carry. If he goes Quantum Charge, I honestly feel like it's just a bro lane. Like, there's not really much of bullying, especially if Nino plays the way he did last game, where he was just last hitting these minions on the Roger. He can do the same thing with Natan. Watt always tends to just push his lane, and if he does that, free farm for Natan.
And this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, the wings of MPL ID Season 13 are flying high. Will the Dewa dreams be shattered today, ladies and gentlemen, as Alter Ego look to go a full clean sweep 2-0 in game number 2. The last stand about to ensue.
Looking at the battle spells, the 2 Purifies in the hands of Dewa, but they're a lot more concerned, and this hints that they want to be a bit more safe, but also that they want to be a bit more aggressive positioning-wise, potentially. With Dixon not having the Vengeance though, not going to be as survivable if he's going in, especially against multiple people. And like we said later on, for the gold lane, I think Carry can do good damage, but also it's very single target heavy. Compared to Natan, it can do it, can output damage to multiple people.
So now with the Purify too, this is what we expected, right? If Dixon actually went for the Vengeance, it would be really tough up against this CC from Alter Ego towards the CC of Dewa, which is Dixon, not the crowd control, you know, like differentiate CC and CC. Hey, man, it's tough, man.
It's okay.
Is it CC or Chi-Chi? Some people like...
That's how they say it in the Indo desk, but I believe
exactly.
CC is the way you say it in English.
Yeah.
It gets kind of confusing, but it is what it is.
The CC to the CC, but he purifies it.
We'll see how this plays out here, especially in the mid game. I think Krite is just having a lot of success in just threatening keys away from these fights, and you're really seeing that once again, Alter Ego are the ones who are a bit more proactive and looking for opportunities. It seems like Gary just wants to try and use that mobility to actually find more undisturbed, less conflict-heavy resources this time. Looking at the emblems by GamesMax, Watt with the Master Assassin, Basic Emblem, and Quantum Charge. So, might be a bro lane unless a gank comes in, generally. Keys with the Focusing Mark, though, he will be trying to just enable and use the hard guard in a more aggressive manner. Whereas, I think Pi on the Agility and Festival of Blood is going to be just trying to be sustainable and mobile enough to at least keep up with Dixon just moving around the map.
Oh, this is danger for Dewa. If Alter Ego secure the neutral objective with this composition, if they snowball with an Natan, it'll be really scary. And Krite is already chunking Dreon down. Purify instantly Taz, no Detonus welcome as Gary continues the turtle, but they reset it for now. No Purify on Dixon will mean that Alter Ego can actually utilize a lot of their CC. Meanwhile, the Grok now has hit level 4, can go in for the dive wall, charge in the back right now, and that is going to be Gary who wins it out in the end with the help of the hard guard. First blood though, 4 pies, Krite flickers out to safety. It's a 1-for-1 trade, neutral objective for a kill.
Ooh, that could have gone so wrong for Dewa. The fact that they also committed onto Angela mid means that the clear is not going to be as fast unless Drian wants to go for the babysit. And when he does, he doesn't have any access to this. The invasion.
Okay.
Okay, the reset happens. Is he able to take it away?
The bottom lane, Watt has the Purify, will be able to escape, dealing some damage back as well. We go back to Taz to see if he got the orange buff. No, Drian took it away! Revenge! Drian with the purple buff steal, now Gary, shield unity. To go over to Rasi, who still is able to dodge away for now, flickers out of the barrier. Taz will be able, at least I think, to take the orange buff. Has the retry, uses it up. In the mid lane, Krite winning out in the trade against Kaze.
It's a definite reverse Uno card from game number 2 with Drian being able to pick up the Grok. He's able to do exactly the same thing that Rossi did on to Gary in game number 1. And has it done work just yet? It seems like they're at least the same level. There's not a difference this time around.
Both junglers still even as of right now. Seems like I think Gary has a bit of an XP lead, but look at this play.
Oh no, the rock gets nom-nommed. I don't know how you eat rocks, but Taz did it. And he took him out.
Swallowing rocks for breakfast. That is what Taz was doing. Now with that pressure, you can see that they are falling further back. And they really can't be aggressive unless they do have the two solid rocks just rolling around. Gary and Drian on the Grok and the Baxia. So in that sense, it becomes a bit more predictable for Alter Ego because they know that wherever those two go, that's where the aggression will follow. And if they're not around, that's where Alter Ego are the ones that can dictate the pressure and clear the waves faster and out-damage the members of Dewa.
Wolf King, Dixon pulled back. Drian going for the purple buff. Here, he might still be trying to go for it. Hard guard on the Dixon. Taz has it out to this welcome. Ken, you know he actually does not. That's his zoning coming down, and that is a good wild charge for Taz.
What?
To secure it, the retreat battle was won out Pi. Gets the kill onto Gary. Dixon is playing with the yo-yos, but Alter Ego don't care. Wow, Alter Ego win out the neutral objective battle and also trade a kill for it.
Whoa, wait. Was Gary taken out before they went for the retry battle? Or
no.
Did they go for 50-50? But Taz got knocked up by Drian, right?
Yes, he did.
What?
Pi, I think, went for Gary to try and equalize the situation.
Oh, he got petried and wild charged. Gary.
Right, so Gary was just crowd controlled as well. So great from Alter Ego to know that, of course, Taz will get crowd controlled, but the least they can do for their jungler is to make sure that the odds are evened out, as Watt takes a lot of damage. There's going to be a dive coming through, though.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the turret there. Has the entropy behind as well, and that's another Purify pop for Watt. It almost seems like he doesn't have Purify because it's always on cooldown.
It must be so tough with so much aggression coming through, plus the fact that Nino has a little bit more to play with in terms of range as well. It's not a great start for carry at all, but wait a minute.
Drian, wild charge. The back of the turret, but the turret will be taken for free. Gary wants to go in, nom. It was a rock earlier, now it is a Baxia with a shield, and it's just a disengage nom and a spit back for the disengage.
What?
I'm offended into the base with the flicker as well, comboed in with a wild charge by Krite, who stole it away from Drian. Oh man, Gary, second death this game.
He's offended, for sure. That is a good pickoff coming in from Alter Ego. From Rasi on the Ruby.
The man knows how to make plays, when to make plays, man. As long as you let him cook. With that play, Nino has secured the Starlium site as well, so expect a bit more burst damage coming in from Alter Ego. They're falling further behind. Man, they really overextended right there, knowing that the hard guard was almost up. They really tried to get something, but they don't have the same kind of engage potential, and now Alter Ego are the ones controlling the turtle pit.
Rossi, I'm offended onto Gary. Dixon now walking up. Denton is welcome. Purified instantly with the hard guard still on him. Still looking for an angle. Now as Drian pops to the barrier, but Taz will just retry it together. Krite always stealing the wild charge to stop Gary from even entering the neutral objective pit.
It's been a big problem. They haven't been able to secure anything on the board except for that turtle earlier on. All the rest of the objectives have been given over to Alter Ego. It looked like Dewa United wanted to go for that universal play with the Angela for keys in the bottom side, but even that wasn't been able to find much success as he was quick to be needed to enter that particular team fight.
Even all this, the laners that they're supposed to use as a sort of pressure, Dixon on the CC, not really able to find a lot of 1v1 duels, and he's not really able to find a lot of impact in the middle of these big fights. But look at here, this is a gang coming in from Gary.
Furious dive, and he'll be able to outplay this if he uses Black Dragon form, but he does not. Not in time, or was it on cooldown? It was actually on cooldown. Gary now will be targeted down by Alter Ego. Rossi with I'm Offended, not pulling Dixon. No, Purify on him, and was baited out by Taz earlier. Wild charge out of the back, but now Nino has the Purify as well. Pops the Entropy, melting everyone. Picking up a double kill, has the Entropy in the back. Decides to blink back as well, and Nino still survives in this skirmish. It ends up being 2 for 1 in favor of Alter Ego.
That was a big fight with a flush of the Oasis in the hands of the Angela, but it's just not enough to really equalize. Watt tries his best right there to come in from the side and attempt a bit of an assassination towards the prior members of Alter Ego, but he doesn't have nearly enough damage to try and do anything meaningful there. Meanwhile, on the side of Alter Ego, see Divine Glaive rushed by Krite, so the burst damage is going to be there, especially if he steals away the wild charge and lands it on multiple people. That can be, once again, a big game-changing moment. Whereas for Nino, I feel like he's just building straight for the Holy Crystal. There's no real reason to really pump the brakes right here. He isn't really in any danger. There's not really a lot of ways for Dewa to really try and zone him or threaten him in the middle of all these big fights.
That's actually interesting. I thought Krite wanted to go a little bit more utility with the way that he's been playing. Wild charge, like Mirko mentioned earlier on, only using it in these neutral objectives, doesn't even get caught out. He's still at 006, but he goes Enchanted Talisman and then Divine Glaive. Why straight Divine Glaive?
I think usually when it's a bit more of a close fight, a bit more of a messy fight, you're going to go for the Blood Wings, right? That's the new popular item that gives you a bit of survivability. As a short-range mage like a Valentina, that's just great value on that item. But considering he isn't the main focus and he hasn't been focused down by anyone from Dewa, and they don't have a lot of ways to really nuke or chunk someone down, it's all shred damage coming in from Watt, from Gary, from Dixon. He doesn't really feel the danger to go for something that defensive. So Divine Glaive it is to try and shut down and do more damage against all these beefy members that Dewa wants to use as the front line.
Man. Holy Crystal, 10th minute. Big power spike for Alter Ego. And they decide to utilize it. Drian gets melted before he can even do anything! Dixon is next, he pops the ultimate, but what can that do against a Natan who already has a Holy Crystal? Holy moly! Alter Ego snowball is real. It's a 2.8k goal lead. And it might just be bumped up to 3,000 with the Lord taken away. And Nino still just going at the turret with no threat at all, presented by Dewa.
That instant shred of power. You could see that instant swap, that switch coming through from Alter Ego, instantly capitalizing over that momentum flick. And here we are, 3k gold lead for Alter Ego, a Lord on the way in the top side. And the fact that a Natan has already reached that power spike, how do Dewa want to go for this? How do they change? What do they do? How do they take Nino out?
Ooh, they lose their purple buff as well here. How to take Nino out? There are just so many layers to Alter Ego, and Dewa, there's just so many problems. They have to try and find a way to get past the front line and go for the immediate dive onto Nino. But the issue is, now with the Holy Crystal as well, yes, there are Radiant Armors in the inventory for Baxia and Grok, right? For Gary and Drian, but we saw how easily they got destroyed and demolished by that late game Natan damage. So they have to try and wait for a moment where the Purify isn't up first of all, and just go at it. Spend multiple battle spells to try and take him out. That's about the only play they have. And at this point, it's on the shoulders of Alter Ego to let them have that play.
They baited out the Poissons already. Driano almost gets deleted from the Land of Dawn just with a few shots. And the last tick of the Glowing Wand, luckily he has K's with the Angela and the Flask of the Oasis to help. But my god, that's a frontliner.
Problem is, Nino has Blood Wings too now, so other than that versatility that he has in these team fights, he also has an additional amount of damage. And they're going for it. That tower's gonna fall so quickly.
They can't even engage. What can they do? If they go in, they die. If they don't do anything, their turrets get eaten alive.
That's the big problem here. No real engage tool, no real catch either. They were just banking on being able to chase and run someone down using the Angela and the entanglement as an extra bit of crowd control. But now they don't even have wave clear. And Altrigo go for it.
Yeah, but if you charge in, you die. Remember, you can't team fight. Not against this comp when it's snowballed like this. Dewa United at the brink. Their last hope of making it to the playoffs. This is it for Dewa. It's fight or flight. And Alter Ego don't even give them the chance to fight.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Well, charge, he does get it. But Nino was able to utilize a Purify and like he was gone in 2 seconds. So they do have an engage tool, but at this point, they can't utilize it at all. What are they supposed to do?
Just engaging isn't enough, man. You have to time the Purify as well. Look at Nino. I mean, if you're in his shoes, 5-0, no real damage threat coming in from Dewa. When else would you use the Purify if not for the Wild Charge? That's the only thing he's waiting on. And now, they're going for the Lord. Dewa are trying to find some openings, but it's just too difficult. And they can't even treat damage back.
No, they can't. They can't even go for the neutral objective because that's Rasi. 3-man, I'm offended, but Alter Ego, discipline. They don't care. They got the neutral objective and they just back away. They can look for the end with this.
Dewa United, a new team to MPL ID Season 13 in their debut. They were able to make it to playoffs. Imagine that. Imagine the instant support corralling behind them from last season. This season, they started off so well with Drian coming to the mix. A veteran, a Kage, the savior of Dewa in the early stage, but now they're on the brinks of collapse. They're on the brinks of extinction.
Taz will get to that. To this welcome down, 2-man stun in front as Nino just goes and 3 hits, obliterating everything in his way. Dewa's last breath taken by Alter Ego as they move forward.
And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final stand of the Sons of Gods. They fought with all that they had up until week number 8. But unfortunately, it is official. Dewa United have been officially eliminated out of the playoff contention here at MPL ID Season 13.
A sad situation overall for Dewa United, man. It seemed like they had a plan, but against Alter Ego, it just was not allowed to even take form. Alter Ego clean sweep and thwarts Dewa's journey to MPL ID Season 13 playoffs. And they've found a glimpse of success, but they have to keep going with this if they themselves want to secure a proper foothold in their route to playoffs.
Alter Ego, they live to fight another day. I'm pretty sure all the Alter champs were shaking, they were sweating in their seats as well. They were wondering, can Alter Ego do this? Can Alter Ego find another win? Is it possible? Is there still hope? And they did, 2-0. Who would have expected a 2-0 victory from Alter Ego today? Maybe 2-1. Okay. Yeah, okay. 2-0 Alter Ego.
2-0 Alter Ego with the support of Codelwin as well here. Backstage. Good performance for Alter Ego, and they finally cracked that 6-loss streak. Definitely feels good for Alter Ego before Dewa. Their loss streak will continue from 6 to now 7. And their final match will be up against the Kings of Kings.
And with that, let's take an interview to our champs, Alter Ego. Bude Claramongstar, take it away.
Yang dinantikan, karena semuanya penasaran, kemana aja Alter Ego?
Ini apa, Bude?
Ini apa?
Kemenangan. Setelah
habis
6
menang
kali.
ada ini emang.
Loh, udah lama ya?
Udah lama, lupa soalnya.
Sama.
Ini fitur baru, bukan ya?
Enggak kok,
Oh,
udah
enggak.
lama.
Udah lama banget nggak ngerasain begini.
Betul, 6 match. Berapa minggu? Bude kira Alter Ego absen nggak ke MPL?
Nggak tahu. Awkward banget rasanya, udah lama gak interview.
Ya gimana ya, kita ngobrol aja kali ya.
Di YouTube aku mau.
Podcast.
Di YouTube.
Boleh, tapi menarik akhirnya merasakan kemenangan setelah sangat-sangat lama nggak merasakan kemenangan. Gimana rasanya?
Jokes fresh banget lagi tuh, jangan deh. Rasanya senang, alhamdulillah. Nggak ada. Alhamdulillah senang.
Senang?
Iya.
Sampai berteriak nggak? Ada yang sampai terharu nggak tadi?
Nino.
Oh Nino terharu sampai ya?
Tadi pas kelar match kita hitung 1, 2, 3 teriak nice gitu.
Bareng-bareng ya?
Bareng-bareng.
Ada 1, 2, 3-nya dulu ya?
Ada 1, 2, 3-nya dong.
Oke, dan pada akhirnya 2-0 dapetin kemenangan melawan Dewa kali ini. Ini dua-duanya kan sama-sama di ujung tanduk. Gimana sih untuk bisa tetap tenang? Kalian tenang nggak sih ngomong-ngomong?
Dibilang tenang lumayan sih Bude. Nggak mikirin playoff lah, nggak penting. Yang penting kita menang aja di sisa match.
Yes, karena kalian menang terus pun harus bergantung juga dengan yang
Betul.
lain.
Betul.
Betul, itu betul sekali.
Betul.
Nah, kalau ngelihat hari ini juga mungkin pada penasaran juga. Tas akhirnya bisa mainin linknya. Lala. Linkmu kamu pakai. Apakah ini Tas lagi mode apa sih?
Sebenarnya udah pernah pakai juga sih lawan BTR, emang mungkin nggak kelihatan main aja lah ya.
Iya.
Sorry,
Menangnya
kalau
baru
nggak
sekarang.
kelihatan.
Menangnya baru sekarang, Tas.
Iya.
Berat gak sih ini untuk minggu-minggu ini?
Maksud
untuk...
Bude? Enggak ya? Bukan.
Enggak.
Pai, sabar dulu sih, Pai.
Perjalanannya.
Sabar aja.
Perjalanannya untuk Tas bersama dengan alter ego.
Sebenarnya nggak berat sih, cuman ya harus dilewatkan kan.
Harus dilewati. Ya. Nah, ngomong-ngomong juga nih ya, Bude lihat di layar tadi, ada yang spesial hari ini. Apakah kemenangan kalian udah digembleng sama Kodelwin di belakang? Adakah? Wah.
Enggak sih, Kodelwin paling baik lah pokoknya. Paling baik.
Oke, baik ketas sama kamu tadi wah. Apa tuh, Pai?
Baik ke yang lain aja sih. Baik. Ya digembleng lah pasti sama Kodelwin lah.
Apa yang Kodelwin katakan sampai kalian jadi ganas.
Turun
2-0. Wow, langsung kebakaran. Dan udah pura-pura gak denger aja. Gak denger.
Enggak, cuman bilang never give up aja sih.
Never give up?
Ya itu aja sih.
Be yourself and never give up.
Enggak dong, enggak ada be yourself, never surrender. Never give up aja sih dari Kodelwin, ya.
Gitu.
Iya.
Dan itu yang kalian lakukan?
Ya, setiap hari itu yang kita ingat, never give up.
Tapi menarik di mana kalian benar-benar sebenarnya match-match sebelumnya itu kita ngeliat kayak ini hampir menang. Gitu gak sih? Kalian ngerasa hampir menangnya itu berasa gak?
Wah, ini
jawab.
Makan gaji buta gini dia diam-diam aja.
Jawab dong.
Bilang hampir menang, nggak tahu sih Bude, soalnya kalah mulu kan kita.
Oh, jadi finalnya aja ya?
Iya, soalnya kan hampir menang juga nggak menang Bude. Jadi ya nggak kerasa lah hampir menangnya.
Ada apa sih? Kenapa sih nggak menang-menang?
Kenapa ya? Ini sih mungkin kehilangan identitas kita ya sih.
Identitas alter ego yang seperti apakah?
Waduh. Ya identitas alter ego lah, hilang gitu aja.
Apa tuh identitasnya?
Udah Bude, nangis dia nangis nanti. Dia nggak bisa ngomong di depan, nangis nanti dia.
Jawab dong, bantuin rahasia apa Nino gitu. Kan kalian yang
Nino, nangis dia.
sepuh.
Dia suka nangis soalnya kalau di interview gitu.
Kenapa Bude?
Kalau kamu ngerasain kenapa sih? Nggak menang-menang padahal, minggu pertama ini alter ego nih menang mulu. Habis itu,
Gak menang-menang ya mungkin lupa cara hancurin base musuh aja sih.
Ya ampun.
Iya, jadi kalah terus kan.
Oke.
Itu aja sih paling.
Akhirnya siapa yang ngingetin tuh?
Yang ngingetin ya sebenarnya diri sendiri masing-masing gitu. Gak bisa diucapin pakai ucapan teman, harus sadar dari diri sendiri gitu. Memperbaiki diri dulu lah, kayak gitu-gitu.
Udah versi yang lebih baik kah?
Lebih baik banget. Lebih baik banget. Banget.
Gimana tuh caranya? Ada yang ngasih tahu? Siapa atau?
Caranya ya itu diri sendiri.
Apa yang kamu lakukan kepada dirimu, Nino? Ayo. Penasaran deh.
Cari motivasi aja sih, haus motivasi. Soalnya kan ya tipikal Nino orang yang butuh-butuh dibakar gitu loh. Semangatnya.
Gitu.
Ya.
Apa Apa kurang dikata-katain gitu atau kurang
dikata-katain mah itu makanan sehari-hari sih Bude. Jadi kayak gak berasa gitu, mungkin harus cari motivasi aja sih.
Motivasi.
Iya.
Udah dapat sekarang?
Udah dapat.
Semuanya udah dapat nih?
Udah dapat harusnya.
Udah, Rasi udah?
Dijawab,
Rasi belum
udah
jawab.
udah dapat.
Untuk Nino, Rasi udah? Udah dapat? Motivasinya udah dapat. Ini masih ada sisa 2 match, masih ada chance kok untuk Alter Ego.
Udah dapat sih. Ya itu. Udah.
Nyapu bersih last match?
Amin. Semoga ya.
Kalau enggak?
Waduh.
Ada ini enggak? Kita bisa menang terus asal ada asalnya enggak? Kalau
Udah Bude, udah kita lanjut ngobrol di belakang aja ya.
Oh gitu ya?
Iya, udah lama banget nih, awkward banget nih. Nggak tahu nih rasanya kayak begini gimana. Yang penting buat Alter Champs kita tetap dukung kita karena kita pasti bakal ngelakuin yang terbaik buat di sisa match ya. Gitu aja Bude.
Gitu aja?
Ya.
Belum boleh closing belum?
Belum boleh ya?
Mau tanya ke Tas lagi, mau tanya ke Tas.
Oh boleh.
Belum, nggak bisa, tidak bisa. Tas, ini karena kalian 2-0, cepet banget lagi. Linknya tadi level 15 paling cepet pula. Nah, Tas, ini nextnya habis ini mantan timu. Biasa kamu ngerasain mungkin derby klasik dari Tas. Lalu sekarang kamu hanya bisa menonton pertarungan untuk derby klasik ini. Gimana kamu ngelihat, mungkin kita tanya dulu, prediksi kira-kira junglernya bakal siapa nih untuk RRQ?
Udah pasti gue prediksi temen gue sih yang main Versik.
Akan debut di season 13? Fix.
Harusnya.
Kenapa tuh, kenapa?
Gue dikasih mimpi sih Bude.
Wow.
Ya.
Mimpinya gimana? Muncul, Tas aku akan main gitu.
Ya.
Oke.
Muncul muka Versik gitu, bayang.
Muncul muka Versik di bayangannya Tas.
Ya.
Oke, apakah itu akan menjadi jawaban RRQ untuk mengalahkan Evos atau Evos punya sesuatu yang bisa untuk mengalahkan RRQ nih nanti? Siapa yang bakal menang, Tas?
Karena dia dari temen gue cuman Versik, gue dukung Evos dah. Ini seharusnya Evos menang ya.
Berapa tuh skornya kalau dari Tas?
5-0.
Wow, best of berapa tuh ya guys? Oke, tapi ini kemenangan baru pertama dari 6 match kita nggak ketemu. Yang Pai udah sampaikan, cukup? Ada yang mau nyampein sesuatu lagi nggak sih? Tas?
Gak ada.
Nanti ya, kalau menang lagi ya kita ngobrol lagi ya.
Itu boleh tuh.
Oke, ditunggu ya ngobrol-ngobrol bersama Budi di panggung MPL. Dan itulah dia kemenangan setelah 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gak ketemu. So Caster, apa yang terjadi? Keajaiban dari mana Alter Ego bisa menang? Silahkan Caster.
I forgot how it feels to watch a Alter Ego interview, and I had a lot of
Even
fun,
they forgot,
honestly.
it seems, at the start of it. Pai was
They
like,
were
wait,
like
you get
awkward.
interviews?
Is this a new feature?
Yeah. Turns out it's not, you know.
That was the whole joke.
They just haven't been winning. Six losses, unfortunately.
I mean, BCM, Bude Claramonster was saying like, yeah, I was wondering, where is Alter Ego? I haven't interviewed them in a long time. How many weeks has it been? It's been a while.
It's like,
did
Alter Ego get kicked out? That was her joke?
Okay.
It's like, that was fun. That was a fun interview.
That was really fun. It's always
Mirko
fun.
will translate it to you on his story after this game.
That is false advertising. I will not.
He said he will. So you guys can ask him. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen.
What was he doing?
He was jumping around like a champ. The champ that he is. Player of the match, Rasi. On the Grok, on the Ruby.
He looks quite different without the glasses, I must say.
That's
but yes,
true.
Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It's Rasi with 0 deaths and a great performance. We've seen his aggressive prowess, and in this game, technically, we saw both the aggression and the defense. When he's able to just stifle all the dives coming in towards Nino and still find times to go for that aggressive arm offended and make the plays when it counts. It's almost like a very calculated amount so that it's just, it's great. It's not overdone. It doesn't seem like he's pressured to really try and make plays all the time.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's just, I'm really impressed because how is Arashi casting and playing at the same time, right? Because like Rossi.
This is Rossi.
It's Arasi.
It's not Arasi?
No.
No,
It
no.
is. His real name is Arasi.
But this is Arashi.
There's an H there, Mirko.
She.
Oh.
Yeah,
spelling.
it's okay.
All this time I thought you've been casting and playing Arasi. Rossi. Yes.
Yes, that thing.
Arashi.
But look at his play though. It was just so late into the hard guard, and yet they were just so desperately trying to run down the members of Alter Ego. A bit forced at that point. That's the kind of moments where Arasi is waiting for the right time to go in. What is he? Look at Drian, man. It's just so sad that every single time he goes in, he just gets nuked immediately. And Nino isn't even playing like super safe. But even then, none of Dewa are able to really get to him and really force him to play super defensive.
I like how the barrier was placed down there, and then Drian was like, "You're stuck in here with me." And then Nino's like, "Nah, you."
No, you. Nah, I'll win. Man, at this point, it's a proper front to back. No real dive threats, no assassins, no big fighters that can just jump into the back to really zone Nino away. Against a Natan at that point, it's just an extremely uphill battle, and Dewa just could not keep up.
Yeah, I just don't understand why they went for Angela mid. That just didn't sit well with me. Like, one of the keys to victory for Alter Ego, which they literally experienced themselves from game number 1, was that mid trio prio. And then with Angela, Drian couldn't be as aggressive because he had to help clear with Angela in the mid lane. And even if Drian is going for the offense, Angela is having really a hard time to go for the clear, and then the rotations just get really behind, and then Alter Ego is able to dominate side lanes. It was just so weird to me. Like, why did they go for Angela mid?
You want to know the real mistake? Picking Angela and Grok in the first phase. That's the real mistake. Because I think the Angela mid could still work, but why take away the entire point of having an Angela in the first phase when you can utilize the flex pick? You pick the Angela straight into the Grok. Dude, that's basically saying, and without the ban onto Valentina, that's basically saying, hey, you want 2 good ultimates to choose from? You want 2 game-changing ultimates to choose from, and we won't be able to capitalize on it fully as well? Sure. Take it.
Yeah.
Because Angela Grok, not banning Valentina, and also taking away your own flex potential. And then picking up the Baksha, and then I get the CC, because it's the combo with the Angela, but it just seems like at that point they were like, all right, what does good with the Angela? And then they pick up heroes in a website that say are good comboed with the Angela.
Heroes can have great potential with the hard guard.
But the matchup is just what? The matchup, right? It's then they proceed to pick up the carry as well because it's completely banned out everything else in the last part. But K's was 0, 0, and 0 this game.
I'm wondering what could have had a different pick maybe, considering that the fight ends up being a bit of a front to back. Even then though, if Watt goes for something that's a bit more playmaking heavy, let's say they're banking on it being a full front to back and they go for something like a Melissa or something like an Ixia, Alter Ego have their bases covered by going for the Yutong. They have something that can just dive in the back line that Dewa United don't have in exchange to try and go for Nino. And of course, Krite on the Valentina, I think he played a great lane here to really just shut down the spam ability of the Angela and all that.
In the interviews, Alter Ego said that they were super hyped.
Okay.
Let's see how hyped they were in the comms with the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Aman.
Udah tamat gue guys, ayo.
Boleh, saya fokus surangin ya. Itu baksianya nggak ada roda guys.
Gua tarik jauh baksianya.
Nice banget.
Lord.
Kucitin lagi Baksia.
Nice, no.
Lordnya bro.
Ada orang nih.
Sabar.
Baksianya nggak main.
Aman, Lord aja. Udah.
Cukup.
Reset lagi gua di
Mid kah guys?
Mid.
Main kalem aja.
Dia mau defend mid juga sih itu. Nah, awatnya di mid tuh.
Ulti Grok.
Groknya ulti tuh.
Makanya Groknya nice. Nggak ada roda.
Olin aja no.
Olin
cabut ya, nggak perang ya.
Ya.
Dia mau coba masuk. Cici udah ulti.
Awas, sekali ulti.
Cabut.
Kasih dia chest.
Cabut.
Ya, hajar depan aja nih. Cycle orang.
Kita menang.
Lihat Baksia ya.
Makan nih Baksia. Boleh. Gua di
Grok udah ulti.
Gua Winter.
Ulti belakangnya.
Gua tarik depan 2 Eno.
Iya, depannya dulu.
Tarik tuh carry. Nice!
Nice
banget guys. Itu dia Lono.
Nino.
So they were calculated and, level-headed until that final moment when they were able to get the base and then they started screaming. All right.
Very delayed. Nice
All
from
right.
Nino, though.
Did you see him like lock it in? He didn't just go like, nice. He went, nice.
Yeah, he had to like reload. There was a charge up there.
Nino's the
man.
youngest on the team, right? Is he still the youngest on the team?
I think it might be Taz now.
Oh, Taz is the youngest now.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
I think Taz is like 18. He's a young
But
boy.
Nino is still the baby of the group.
Technically.
For sure.
Yes.
I guess. I mean, personality-wise, he seems like
Yeah.
that cheery little kid.
That the rest need to take care of.
Kinda. Little bro vibes.
Bro vibes.
Yeah, bro vibes.
Why?
Little bro vibes.
Because I
Why are you
actually...
smiling?
What?
I don't get it.
What do you mean?
Why are you smiling?
Bro vibes.
Why is he smiling in a sus way?
What?
Did I say something?
I don't know. Maybe
I
it's because
think-
you're not talking about the obvious here.
Yeah, I think I was just thinking of, Indomart, Red Tree discount, 15,000 IDR. I was just getting really excited because I wanted to get groceries. But hey, you caught me red-handed. MPL Belanja Click is something you guys can use as well. I was about to just use it myself and not share it with you guys so that I can get the promos and you can't. But she caught me red-handed. Nerd.
He's stingy.
Kinda, very.
So if you want to know about it, don't forget to use the code. It's
The
right
code?
down there. MPL Belanja Click.
Click.
If you don't know how to spell it, it's right there.
Right there.
And you can utilize it to get a promo code of 15,000 rupiah discount.
Discount.
Amazing. So don't forget to become a member, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it amazing or is it awesome?
It's awesome for everyone, but you know what is also awesome for everyone?
No, I don't know.
You don't?
I don't. What is it?
You chugged it last week.
I have bad memory.
Okay, so look to your right,
Okay.
look below.
Okay.
What do you see? Not you, you left.
Oh.
You look to your left.
I look left.
Are we
Yeah.
talking about this?
Yes.
The Ice Palm S Latte?
Mm-hmm.
About this?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks absolutely refreshing, I must say.
And it is, because Point Coffee is a freshly made coffee drink served by the best baristas in the world with 100% authentic Indonesian coffee beans. You guys can enjoy coffee, frappes, and other fresh drinks with the legendary flavors. You can even call it mythical at this point. So don't forget to find Indomart Point Coffee because it's everywhere.
So why did you find it if it's everywhere?
It's everywhere.
Because you still need to go to the store.
still need to walk.
Right? You still need to walk. But
it's everywhere.
Unless you use the Indomart app.
Click Indomart, get your Point Coffee, get anything through the Click Indomart app, and also those discounts as well. But Eterna, I think it's enough for now.
Why?
Because we have a big match coming. And it's the Classic Derby that we have next.
Numero. How do you say 31 in Spanish?
I don't know.
I shouldn't have started that
you
way.
really shouldn't.
I shouldn't. Well,
Just number 31.
the 31st. No, 31st.
Numero 31.
Tres unos.
That is not-
Classical derby. You know, I don't know how it works, but I'm trying my best. Okay.
Somebody put in the
just
chat,
give us
please.
a credit. Just give us
Please.
credit a little bit. Okay. Okay. Let me do it again. The
Okay.
Tres Unos' classical derby, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. In this epic battle, will RRQ or will it be Evos Legends or Glory now to be able to win it out? Any predictions?
No.
No predictions?
You know.
All right, you guys need to get ready. We need to get ready. Don't forget to get your snacks because this is the momentous moment that we have been waiting for. And with that, we're gonna go to a break. We'll see you after. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. Tres Unos.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Better.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mengabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
같지가 않은가요?
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이! 파워 게이다!
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya!
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
같이 가운가요?
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이! 나와! 게이다!
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik!
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya!
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mengabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik!
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
같지가 않은가요?
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Awas, Geisa.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang aja. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar degering, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang aja. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world. 지가 온다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이. 나와 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang ini kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang ini kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
行くぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin aja. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarnya.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar degering, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin aja. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang aja. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang aja. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang ini kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang ini kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Where?
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
같이 가는다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin aja. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya. Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Tabrak mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar degerings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin aja. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya. Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat.
Ini tentunya bakal makin asik kalau misalkan sebelum pertandingan kita ngobrol-ngobrol dulu. Apalagi ngobrolnya tuh biasanya mungkin sama para teman-teman yang datang ke sini, teman-teman yang mungkin jauh-jauh datang ya kan ke MPL Arena. Tapi sekarang kita kedatangan sosok guest star yang kebetulan nih kayaknya dari media nih. Waduh, ini boleh kenalan dulu dong kalau begitu. Mungkin dari Bang Felix aja kalau gitu.
Aku dulu.
Iya, kamu dulu.
Kalian aku Felix dari Upstation Media. Ya.
Kenalin, gua Maman dari media kecil halaman1.id.
Kecil, kayak ini ya,
Kecil.
kayak gayanya Anavel ya, kecil.
Iya.
Oh.
Kecil.
Ini kayaknya kalau misalkan dari jersey sih udah kelihatan ya, kayak yang mana dukung mana, yang ini dukung di sana, ya kan?
Iya, netral.
Wih.
Iya, netral.
Jadi netral nih?
Ini merepresentasikan aja, Be.
Wow, begitu. Karena kan kalau yang aku lihat ya, kemarin tuh emang kebetulan Halaman 1 sempat ngepost juga nih, prediksi untuk semua kru di MPL
Bener banget,
gitu.
bener.
Iya kan? Nah, sekarang gantian gak sih? Gimana kalau kalian yang ngeprediksi gitu loh? Untuk line up, kebetulan jersey-nya udah ada nih. Coba mungkin dari Maman dulu nih.
Dari Maman dulu,
Yang
oke,
ngepredik roster dari Evos Glory, siapa aja kira-kira yang turun?
Evos Glory?
Iya.
Kalau roster dari Evos Glory itu udah pasti junglernya adalah Anavel.
Anavel?
Ya, Anavel, terus Fluffy ya, lawan beratnya Flactzy, ingat itu. Terus juga mid lanernya ada Klaukun ya, Camat tapi
jimat?
Iya, betul sekali. Cakep B. Nah,
cakep.
Markmannya juga
cakep.
Brans. Harus Brans.
Oke.
Ya, dan tanknya adalah Dreams. Sudah jelas.
Dreams udah jelas. Roster yang solid ya.
Benar.
Yang bisa dibilang kalau dari mereka pertama kali naik 6-2 skornya tuh.
Betul.
Oke, sekarang gantian nih.
RRQ Hoshi.
RRQ Hoshi, siapa aja kira-kira yang bakal turun gunung di Derby
Sebenarnya
Classic?
aku ngelihat kalau mereka masih menerka-nerka ya. Cuma mungkin kalau dari Romer, Brusco.
Brusco, Romer.
XP tampaknya mereka akan kembali mempercayakan pada Banana.
Banana, oke. Banana.
Jungler pasti Irat.
Irat.
Pasti Irat. Mid lane ya?
Mid lane.
Mid lane Clay.
Clay, oke. Deden from Bogor. Gold laner?
Jelas lah, kan Skylar Sentries.
Skylar Sentries. Tapi emang ya kalau ngomongin soal Derby Classic kan banyak banget nih eranya. Mulai dari season ke season, pergantian jungler kita udah pernah ngeliat. Terus pergantian para pemain juga kita udah pernah ngeliat. Tapi kalau dari kalian berdua nih, kira-kira momen yang paling gak bisa dilupain tuh Derby Classic yang mana sih? Season berapa gitu loh?
Menurut gua Derby Classic yang terseru itu ya sudah jelas M1 sih. Grand Final M1 itu udah yang paling seru dan juga
Kalau untuk yang baru-baru ini ya, season 11 sih, yang di lower bracket.
Yang di lower bracket,
Iya, yang di lower bracket
season 11
4-3
ya.
tuh, yang RRQ dipulangin Evos itu terseru.
3-2 ya, comeback 3-2 ya.
Iya.
Oke, kalau dari Pak Felix.
Momen ikonik ya?
Memang ikonik yang mungkin kayak, wah gue gak bisa lupain ini.
Jelas Derby Classic season 9, regular season, Mia Lemon.
Mia Lemon, kayaknya juga gak bisa, apa ya kalau Derby Classic tuh pasti bakal diinget terus. Susah buat dilupain.
Kejutan. Jadi kalau mereka bisa, Mia bisa finishing, sebenarnya itu bisa wipe out kan. Cuma ya too bad lah, gagal backupnya kurang cepat datangnya jadi ya.
Kayak belum dapat momennya aja padahal itu bisa jadi momen ya. Oke, sebagai mungkin bisa dibilang closing statement nih. Kira-kira dari kalian prediksi skor untuk Derby Classic kali ini. Evos Glory, RRQ Hoshi berapa-berapa?
Dari siapa dulu nih? Dari gue dulu?
Dari Maman dulu?
Boleh. Prediksi untuk Derby Classic Leg 2 ini gua rasa ya Evos Glory menang 2-1. Karena Evos Glory ini pasti udah punya data buat ngalahin RRQ Hoshi. Kemarin kalah kan. Dan sekarang adalah pembuktiannya untuk mereka balas dendam gitu. Dan juga harusnya ya, harapan gue Lemon main sih.
Lemon main. Bahkan yang minta dari yang pakai jersey Evos nih.
Iya betul. Ya. Karena di season sebelumnya, season 11 dan season 12, Lemon main, Evos kalah. Dan pengen harusnya sekarang Lemon main, Evos bisa menang kan? Harusnya.
Bro.
Biar seru aja.
Bro bener-bener belajar 1000 bahasa tapi bro menyampaikan fakta ya. Menyampaikan data soalnya kan.
Benar. Ada di catatan gua.
Ada di catatannya. Oke. Dari Pak Felix.
Yang jelas sih game ketat ya, 3 game. Tapi ini wajib banget milih nih. RRQ Hoshi jelas. 2-1.
2-1 RRQ Hoshi, oke. Ada 2 pembeda di sini buat prediksinya. Kalau begitu sambil menutup sesi kali ini, gua mau kalian berdua toss dulu, ya kan? Sebagai simbolis juga untuk Viva Roll yang kemarin juga sempat collab tuh. Toss dulu.
Bener banget.
Sebelum memulai pertandingan Derby Classic. Silakan.
Silakan kita dukung asik tanpa toksik.
Wih, gokil. MPL Arena, kalau begitu selamat menyaksikan Derby Classic.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Sang Raja Hutan. Mari kita sambut pasukan macan di MPL Arena. Evos jadi gambaran tim dengan harapan yang tidak pernah putus. Memulai leg kedua dengan poin minus. Namun line up kemenangan ini perlahan tapi pasti membawa Evos ke jalan lurus menuju playoff. Kemenangan pun akan menjadi fokus. Match ini jadi kesempatan mereka mempertinggi peluang playoff sekaligus menjadi ajang balas dendam untuk kekalahan mereka atas RRQ di leg pertama. Inilah dia, pasukan Evos telah siap. Mereka akan memerangi RRQ di leg yang kedua. Dan mari kita sambut sang raja dari segala raja, RRQ Hoshi. Mereka telah hadir untuk memberikan pembuktian bahwa para raja memang memiliki mental baja. Berada di peringkat 7 bukan jadi alasan untuk mereka jatuh. Tahta mereka sedang terguncang, tapi strategi pasti sudah dirancang. Lalu, dari banyaknya roster yang telah berdatangan, siapakah line up yang akan dimainkan? Akankah sang tuan muda debut untuk melawan sang mantan?
Gue nggak expect kayak gini banget sih. Gue nggak pernah ngerasain kayak kalahnya terlalu banyak sampai kayak gini sih.
Mungkin kalau untuk progres tim RRQ ya, gue kebetulan gak ada di sana, jadi gue nggak tahu apa yang mereka perbuat. Tapi overallnya pasti semua butuh waktu sih, gak ada yang instan itu gak ada. Jadi ya kayak tergantung siapa cepat, dia yang beradaptasi dia yang bakal lebih cepat untuk naik lah bahasa performanya.
Ada dua faktor yang paling gede. Pertama udah pasti mentality, karena sebagian besar pemain yang sekarang itu kan muda-muda semua, jadi hitungannya roster muda yang masih butuh banyak pengalaman dan di atas stage masih kadang nervous, kadang gugup kayak gitu.
Kalau soal RRQ sekarang sih, kalau dilihat dari hasil poin regular season kan kita lagi di zona merah lah. Mungkin kita sedikit butuh penyesuaian dan kita pun lagi nyari roster yang terbaik buat yang main.
Royal Derby membuat RRQ makin terpuruk ke dalam dasar klasemen.
Kalau menurut gua kalau masalah line up itu siapapun yang main sama aja sih, tergantung kayak kita chemistry-nya siapa yang kuat aja sih. Kayak terus juga gimana cara kita mengeksekusi di gamenya, siapa yang lebih bagus. Pastinya dengan hasil scrim yang sangat baik, pasti ya dia yang main.
Menurut gua Derby Classic ini tidak terpengaruh sih sama performa kedua tim lagi gimana. Menurut gua yang namanya Derby Classic pasti ada sesuatu yang mengejutkan lah. Tadi sih kalau ngelihat kayak gini nggak tahu, kayaknya RRQ sih. Momennya seperti kayak Evos, jadi Evos kemarin lagi lost streak awal season, kemudian dia comeback dengan mencoba roster barunya. RRQ bisa mencoba itu lah kan. Setahu gua versi kembali apabila main, menurut gua gamenya bakal seru, bakal surprise, semua suka. Menurut gua RRQ sih kayak 2-1 ya, gua yakin.
Lumayan benar-benar penentuan siapa yang di atas, siapa yang di bawah. Jadi harusnya kayak suasananya itu panas banget harusnya all in lah di besok dari Classic. Kalau dilihat dari data sama yang udah kayak dari minggu kemarin, harusnya Evos lagi kuat banget. 2-1 lah biar seru.
Mungkin yang bisa bikin kami improve karena kami semua satu tim visi misinya sama. Kami cuma pengen try hard semua.
Ada yang bilang raja terakhir atau gimana, sama-sama makan nasi, lawan aja udah. Mau lawannya juara dunia 60 kali pun kayak kalau sama-sama makan nasi masih oke. Kecuali dia makan canai kan beda tuh.
Kalau harapan ke depannya biasanya kan gue kalau setiap season kan kayak wah gue ngejar upper bracket nih. Kalau untuk season ini gue ngejar playoff dulu lah. Bismillah gitu. Ditunggu aja ya kejutannya ke depannya kayak gimana. Pasti ya kalau yang main pasti itu yang terbaik harusnya.
Kurang-kurangin lah toksik lah, karena kan ini yang nonton bukan orang dewasa doang, ada anak kecil juga, ada orang tua, jadi kayak kita harus menjaga ekosistem juga lah. Di luar gamenya kan kita juga teman, antar player, antar pelatih gitu kan. Jadi menurut gue ya panas boleh panas, cuman tetap harus dijaga lah.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic ke-31. RRQ Hoshi akan bertemu kembali dengan Evos. Namun sekarang, Evos Glory tentu akan bersiap pula untuk membalaskan dendam mereka di leg yang pertama. Namun pembuktian pun bisa terjadi. Karena semuanya sudah berkumpul di MPL Arena untuk melihat seperti apa pertarungan dari kedua tim ini. Di MPL Arena begitu ramai, kedatangan dari super fans yang sudah nggak sabar untuk menyaksikan pertarungan epic dari keduanya. Namun sebelum kita melihat pertemuan mereka, tentu saja pertemuan ini bisa berlangsung karena adanya dukungan para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, Games Max, Ora Imo, dan juga Telkomsel. Bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, our government partner PBSI. Di MPL Arena Bude melihat wajah-wajah semangat nih ya. Nih Bude mau tahu sorak-sorainya untuk Derby Classic ke-31. Ini penting banget loh, match untuk keduanya. Ada yang berusaha untuk mendapatkan tiket playoff, ada juga yang berusaha untuk memperpanjang nyawanya. Jadi Bude mau teriakan sekeras-kerasnya. Kita coba dulu ya dari home team kita. Dari Evos fans, mana nih semangat untuk Evos Glory? Ulala, Evos Glory. Semangatnya sudah sampai mengguncangkan MPL Arena. Namun di sini RRQ kita mana semangatnya untuk tim RRQ Hoshi. Wow. Dengan baju Toskanya udah terlihat semuanya di sini. Ada baju hitam juga semuanya. Benar-benar membuat ramai. Namun tentu saja yang lagi ramai diperbincangkan tentang MPL, tentang Derby Classic ini adalah line up. Seperti apa line up-nya? Kita akan coba tanya nih ya. Dari sudut pandang para super fans yang udah hadir di MPL Arena. Bude Clara bakal langsung samperin nih. Ayo, ini siapa nih di depan di Samsung Zone? Ada abang siapa ya? Ini ada abang siapa, boleh ngobrol-ngobrol gak sih?
Kevin, Pak. Bude.
Abang Kevin?
Kevin, Bude.
Oke, boleh berdiri. Abang Kevin, ini gimana nih Derby Classic? Condongnya ke siapa nih?
Evos dong.
Oh udah kelihatan dari bajunya ya?
Iya.
Untuk Evos?
Evos.
Skornya?
2-0.
2-0. Tapi kalau ngomongin tentang pertemuan ini ya, kira-kira yang jungler akan dilawan oleh Evos siapa ya? Anavel lawan siapa nih?
Anavel lawan Versik sih.
Versik, kenapa Versik?
Biar ada perlawanan RRQ-nya.
Menarik jawabannya. Ingin dilawan oleh Versik. Sang tuan muda. Oke, terima kasih Bang Kevin. Ada lagi? Ada lagi yang bisa ditanya-tanya? Halo? Halo?
Halo Bude.
Yang ini mau jawab sama Bude. Derby Classic, semangat?
Semangat dong.
Dukung siapa?
Evos.
Evos juga. Kira-kira di sini Evos bakal ngelawan siapa aja sih dari RRQ? Bakal ngelawan siapa nih? Kan line up-nya masih tanda tanya nih RRQ. Kalau Evos memang line up-nya seperti itu. Nggak ganti-ganti lagi. Kalau RRQ kira-kira bakal lawan yang mana nih ya?
Kayaknya harapannya Versik main, Lemon main, Pin juga main. Biar seru aja Bude.
Biar seru. Ditunggu keseruannya ya dari Derby Classic ini. Oke, thank you. Selamat menyaksikan ya. Ditunggu teriakannya. Namun ada satu lagi tentu saja Bude akan langsung jalan-jalan menuju ke arah sisi kanan. Inilah dia dari Superfans. Dan kalau dari sini biasanya dari Kingdom ya. Halo. Halo. Boleh kita ngobrol? Halo kakak. Dukung siapa nih Derby Classic?
Dukung RRQ.
RRQ. Tapi kalau boleh predik-predik nih ya. Siapa yang kakak harapin main hari ini?
Pengennya sih Clay sama Versik sih.
Clay sama Versik, duet itu ya?
Betul.
Gimana? Kira-kira skornya berapa nih?
Kira-kira 2-1 sih.
2-1
lah.
Biar rame, biar seru ya.
Biar seru. Biar gamenya lebih panjang, jadi kita nontonnya lebih panjang.
Lebih panjang. Boleh, oke. Kalau ini tadi mintanya Versik sama Clay mungkin yang main. Akankah benar atau tidak? Kita nggak tahu. Thank you banget Kang. Selamat menyaksikan. Tapi memang kita melihat betapa semangatnya kedua super fans. Bude mau coba teriakannya sekali lagi ya. Semangatnya coba ya. Dari Kingdom dulu tuh kameranya udah bersiap. Kingdom, mana semangatnya? Kingdom begitu ramai. Namun Evos Fans, jangan bukal Evos Fans. So, MPL Arena sudah panas. Semua super fans sudah Master untuk memandu. Inilah dia Derby Classic ke-31. Will Evos' hard work pay off, or will RRQ make it to the playoffs? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the 31st Classical Derby between Evos Glory as well as RRQ Hoshi, or Rex Regum, the Kings of Kings. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, on the broadcast, on the English broadcast, we have me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And before we bring you the drama, the spice, and the action, we want to thank our sponsors first. Because MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Unit Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers, Inamart, Point Coffee, NeoQLED, Supersmart TV, plus Saturdays. And of course, thank you so much to our official government partner, PBESI, for making this happen. And leg number one, it was a solid victory by RRQ, winning 2-1. And that makes RRQ the victors of this particular derby, this derby that has gone since M1. So much history behind them, so much passion behind these two teams as well. And this would mark the 21st win if RRQ are able to win it.
It's been a crazy ride for both these teams, and technically, though Evos Glory have found more success thus far in Season 13, they are not safe yet. RRQ in a bit of a scarier place. They must win today to try to secure playoffs. Again, for Evos, 2 wins will secure them playoffs. For RRQ, 3 matches. They need 3.
This is the second match. We're going to have one more after this. But focusing now on this particular match, as we mentioned earlier, RRQ all the way in 7th in a desperate spot, but they do have multiple chances right here. But every single game that they play will count. And this one is no different, and in fact, it might be even more important considering where Evos Glory stands right here. If they win, they can immediately shoot up into the safe zone, and they have a chance at beating down their rivals and putting them in the precarious spot instead.
But with the net game win of RRQ at -4, if RRQ win this, do they fall below Aura or above Aura? It should be below Aura, right? Still?
I believe so.
Okay. Unless, of course, RRQ wins this 2-0, then they should be equal with Evos. What's the head-to-head like?
RRQ and Evos?
Yes.
Well, RRQ did win the first leg, so if they win this, then it'll give them much of a better chance later on. But you're right, actually, they might be above. Even if they're going to have the same standing.
But they have to win 2-0.
Oh, so the stakes for Eterna has just risen that much higher, ladies and gentlemen, back at home. Spicy.
It's all good.
It's all good for me.
Fine and dandy. We don't talk about that. We talk about this. Woo, the Classical Derby. Why is it called the Classical Derby? Because it's been here in this league for so long, ever since M1. We've seen several different varieties of this particular Classical Derby, and we'll start with the Legends era.
I mean, the highlighted roles here also differs. I mean, Sin and Juan back then, definitely legends in their own rights. And even Sin today is still active. A lot of people are still hoping that he comes back, but for now, it doesn't seem like that's a real possibility. The baby era as well shows again that the new generation can be a real threat. And the rise of the King era as well shows again that there can be changes, there can be flexibility. And now we are in the new era. I mean, it's been a long journey, and everything has just been working towards this very moment here.
So who will be playing today? For Evos Glory, we have Fluffy, Annabelle, Clock and Dreams, and Brand. So the standard 5, the ones that we're already accustomed to, but a lot of eyes, a lot of questions. For Rex, Reg, and Kaon, will we be seeing Lemon? Will we be seeing Clay today? Apparently, First Six back in the lineup for RRQ. Is he going to be the jungle for today? We'll see very soon, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh!
And there it is. First Six in the jungle, along with Clay, Finn in the roam, Skylar, as well as Dawn.
Vin is back as well. Wow, I heard they were back in the roster, but I didn't think they would be showing out this soon in a match of this magnitude.
The kingdom in ruins. The prince wounded. Who comes to save the kingdom? It's the captain alongside a very familiar face. Not of royalty, but of the jungle. A tiger, once a baby tiger, now fully fledged. As the Tiger King, Versik is back to help raise the banner. It's RRQ Hoshi!
Will it be enough? Are they the save and grace? Are they the answer to this pivotal moment in their career? Not just their career, but the entire history of their team for Rex, Regum, Kaon, and on the other side.
A team with one voice. A team that acts as one. The kings of the jungle have a traitor on the other side. And the rise for glory for Evos begins here. For it to pay off and for them to knock their bitter rivals out of playoffs. It's time for Evos Glory!
This is the final moment. Can Brand, can his experience, can he channel all that onto his fellow brethren and bring forth another win for the White Tigers?
Familiar faces on both sides of the teams. Now come the brains behind the entire operation. Can Coach Zaya win it in a 1v2 against the coach named after strategy himself and Caleb? Can he find a winning draft, a winning possibility with the new players, the new factors at his disposal? Only time will tell.
So many questions left unanswered here. But I'm honestly loving the dramatization of this particular match, seeing everything in black and white. Classic derby. And now we're back in full color. The 31st classical derby here, ladies and gentlemen. And we're gonna see the battle of the younglings. We have Annabelle on one side and Versik on the other.
Total control rate is in favor of Annabelle, and so is the Lord control rate. We have to see if Versik can bring his signature style. Is it gonna be utility? Is it gonna be assassins? We've seen him perform on both, but so has Annabelle. Now it's such a pivotal moment. Can Versik muster every single bit of skill he has here to get one leg up over Annabelle and get his team that dominance, that power in the jungle that they so desperately require to pull through, to pull ahead of Evos Glory?
Back in the day when Versik was in the lineup for RRQ, they actually held one of the highest neutral objective takes of the season. So despite their performance being up and down, they were still able to hold that. Now, can they do the same thing? Can they replicate that same success?
And looking at the positions in the standings where they usually are when they meet, since Season 4, RRQ has never entered this matchup on the back foot below. Technically, they did get a victory the last time both these teams collided. But now with the situations flipped over, can RRQ fight the backwards battle to try and get something here when Evos has so much momentum going for them?
It's the complete opposite as well for Evos Glory, entrusting one lineup. Since the change of the entire Holy lineup, even after a loss to RRQ with that Holy lineup, they've entrusted Brands to take over the gold lane position over Natco. And since then, they have only lost to Geekfam. They've won against the likes of ONIC, Bigatron. Meanwhile, for RRQ, it's the complete opposite. They've had to swap rosters here and then, and even today, a new lineup. We'll see if they can replicate the Evo success with this lineup that we have today.
We're gonna take a look at their match history from MPL ID Season 12 between both of these teams. And as you can see,
It looks like RRQ have dominated most of it. A 4-time win streak. We get a back-to-back victory for Evos in Season 11. MPL ID regular season earlier on in week number 3. But after that, it was back to RRQ. And I like that Miracle mentioned that because the last time they met, when RRQ were able to win 2-1, it was Napco in the gold lane. Now, with Brand stepping in with his skills, his mechanics, his fortitude, as well as his experience, can we expect perhaps a different outcome going against Skylar?
It's definitely a different animal, but the same beast for Evos. Now RRQ making modifications of their own. If we look at the track record, every time RRQ pull up a crazy swap, usually success do follow. But against the consistency and how well Evos are performing and how diverse their strategies have been and who can carry the game and who can really gain momentum, this is going to be one that's going to be so much more difficult for RRQ to prevail in.
There's just so many highlighted things that we can talk about, but ladies and gentlemen, let's focus on the drafting phase first. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. We have Evos on blue side, RRQ on red. Nathan, Claude, and Valentina going to be banned out from the side of Evos, respecting Skylar's potential already with a back-to-back Nathan and Claude ban. RRQ though, Faramis, Matilda, and Angela. Harith has been left open, and that is an easy pickup for Brands himself.
Instant secure on the Harith, a power pick that doesn't really have any real counter so far. To make things worse, in the hands of Brands, this can very easily be an aggressive Harith. With the right backup, he can snowball out of control and really shut down RRQ. That's a very costly pick to let open. What will they pick in response to it? Is it even worth it?
Well, the Lo Yi is something that we have seen find so much success in the last few weeks after the patch. But like Arashi mentioned, like Arashi questioned as well, is it worth it? Is it worth letting go of such a hero? Harith, we've seen so many ways where a lot of teams have left this pick open to counter with the Esmeralda, did not work, to counter it with the Lunox, to counter it with the Minzathar. And still, this hero remains unbeatable to most. But there is a team who's been able to beat the Harith. It was ONIC game 1 with CW on the Brody. That was the only case in MPL ID where a team was able to overcome the power of the Harith.
So that being said, that sure is a possibility for Skylar to pick up the Brody. Still left open, but we will see the next picks coming in from Evos first. We have the X-Borg as well as the Barats. Signature pick for Fluffy on the X-Borg. And now RRQ, do they want to take in the Brody first before it gets banned out in the second phase?
Considering how this seems to be playing out, it's not the worst of ideas. Having a strong gold lane can help out with how aggressive they want to be with the diversion that the Lo Yi can bring as well. It is an option, and if it's not explored now, it's going to be so difficult later on, but it's going to be a Paquito first. An aggressive pick, most likely in the hand of Dawn right here, up against an X-Borg. Quite the skill matchup, but now Evos can have ways to really deny even more gold laners. For RRQ, you have to wonder what exactly is the plan here. With 2 more bans left, is it going to be used for the mid lane, for the roam?
It's a big question right now. I mean, technically, some sort of flex here for Evos as well with the Barats, but technically with the X-Borg already, it should be an X-Borg XP, Barats in the jungle, and a Harith in the gold lane. Same thing goes to RRQ with the Fredrin and Paquito and the Lo Yi. We all know where they're going, and for RRQ, it makes it a lot easier to target that mid lane down. Clockhood has been one of the key factors as to how Evos Glory get that mid-game power spike and take games over with heroes such as the Valentina and Novaria. Well, we have a quote from former Evos legend.
From Emperor. If you look at the recent performance of both teams, my prediction is 2-1, Evos will win. Now the question is that a prediction or is that support coming in from him? I mean, technically you can argue that with a new RQ lineup, then perhaps he's overlooking that Maybe chemistry is not yet there, but he shouldn't have known the lineup.
Minotaur.
Right, I mean, I guess that's just how much faith he has in his team right now. With the Minotaur band as well, though, seems like RRQ are still trying to go for a fight, and they want to avoid all these big card control tools. But against this global presence, you know, we've seen that Carmilla be a great counter for teams who want to just collide and go in aggressively. Unlike a chip, though, the Loi can be a bit more flexible, so that is something that maybe RRQ might be baiting Evos into thinking.
So we saw a comment from Emperor earlier on. Let's see a comment from a former Rex Regum Machaon player. I believe RRQ can win. We need this victory. Let's go. Full support from everyone. But back to the drafts. Helkert has actually been left open. Might we see that come through? We've seen Evo starting to experiment with their drafts. Maybe not so much for RQ, but they go in for the Franco. So they're really betting that they can go for pickoffs with the Luo Yi, with the Franco too. It's a signature hero for Vin as well.
I think it's going to be a different way to play the Franco. I think this Franco will be played by utilizing the flank potential of the Luo Yi. Because usually we expect Francos to land hooks. Sure, he can do that in the early game, but towards the later stage, Hereth is probably going to have Purify. Barats has a built-in anti-CC and X-Borg. I don't know if you want to really hook the X-Borg. The Vexana there as well to cancel out the Bloody Hunt ASAP in case anyone does get hit by that suppression. And the last pick, Tigreal. But will we see that Helkert? Will we see something new for RRQ? They need a gold laner. I don't think so.
Exactly.
And what gold laner fits here? In a proper team fight, it doesn't seem like there's any real good picks to really combat Evos. They gotta rely on some kind of snowball or some kind of big AoE. No, it's gonna be a Roger. They're just banking on full-on aggression. Technically 3 fighters, 1 hook, 1 suppression, and a diversion. Will that be enough to take down the Tigers though? It all depends on the execution.
It's peculiar, right? Because if they really wanted to commit to that early game snowball pickoff strat, I would have thought that maybe a Brody could have worked better. I think you made a face earlier. What are your thoughts on the Roger?
Well, you know, the Roger pick is the safest pick there, right? Technically, you can also go for the carry, but you need a bit more range, you need a bit more survivability. The Brody pick, though, okay against the Hereth, it's too risky to pick up for RRQ here. There's a Tigreal. Bad part about Brody is you're kind of forcing the flicker, and if you go for that up against a Tig, you're free food for Evos. And right now, we just have to see the lineup rating. Skylar, a very risky battle spell, no Purify.
So even then, he doesn't go for the Purify. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The decisions have been made. The compositions have been set. Welcome to game number 1 of the second classical derby of MPL ID.
Welcome to
season
Mobile
13.
Legends.
As we just get straight into game number 1, Evos versus Rex Regum Machaon.
I'll tell you one thing, in this early game, Vin has a lot of work to be doing, man. He cannot be passive. He needs to try and make this Franco work better than any time before right here against a composition that will be able to be so dominant in a team fight. Seems like early aggression is what RRQ are attempting to use, but to what end? Which lane will they prioritize? That is the main question here that maybe Evos need to try and consider as well. Look at the battle spells. No Purifies for both teams. Quantum Charge and Skylar though, does seem like he's going to be playing it more of a standard style. Vin with the focusing mark, of course, will be looking to try and augment that damage. The rest of the emblems here by GameSmack showing Brands with a tenacity, knowing that he's going to be one of the main targets. Inspire for an extra bit of cooldown reduction, for more mobility, more shields, more outplay potential. Same thing can be said for Kwakun, whose job here, I think, is going to be all defensive crowd control and letting Dreams do his thing as the main engager for the side of Evos.
A lot of eyes placed on the Roger pick, on the Franco pick as well. But one thing that is special, that is kind of poetic for RRQ's Clay, is this pick that he's on was the very pick he used to knock RRQ out in the Season 7 playoffs, day number 1. And it was his signature pick before joining RRQ, back with Genflix's Aerowolf on this Luo Yi.
That's actually pretty good insight there. And talking about the Luoyi, I think the Luoyi and the Franco, they also have a little bit of a loophole in the early game. Why? Because they're not dependent on that level 4 power spike. Look at that damage already coming through. Vin, level 1, already has the Iron Hook. So in theory, they do have a lot of power, but Dreams is not letting it come through easily as they both collapse now on the next neutral objective.
The burst that you have with the Paquito and the Luoyi already seen through the Faraga armor taken out completely. RQ looking for an angle to join in. Dreams instantly with a flicker and the implosion. It's an Eternal Guard. They shove him in. Not a miss of it all. It's first blood over to Evos. It's everything to Evos. And Don will have to just punch the Eternal Guard. Dreams with a double. Clockhood with a double. A disaster for RRQ.
That's essentially a wiped out 4v4, 4 members taken out. This early on, the fact that they were able to level all their resources, that CC was so overwhelming that RRQ, without any purifies, unable to respect that CC, unable to get out of that engage either.
I mean, it was decisive, but it just wasn't. Look at the time prediction by Mirko, though. What is that supposed to mean, Mirko?
I am not allowed to bless, nor am I allowed to curse. This is a classic derby, okay? I shall not interfere.
Everyone's looking at him as well in the arena. But yes, Arashi, keep going.
I feel like right now RRQ, they gotta win in the setup as well. They've already shown that they have better burst. They do have tools here to really gain success, but especially with that Franco pick, they gotta start off a fight off a hook, man. They can't walk in like that and allow Dreams to be the proactive one. They picked up 2 kills in that fight, and Clockun picked up the rest. Against a Vexana and Tigreal, you gotta be a bit further away, but look at this secret play.
Body Hunt cancelled by the shove from Dreams, no implosion yet. An RQ, an Iron Hook over Dreams! Finds an implosion to find them all! And now Brands goes wild in the back, finds a trade. It's roll for roll, but look at the rest of Evos who are coming back onto him. Skylar with a flicker, now in Lycan Pounce will still be caught in the Eternal Guard and stopped down by Annabelle.
Goosebumps. That instant turnaround, that counter engage coming in from Evos was brilliant. Amazing implosion by Dreams, being able to buy some time as well, and the follow-up from the rest of the members. The synchronization that Evos are currently displaying, that is what was so concerning about RRQ with this new lineup.
RRQ, they're trying to be creative and catch Evos off guard, but Evos just seem prepared for everything. They told us welcome.
Annabelle with a chop down onto Vin, throwing him in, and my goodness! Say goodbye to Vin. Brands with his own Nizamon force in the back. Don. Fersic trying to follow up. Don just needs one more shot and finds it onto Clockhood. Clay gonna be melted down by the likes of Brands and Fluffy. In a turtle. It's gonna be Dreams who locks him down, but Fersic somehow is able to steal it away. Now Dreams with a knock up, and Fluffy blows him up with the last insanity.
They got the neutral objective RRQ, but at what cost? They're just throwing bodies at Evos again and again. It's a better performance with Dawn going for the flank, denying Clock and taking him out. But they gotta plan further as Dreams makes another play.
Knocks him up, no implosion thus far. Skylar with a Lycan Pounce, but Brands is just going ham. A Bloody Hunter cancel out the dashes, but it's not gonna help Skylar to escape. It will still just be a 1-for-0 as Annabelle looks to go up top. An Iron Hook or Dreams, but now with Annabelle stopping him down. Deaton is welcome, a chop down, and now it will be Vin again, taken out for the 4th time in this game. Dreams will not even be traded back, and RRQ are on the back foot.
Dreams is popping off here in game number 1, a 2-0-6 so far. And you can already see that he's been helping Brand so well, already with a Starlium sight.
And even here, the mid lane turret gets taken out as well. Almost everyone on the side of Evos, including Dreams, nearing a 1k gold advantage. Clockun with Chat Talisman is just going to be spamming those spells out. So in a big fight, I feel like now RRQ, they have to go for the isolated fights, the real legitimate pickoffs. Even in skirmishes 3v3, 4v4, I don't feel like they have the tools necessary to really come out on top here.
I mean, essentially they still have Clay's diversion, right? It hasn't been utilized too much so far. It feels like they're using the diversion as a response to Evos' footprints. They're like playing into the tempo of the White Tigers and not vice versa.
seems like they're just adapting and moving according to what Evos is doing. Again and again, even with the diversion, they're always one step behind, and Evos are always the ones already in place, already set up for a neutral objective take or a pick-off again and again. With Vin finding information right here, they're so far behind. I don't know if they still want to go for a fight. 5k gold behind here.
Diversion play into the midst of it all. Vin with a flicker on the bloody hunt, but he's all alone. Now isolated and taken down for the 5th time in this game. RRQ will find nothing with that.
It's looking really bleak for RRQ right now, but Evos just coming into the jungle uncontested. No one able to stay in the front. Worried about Dreams just catching them with the implosion, and even Clay, the strong mid laner with a lot of damage output, is now zoned away by the potential of just the full-on dive coming in from Evos.
He's falling too far behind. I guess in terms of damage, it's not quite there yet. If I'm not mistaken, he only has one item. I think it was the Enchanted Talisman. But of course, the displacement, the utility that it offers does still help. But the damage is no longer there. That loophole in the early game, it's past. Evos Glory are already sitting at a 6,000 gold lead in 8 minutes. Talk about snowball.
And their composition doesn't make it any easier for RRQ. An X-Borg that has a second life, a Tigreal that can counter-engage, the jungler that can have a crowd control immunity. There are very limited options RRQ have right here that if they really want to go for a pick-off. They have to find Brands who's positioning very, very well with a lot of outplay potential, shielding, and mobility, or they have to get the Clockun who's in the back. And if they just send everyone to try and send out damage to Clockun, then the backline gets absolutely decimated by the frontliners, the fighters of Evos, who are ahead in gold, who will do a lot more damage.
You can even see in terms of gold, right? Brand's number 1, 7k already. What was the last item? So already has 3 items.
Right. So, man, it's going to be so difficult for RRQ to find anything right here as Evos, once again, they're just contesting everything and they're still building up for an insane snowball. With Brands getting the Blood Wings as well, he's going to be even more tanky. I don't think even if he gets hooked, his team won't be able to save him.
Oh no, Brand still gets the buff as well.
And that's the big concern right now for RRQ with that Franco pick, right? They all technically have ways. Heck, Brands, the guy we expected to bring Purify, even doesn't even care about the Iron Hook. He knows that the tanky members in the front will be enough to take the Iron Hook, and that's what Fluffy's doing already now, zoning Vin away. It's burning him down, melting him down, and Skylar is in the bottom lane, so they are technically forced to concede. Versick in the bush right now. Versick, no, he's not able to steal it, but he dodges away from the shove. Brands now with the Zaman Force, Versick with the top, and now gets brought back by the missiles and chopped down by Annabelle. Fluffy burns him down, and RQ lose their jungler.
Skylar trying to do what he can in the bottom side of the map. He should be able to get that turret.
No way.
He doesn't?
Wait, it's so low. It should be taken out by the cannon minion. It's standing for quite a while there. Wow.
They don't even get that trade.
That turret survived for way too long. You take a look at the items here. Fluffy already with the War Axe and the Brute Force Breastplate. He's going to be a lot more mobile and he's going to be doing a lot more damage. And Annabelle is just going to be way too tanky. They cannot pick him off, but maybe.
All the way in the back. Dreams again finding an implosion on the 2 members. It's going to be Finn. He gets taken down with a killing spree. Picked up for Evos. This might just be the end 10 minutes in. RQ still trying to defend. Dreams and Annabelle getting very low. Buffy losing it for Frog Armor. Skylar jumps in with Lycan Pounce, but Buffy has the immortality. Skylar forced to run away. In the bottom lane, no, minute done! With a knockout! Onto Brands, finding one. RRQ chasing Evos Glory out of their base. But it is still a win for Evos. They've cracked the base open.
A 9,000 gold lead from the White Tigers. A nice shutdown onto Brands, but like you mentioned, the base has been cracked. Luckily for RRQ, it is the mid lane that was cracked. It wasn't those side lanes, and we're coming to the point where both of these teams are going to start going for the next Lord. A diversion play. Where are they going? Are they going? Oh.
Right into Fluffy, but External Guard finds 3. Dreams looking for an angle to go for an implosion, not able to find it as that's going to be the rotation to cut him off. RRQ backing away after that risky gamble of a play with the diversion.
Hail Mary play, it didn't work out.
They're showing that they are still looking for opportunities though. They have not given up. Fortunately, like you mentioned, Eterna, the mid turret was the one taken out. So RRQ
they can still look for something here. They won't be really forced to deal with empowered waves. But the same problem still persists. Right there, I think Evos has overlooked the damage that Clay can provide with the spammable nature of the spells of the Loyi. But now it's still at a 9k gold lead, more or less. RRQ are still the ones just desperately trying to find something. And Evos aren't really giving them a lot to work with.
Oh no!
Skylar checks the bush. Implosion used up, but he is able to flicker out. Now Vin looking for Brands, who's forced to flicker as well. 2 flickers burnt, both gold laners.
Ooh, great respect for Brands there to immediately use the flicker. I guess he still is very wary of the potential of RRQ to just pull off something crazy. The bottom side is pushing, but Fluffy will be able to deal with that. And here's the problem now. Without all these turrets, RRQ are losing a lot of safe zones they can usually use to coordinate, to set up for big plays, especially with the next big neutral objective coming up. The Lord up right here. Evos are already grouping together, making sure that they have each other's backs if RRQ does go for an insane pick-off attempt.
I wonder if RRQ are now starting to regret not utilizing the Purify. But either or, honestly, they can try to bait it out with... They can try to bait out Dreams with the Iron Hook.
Ooh. A lot of damage. Yeah, quite a bit onto Fluffy. That's Loyi burst potential. So I guess the X-Borg, some damage can be traded back. That's because no one else is around. If RRQ keep repeating that process, Fluffy can try and bait that out and then allow his team to just come in and cut off RRQ right from the center. It seems that they're still trying to make sure that the Lord does not get resetted. Oh, no. But this is not a situation that benefits Fersik as Brands picks up his 4th item. The Holy Crystal, massive power spike.
Massive power spike, and Fersik is 2 levels below. But it looks like RRQ still want to commit.
Oh, this is a risky play, but they have to do it now. Fersik jumps in, but he will not be able to find the Dreams again. Finds the implosion onto Fersik. Cut down by Brands. Clay forced to flick around. Vin with the bloody hunt now onto Brands. They're able to go for the knockout now, and that's going to be 1 member traded in for 2, but the Lord still goes in favor to Evos. Diversion onto the base to get them to safety. Oh Lord, enhanced this time in the mid lane. Coming to crash down on RRQ's base.
They don't have Brands. They don't have Siege at this point. RRQ, they should still be able to defend.
Don going for the minion clear. As that's the last insanity to the back of the Eternal Guard from Klokkun will be the last weapon for Evos to take RRQ down in game number 1. Not even the Prince can deny this from Evos. 1-0 start to the Classic Derby.
A very convincing win at that. The White Tigers dominated the Kings of Kings in game number 1. And my personal highlight was Dreams. He popped off on the Tigreal. We don't see Tigreal that often anymore in this meta, the way that these patches have been rolling in. But in this particular composition and against the composition of RRQ, it worked out really well. They were banking on the fact that they could go for the pickoffs, and every time they landed an Iron Hook, it was counter-engaged by Dreams, realizing that RRQ's heroes were all very short range. They were able to get the maximum output, the maximum value out of those implosions made by Dream.
We're going to see some highlights later on from Dreams, but even the positioning, he knows that for the most part, in most situations, RRQ are the ones who are desperate for a fight, desperate for a pickoff. So he just hides in the bush, waits for the right moment, and then immediately turns it around and goes for the counter engage.
Yeah.
We thought that they were going to rely on Klokkun to engage, and then, or you know, vice versa. But it turns out for Evos, they just saved all the crowd control, all the AoE, to ensure that any attempt from RRQ to go for a kill will be absolutely punished, and that game plan worked out perfectly.
And now it's all about just being consistent with it, because they have the momentum. They were able to win out in an all-out skirmish as well in game number 1. It's back to RRQ to try to find a solution, and if they don't, the biggest nightmare of RRQ, Dreams, shall continue to shut the RRQ dream of making it to playoffs.
We're already seeing tears in the audience. A lot of emotions are happening. You can even hear it from the crowds. And honestly, producer, I cannot hear a single word you're saying. By the way, because of how crazy the crowd is. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen, 1-0. There's definitely still an opportunity for RRQ to come back. But what went wrong for RRQ? Was it the drafts? Was it the gameplay? What happened?
It almost seems like everything went wrong for RRQ in that game. The draft, I feel like if you get, it's so risky. I think that's the word. If everything goes well, there is a chance that that draft can do well. But the odds of that happening are just so low. For now, let's focus on the MVP, the player of the game. It's the Nightmare, Dreams, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. On the Tigreal, just knowing that everyone's so clumped up, so close together. With the Minotaur band, goes for almost the next best thing. The great instant implosion. Also just denying any playmaking potential when there's no Purify in the hands of RRQ. Here are the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. This first fight alone just looked catastrophic for RRQ. They were decisive going in together, which is a good sign. But afterwards, every single attempt is read out, is countered again and again. And even with the crowd control potential, even with the early burst damage AoE, the best they can do is a 1-for-1 trade, which gets punished even further.
And the decision for RRQ not to have any Purifies. What was the plan here? Did they expect to be so far ahead in the early game that they wouldn't need the Purifies? Was their plan to bait out the implosion from Dreams? What was the plan for RRQ? Aside from obviously pickoffs, but that didn't go well.
Not at all. Even there, when the Iron Hook Flicker was used to bring Annabelle all the way back to the Crystal, it doesn't matter. It was a last-ditch effort here from Ferrisic to try and save the game, but against the implosion, it's just too much. I really felt like maybe that was it, Mirko. They want to try and get so ahead that they don't need to be worried about the damage. But again, this is a game plan that is just so risky with such a shallow, margin of error here. The slightest bit of things going south for RRQ means that Evos take full control and there's no counterplay. So, to answer your question, Eterna, I feel like, yes, there was a chance that some of it could have worked out, but those chances were astronomically low.
Talking about astronomically low, 0 turrets, 0 lords for RRQ, 1 turtle. Only a single neutral objective take by RRQ. Flashbacks to the highlights. It felt like RRQ had a vision. They were like, okay, let's go in with the Iron Hook, and then we go for the pickoff, which is like a normal way to approach it. It failed the first time because of the counter engage. It failed the second time, and then the third, and then the fourth, and then the fifth. It seems like they kept doing the same thing over and over again, looking for a different outcome, but it never came.
So you're saying it's insanity?
Exactly. I would have utilized, I would have thought that maybe they wanted... Oh.
Go on, this X4 goal,
You might be getting onto something there.
No, but I agree with you, Eterna. It just seems very one-dimensional.
From the gameplay.
From the gameplay and the draft. Because honestly, here, what was... I'm actually still struggling to see how they could have made that work if their main target was getting ahead in the early game through fights. I think in the gameplay, if they actually went through their lanes, played through their lanes, it would have been a different story. But the fact that they contested the first neutral objective against a Barat's Export, Vexana, and, the man himself, the RRQ Nightmare Dreams, on the Tigreal, it just felt really weird. I really don't see how they could have won that first neutral objective battle, with no Purifies especially.
I mean, to make things worse, I think initially, before the first neutral objective, the plan was for RRQ Hoshi to really get ahead, to really get space around the map from the pickoffs. But every single time they were setting up a trap, it was always matched by Evos, so it was always denied up till that turtle spawned. And even if you notice, when they were setting up for that turtle, Vin moved forward level 3.
Yeah.
He wasn't level 4 yet. So even if he was able to be there first and land an Iron Hook, there is no ultimate, there is no bloody hunt to really secure the kill. So everything just went really opposite from plan for RRQ, if you can say that.
Yeah. I would have thought that he could utilize the hook to bait. Because then it becomes like a natural reaction, right?
Yeah.
Iron Hook, implosion. Iron Hook, implosion. Iron Hook, Implosion don't commit and then don't get baited by the Implosion. You know what? I don't. What do I know? What do I know? But anyway, it looks like something's going on the stage with Woodiclar and Mongstar. So we'll take to that first.
Dan di sini ternyata ada dari ganteng-ganteng serigala mengaung di sini. Halo Bang Ricky Harun, ini mau ngajarin jadi ganteng-ganteng macan.
Ini serigala datang ke kandang macan namanya.
Waduh, selamat datang.
Selamat datang juga Bude. Pak D-nya mana? Pak D-nya mas. Enggak ada.
Prit. Tapi kalau di sini diajakin sama
Diajakin
Bang
sama
Ajil, kan?
teman-teman semua.
Diajakin dari tim Evos juga ngajakin ke
Itu
Ricky
nggak sengaja ya, gara-gara waktu live TikTok kemarin ditanyain apa? Evos atau apa ya waktu itu tanding sama siapa gitu. Terus gue bilang Evos. Tiba-tiba di DM sama Bapak.
Wow, langsung diajakin ya. Ditanya Evos atau kok bisa milih Evos?
Gak tau, feeling gue tuh Evos aja tahun ini.
Meraung-raung.
Tahun ini Evos akan playoff.
Tahun ini akan playoff.
Amin ya Allah, amin ya Rabbal Alamin, amin.
Langsung happy. Ini kamu di industrimu kamu rasukin semuanya dengan jiwa Evos atau gimana?
Sebenarnya juga nggak pernah satu project bareng sama Kak Ricky karena seniorku ini.
Iya, udah tua dong gue.
Sepuh kalau di sini bilangnya.
Sepuh. Ini udah serigala. Saya waktu dia serigala saya masih juggling main bola.
Oh, jauh jadi ya. Tapi ngelihat dari Evos dan juga RRQ bermain, gimana vibes-nya? Ini baru kali pertama dong berarti?
Ini pertama kali gue nonton di venue ya. Terus pertama kali nonton langsung derby gitu kan. Wah, ini ibarat Barcelona dan Real Madrid gitu kan. Nah, sesuai prediksi gue, Evos di pertandingan pertama menang. Terus prediksi gue emang Dreams yang MVP ternyata benar.
Wow.
Jago nebak?
Dia jago ya? Kalau jago nebak, jago main juga nggak?
Ya tentu saja enggak.
Waduh, tapi ranknya udah lumayan kan?
Rank aku apa ya?
Legend kan? Udah legend. Live-nya sambil main, role-nya apa deh role-nya?
Semuanya.
All roll.
Ya karena kita kan bukan tim ya, jadi kita main semuanya.
Serba bisa.
Kebanyakan mainnya solo terus sih.
Wow.
Kadang solo, kadang Jogja, kadang...
Bukan kota mas. Maksudnya yang dimaksud role-nya. Mainnya bareng sama teman apa solo?
Terima kasih ya.
Siap.
Terima kasih. Nanti lurusin ya, bantuin ya. Ini sepertinya nih ya. Tapi seru banget pastinya. Kalau vibes-nya gimana? Pertama kali nonton, terus ada Evos Vibes, ada RRQ Kingdom juga.
Vibes-nya di luar prediksi ya, karena yang deg-degan nggak tahu pemainnya apa kita. Tapi kayak lebih deg-degan kita gitu kan. Kayak ngelihat ya pertandingan lah, sepertandingan apa, tapi deg-degannya tuh parah gitu. Terus kalau menang kayak seneng banget gitu.
Wih, tadi sampai teriak-teriak gak?
Teriak gitu.
Teriaknya apa? Row.
Aduh sakit gitu. Keinjek soalnya.
Keinjek ternyata ya? Ternyata keinjek.
Gak, kita teriak-teriak tadi di sini.
Wah, dengan yel-yelnya, dengan segala macamnya. Terus kalau di sini ya, kamu Mas Ajil ngajarin sesuatu gak? Mungkin kasih tahu dibisikin, nanti gini ya, ada nggak?
Kan karena Kak Ricky juga udah main Mobile Legends, jadi tahu emang udah ini orang mereka lagi pada mengarah kemana, objektifnya apa dulu di menit segini, udah tahu.
Tapi tadi di depan diajarin sih sama Evos Farm. Evos, gitu.
Ya harus ngeror nanti.
Udah banyak orang yang menantikan gue gitu.
Boleh
serigala.
Karena boleh gak?
Boleh gak sih? Bunda langsung minta nih. Serigalanya boleh dimunculin gak sih sebelum ini macannya muncul?
Oke, kita berdua ya.
Berdua.
Gue udah sering Kak.
Oke.
Gue udah sering.
Evos,
Oke.
Kok gue malu ya?
Keren loh, keren
Kayaknya
banget.
besok gue gak datang lagi deh.
Datang atuh. Di sini menarik banget pastinya karena sudah diraungin. Akankah meraung? Semuanya udah gak sabar untuk melihat Evos meraung. Dan juga RRQ untuk melakukan apa yang bisa mereka lakukan di game kedua. Kita saksikan kelanjutan dari Derby Classic Evos Glory dan juga RRQ Hoshi.
Welcome back from Bude Clara. It's nice to see you.
It's very nice to see you.
Welcome back. For those of you who just joined, by the way, if you guys missed it, in this classic derby leg number 2, we have
here, the score.
1-0 already in this best of 3 series. There's still a possibility for RRQ to come back, but there's also a big possibility for the White Tigers to go 2-0.
It's crazy, right? The fact that Evos had such of a stomp of a game in game number 1, it's almost like they got so much value out of apps outside of Mobile Legends.
Of course.
What do you mean, of course?
Of course.
You're telling me that they did?
Yeah.
What did they use?
They just needed to scan the QR code down below here.
Oh my god!
Because you guys can actually vote for who you think can win. And you guys can get epic prizes with it.
I don't want epic prizes, I want immortal prizes.
Yeah, you can get all it. Mythic, Immortal, Epic, Legend.
What about MPL prizes?
Oh, there are MPL prizes too.
Oh, so what do I have to do? Scan the QR code, and then I can participate in voting for the champion. There's a gift arena, there's so many things. Up to hundreds of millions of rupiah given away, and also smartphones?
Smartphones, that's the big thing.
Wow.
Arashi loves his smartphone.
What else do you love, Arashi?
Of course. I also love the community, right? And for GoPay, they're calling out for all the viewers from Surabaya, man. There's like a watch party going on arranged by GoPay. So don't forget to come to Yamaha Land Surabaya on May 11th for MPL Season 13 Mobile.
May 18th.
No, May 11th.
Oh.
Now.
But there's also one on May 18th.
Yeah.
So 11, 18.
All right.
And in Jakarta, for those of you who are in... Oh, so it's Surabaya on May 11.
Yup.
Yogyakarta on May 18th.
Yup.
And shout out to those of you guys who are in Jakarta because it'll be on June 8th.
Boom.
So, Surabaya, Yogyakarta, and Jakarta.
Week 8, week 9, and
coming
playoffs.
for you.
Jogja is going to be at the GNM block. What we're hearing, so don't miss it. Make sure you arrange your timetable, man. Get in line because it's going to be great matches all around, man. We're approaching the end of the season, and all the matches are going to be that much more important. Here's a previous game recap, though. If you look at the damage dealt to Hero, man, I think Clay was the only one who can really claim any kind of trade back. Everyone else, it's just so difficult because they were all gonna be going in so aggressively, diving in through. Whereas for the heroes, if you look at from Evos, they can just stand their ground and just keep throwing out damage again and again. So eventually, RRQ will be the ones who are forced to make a move. And even when they do, we already talked about this again and again, the counters are just ready. It's almost like Evos have their fingers ready on the counter tools as RRQ are moving in.
All right, Arashi. The recap really didn't say anything much about the game because it was just a stop, right? So, solution. What's the solution to game number 2? What do you think? If you were placed in that coaching position, what would you say to the players? What would change here in the drafts, in the way they played?
I mean, I think we were talking about this earlier when we had a bit of a break, but I think maybe they were thinking that the Paquito can be a bit of a split push threat, right? And then like it pulls apart the whole team of Evo, so they can't really team fight together. But with their composition so locked in for good team fights, I feel like that's a bit too difficult. I feel like if they really want to have, a strong mid laner, a strong EXP laner that can make plays, that can be dominant, or even a strong gold laner like the Roger, they have to try and play for those lanes and get them ahead. If they just go in the lane it out, and then go for a big team fight, then of course the team fight composition will come out on top. So I feel like if RRQ do get those prio aggressive picks in the lane, they gotta use it. They gotta send people their way, get those lanes snowballing, and try and get something here and dictate the pace against our Evos.
So basically, properly execute the winning condition of the composition of the drafts that were being set. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the drafts now. We'll see what is the plan for both of these teams as we're jumping into the second one, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. RRQ and Evos have traded positions. Xborg, Angela. We have the Roger banned away. Evos still sticking with the respect onto Skylar. Natan, Harith. Last time it was a Claude, but this time, with the last ban coming through, it's putting them in a bit of a pickle here. What will they let go? Matilda is still open. But Claude is too. What's... Pick your poison.
I mean, even the Loyi and Chip is available to ban away if Evos really wants to go for it. So I haven't seen this in quite a while. Matilda will be the option. So this might devolve into a global showdown between the Loyi and the Chip. First pick for RRQ though, what exactly are they eyeing here? Usually, the pattern we've seen successful so far is that gold lane prio. But that might not be what they want to go. The Skylar's Claude is notorious. I feel like RRQ can do no wrong picking it up right here.
I think it's still incredibly risky though. Sure, Skylar, amazing on the Claude, but it's so risky to go for the Claude first pick. So easily countered as a first pick. But if they can survive or have the Claude open in the second phase or in the first phase here for the second pick, I think it's okay. They can try to go for it, but yeah, Barats has just been so prio in this new meta, man. I think today Barats might have a 100% win rate actually. Alter Ego picked it up twice and won. Yesterday as well, found a lot of success, but instant response, Valentina and the Minotaur.
Preemptively getting the Valentina, denying potentially massive ults. And with a Minotaur, we've seen a bit of a similar pattern actually. You know, the Minotaur focus kind of situation, but then having a Barats and possibly something that's a bit more mobile, you know, a more mobile, aggressive composition that can render this Minotaur late to the party again and again, and maybe make this pick just not as efficient. So it's still a counter-engage strategy coming from Evos, potentially with both the IMU and the Minion Fury for RRQ. Is it gonna be the Claude?
Yeah.
It's technically a bit countered by the Minotaur. We'll have to see how it fares.
That's so risky. Claude being picked up. We got the Luoyi once again for Clay. We couldn't really see the value of the Luoyi in game number 1. Let's hope the outcome will be different for game number 2 for RRQ. Evos now with the last pick. What do they go for?
Honestly, I don't know. I think they have to pick up a jungler right now to capitalize on that Minotaur and Valentina to secure neutral objectives. That would be the safest thing to go for.
Fredrin, Baxia?
The Fredrin, I would choose the Fredrin over the Baxia in this particular situation to go and last hit the neutral objective, but they go for setup even more. They're banking on the Minotaur plus Terizla to help out in these neutral objective battles. And I think from now, RRQ, it's very easy to set their sights on the jungle. Take away the Fredrin, do they want to take away the Alpha? That's the question now from Annabelle.
Oh, you're right. Annabelle still has the option to pick up the Alpha, but KB has a comment here, agree or not, Evos never runs out of talented young junglers, and Annabelle is one of them. So just as we were talking about him, he is actually still 16 at the moment, so he's the youngest in the league for MPL ID Season 13, and he's already showing that much potential. And it's referring to that, so we'll see. We have a Kaja being banned out by Evos. Will RRQ respect ban Annabelle in the second phase?
Even if they want to respect ban Annabelle though, I think they're still going to be a bit stumped trying to figure out what exactly does the guy want to play. With the hero pool so wide, with the Alpha, like you guys mentioned, with the Assassins available as well, those are still options they can try and go for. And RRQ, they recognize it, they ban away the link that has been used by Annabelle before, but that also means that there's still a lot of other options available.
With the Barats picked up, they ban out the Ling. Shows you just how concerned they are of Annabelle, this new rising threat in Season 13. That's the counter. That's the usual counter for the Assassins, man, the Barats.
I think they saw the Ling, I think, farming earlier, and they're like, okay, we don't want to deal with that at all. I thought for Evos, they might be targeting a bit more of the roamers. From the looks of it, with the Loyi, everything is fine and dandy, but you need something to enable the Loyi to do that damage, because on its own, the Loyi isn't nearly as flexible, but they go for the Yutong ban. They want to secure a strong laning phase for Fluffy.
We have a comment from a legend though, R7. Whoever wins, they are the best. The most important thing is to never give up. And it looks like RQ aren't giving up. They go for a ban towards the gold lane now. Bruno taken away from Brands, putting him in a position. What are you gonna pick? Claude's been taken. Natan Harith banned out. Oh, Nolan for Annabelle. So they're still going for the assassin despite the Barats.
Oh man, a low Yi against a Nolan. When I'm on the receiving end of that, I am usually not a happy camper. The Loy is just so vulnerable right here, and we've seen Annabelle perform on this Nolan. He can go for the farming routes, the aggressive, like the team fight route technically, and also for those insane flanks.
Here's the big question, where's the Arlet gonna go? Last pick from RRQ. Is it gonna be Arlet XP? Arlet Roam, Barat's XP, Barat's Jungle. Last pick is the chip. Whoa, double teleport for RRQ in this game. And Evos, what do they decide to go for? I was thinking actually the Brody, right? Because they already have so much kill pressure and they've taken away the Terizla and the Minotaur. Two picks that actually do very well against the Brody. Do they want to risk it still, is my question now. Because now there's a bit more CC and there's so much maneuverability on the map. They can look for these ganks constantly to the Brody. Oh, what? It's a counter to the Claude. It's the Leslie.
They want to make sure.
Though.
Technically, the Leslie's ult can also open up the map, right?
True. That is a factor. They're just making sure that they have the main tools of RRQ under cover though. Skylar on the Claude, it's a signature pick. He's always found ways to be successful. But now with the Minotaur, with the Leslie, there's so many ways for Evos to shut him down. And if that happens, who from RRQ will be carrying? Who can output the damage in place of Skylar? Oh,
from the looks of it though, the lineup rating does favor RRQ. If I'm not mistaken, it favored Evos in the first game. It's a risky pick, Leslie. Very vulnerable. It has its merits in the lane. But long term, we'll see if it works out. It's the debut of Leslie, ladies and gentlemen. And what better way to see a debut pick in the Classic Derby with everything hanging in the balance. Can RRQ come back from this 1-0 deficit? The answer will be found out here, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. The Kings of Kings against the White Tigers.
Let's take a look at the farming speed here for the Nolan against the Barats. Barats notorious for clearing quick, but that Nolan, man, this farming speed is part of the reason why he's so dangerous right now. And with the clearing that can be assisted by the Minotaur, Clockman is going to have a lot more of an aggressive time here. Look at the rest of the emblems though. Vin's going to be on the concussive blast to try and get a bit more damage, to help out with clearing, to help out in those team fights. Same can be said for Dream. So a lot of them are putting a lot of attention onto the wave management here, trying to be in the right place at the right time earlier than everyone else.
We do see an adjustment though from Skylar. He's on the Purify, so this time he is respecting the CC coming out from Evos. As we take a little bit into detail of the sub-emblems coming through for both of the teams.
Brand's going with the weapon mastery here. Really shows how confident he is in the laning phase. It might get punished though. That's a lot of damage. And that's only mainly Vin. It can be traded back. That's where RRQ needs to be careful. They have shown that they are prone to overextending before. They have to try and get that under control.
Terrified Annabelle with the fractures. Well, the ignition's taken down. Clay falling to Annabelle on the Nolan. First blood goes to the Tigers as they look for a fight up top. Skylar with the defensive battle mirror image, just a stun down to Vin, but look at Annabelle who's rotated over. Vin flickers out. And Evos take a big trade early on.
Was that the lethal ignition?
Yeah, that was a lethal ignition. Being procced by Annabelle there. That's the extra bit of damage that you don't really see coming, and that's just unfortunate for RRQ, but that is Evos taking the tempo and trying to dictate what happens. RRQ immediately go towards the turtle though. Now it's going to be another big fight, and Vin once again, not level 4, later is Clay.
Detonator's welcome used up, but it's only onto the Rizla. Annabelle in the midst of it all, now able to dash away, but Fair 6 secures it. Dawn gets a kill. Venus Fury onto 3, now 4-man knockup. Fluffy in the midst of it all, now can't do anything, taken out.
That's a big win for RRQ. 2-to-1 trade, they get the objective as well. RRQ, they're not going down without a fight.
It's a better adjustment from RRQ here. They fight in these clump up situations, but they allow Clay the chance to be that main damage output tool. As right now, Dreams,
a shortcut on the Dreams he goes. One last shot to do it. The final slash connecting on the Brands, but they don't commit even further. Snipes from Brands to reveal Vin's position. Clockun
hovering over, but Clay's taken that shortcut up top. Annabelle in this push, read out by Fairsick. For the first time in this series, RRQ lead.
This is interesting, sorry. The audience prediction of 56 to 44%, that's so close. It just shows you how big the fan base of Evos as well, because every time we've seen a team going against RRQ, it's always an exceptional amount. But Evos' fan base is also as big. And it's insane to see that amount of support for both of these teams. But it looks like Evos...
Then baited into the turret. No shortcut placed down, or did he place it down? It looks like he did. There's some teleports over up top. But remember, for Evos, they are very happy just letting this goal lead build up as long as it doesn't get to a point where it's crazy. Because they have a Leslie, they have that late game insurance.
That's why RRQ are the ones looking for the fights, trying to disrupt Annabelle, but he's been able to farm really well, caught up in levels to Fairsick, and even in the lanes. There's not a lot of ways for RRQ to really set up for a gank unless Evos overextends. So I think neutral objectives, in fact, are the only ways for RRQ to force Evos into a big fight, but with the Clay and the damage, man, that's the kind of damage that they have to play around.
Onto Fluffy they go, even a final slash committed down. Fluffy still able to evade from this initiation. Annabelle with the retribution on to his own purple buff. And that will mean that they will have to concede the second turtle of the game. Implosion, or no, rather diversion up top. Vin as well has rotated up top. Now a stun down in the shortcut. Annabelle might be caught, stunned up, and taken out. Blocked. Unable to react to it now. Detton is welcome. Able to catch Dreams in the final slash, taking a killing spree away. Evos Glory running for the hills.
They're overwhelmed right now. Brands is going to be in trouble, still going to be able to get away. But they're overwhelmed by the accessibility of the map that RRQ currently holds with the Luo Yi as well as the chip. They don't know where to look. They don't know that at every turn RRQ can be lurking, and they have fallen behind in tempo because of that. A 2,000 gold lead so far as we take a look at their equipment.
It's really just a weird situation having two global teleports on the side of your opponents. Ooh, that's a penalty zone.
And then all into the bottom lane. The Terrify not able to connect on. Goes back in with the Vengeance and the final slash, but still will be shut down. Cochran steals away that final slash, and Vin will not commit to this engagement. Skylar into the bottom lane. He goes, the lane swap.
Small victories for Evos Glory here, trading it back. Look at the items though. Skylar has the Corrosion Sight, but that's about it. That's valuable utility though. If they do go for short skirmishes, the extra bit of slow can help, especially with Clay trying to land his spells to trigger the passive and get that extra bit of stun from that low Yi. On the other side, Kun already has the Enchanted Talisman though, so beware for which ultimate he will steal away in the middle of these fights that can make or break these small skirmishes.
We have a fun fact and a diversion play though.
That's his welcome onto the Minotaur. Dream stunned up, chain CC'd and taken out. Still able to heal for a bit. Brands, ooh, barely dodging away from the missiles that can pull him back. Brands evades, sacrificing the Minotaur.
So according to the fun fact, this is the second time that Skylar has used Claude in MPL ID S13 with a 100% win rate. Previously, out of the 26 Skylar games, Claude was banned 25 times.
Wow.
So it's still sitting at 100%.
That's respect. That's also Fairsick stealing away the orange buff though, so they are very actively using this mid-game power spike, this mid-game threat where Evos don't know where they are, just go into the jungle and shut down Annabelle as much as possible.
They're changing their plans. They don't want to go for the commitment onto the neutral objective. They were looking to pick onto Skylar instead, but they weren't able to do that.
Diversion play, catches Fluffy with a death to his welcome. Though Dreams will be able to capitalize with a 3-man Minion's Fury. No follow-up, just Press gets brought back, and now the Blazing New went to the back line by Skylar! Able to find Brands. An all-out win for RRQ as they push and march forward.
3-4-0 trade. Dreams, Fluffy, and Brands goes down. Their main damage dealer. Skylar gonna look for another one.
Annabelle trying to dash it away, but Skylar catches him. Jumps back to the battle mirror image.
That's a 4-0 for RRQ.
It just came out of nowhere, and Evos, they're lacking the damage here. Even though Brands has been trying to farm, trying to stay away from all this aggression. He's forced to get involved right there due to the mobility and the surprise factor from RRQ. And when that happens, his damage output right now doesn't compare to Skylar, who already has the golden staff and the Demon Hunter sword.
Penalty zone desperately there. Oh, almost bursted down. Fluffy, the frontliner. Can't take much punishment, not now.
That damage coming in from the Luo Yi is overwhelming, and that's what happens when the Luo Yi gets ahead. And that was kind of maybe what they were looking for in game number 1 that they couldn't achieve. Again, using the diversion play to gain access onto the map. Annabelle caught in a bad position here, still going to be able to escape. And this is the reason why I didn't really like the Leslie pick. Sure, it has its merits in the lane. It's really good for poke, but they need a finisher, and so far they haven't been able to do that.
3-level diff, by the way, between the gold laners.
Insane.
Because it's not just the laning phase, it's also the movement around the map. Despite the fact that, of course, these teleports are being used, the diversions are used to set up for big plays, sometimes Skylar takes advantage of maybe a failed gank to really go for a far rotation to get even more farm. RRQ right now, with the control that they have, they're farming both jungles, and that is the extra bit of resource that Skylar is getting, that's getting him ahead over the opposition. And you already see, again, the 2 teleports available. I'll spot out Annabelle, but for the most part, Evos, they're just waiting for a trap here.
There's so much space, there's so much access that Evos have. You want to punish Min, they can't even do that.
Nope.
He is forced to use the flicker though.
Wow.
Very, very early. That will be the lore taken.
For free.
And you immediately have flashbacks to the diversion play into the base. I wonder if you're going to see it here, considering that RRQ's main engagement right now is the flank, is the fact that they'll show up behind you and you're just not ready for it.
Really want to see the items now and the gold lead that Skylar has built, because this is nasty stuff. Annabelle comes in the Skylar, but he gets bursted down instead. Done! Finds the final slash to execute Annabelle. And Evos, they are forced back not just to their tier 2s, but down to their base turrets.
And you're seeing the preemptive itemization, by the way. There's a lot of Twilight armors built up by RRQ. They know exactly what they want to do here. They do not want to allow brands to play the game. It's a revenge match.
They're capping his damage, and the damage is not even there yet. The Lord is marching in the bottom lane, and they're going to go for the engage here.
Still so far away. That's the miss sauce. Bringing Fluffy back. That's a 3-man penalty zone. But what is it going to do? Fluffy able to flicker out, but the final slash pulls him back in now. Plays it right from Skylar again. Out to Cloud. Oh my goodness! Clay with the execute. A triple kill picked up to combo it together with the Blazing Duet. Now Brand's going to be in a wave, but it will just be cleared out. Brand's still there. The shortcut portal used up to tank the turret shots. And RRQ are flanking this base turret, trading angles. Fluffy will be spawning back in two. RRQ looking for the end, possibly here in the 11th minute of the game, where Brands tries his best to clear it out. But yes, no damage just yet for Brands. Evos will be able to see another day, but it will be a very bleak day for them.
Prolonging the inevitable here, but they do manage to defend the base. All the inhibitor turrets have been taken out, however. And the lanes are still crashing. RRQ can still push if they want to. 11k gold lead. That lore advantage gave them a 6,000 gold benefit.
They're setting an 11k gold advantage, so definitely winning out, and they do have strong late game still if they really want to duke it out. I thought they were going to go for the end right there, but no, they're going for a diversion play. Ooh, just a surprise play here to just, you know, it's a bit of a prank to Evos. It wasn't really a decisive diversion, but now that they've used it there, they've exposed it, so Evos will be aware of it. But at the same time, now they're also gonna be overthinking. Is there gonna be a diversion inside the wall, outside the map? That is an extra layer of mind games that RRQ are using. As Annabelle, he finished the Sea Halberd there, so that will allow him to do a lot more damage to Fersik and Vin. At the same time though, they are just very, very tanky right now. Especially Fersik with the Skyguard and helmet, he is a big man.
But can Brands get to a point where his damage is just unwavering? That can turn the game around. Like an Atan moment for a Leslie.
I think it's different. Even if Brands does scale and he gets an opportunity to just delete someone, he can possibly delete Skylar, who isn't going for like a win of nature. So he can absolutely get bursted down by that true damage.
and the winner here technically won't even matter. But I think Skylar's way too careful for that. Brands is gonna be forced to use all that true damage onto the front lines, and after the initial burst, he'll be stuck just waiting around for the cooldown. Whereas for RRQ, they can just keep pummeling through, especially with the front line, especially with the Lo Yi. A prolonged fight is exactly what they want.
Their wave clear isn't that good, right, Evos? But they have actually managed the waves in a way where only one lane will crash. The other side lanes will be coming down very late. Fluffy now caught in the bad spot. Able to find a penalty zone. Now it's also good. With a final slash thrown away and a flicker as well. Knocking up Clay. Kursic, no death is welcome to be used up, and Annabelle gonna be locked down in the back. Smacked by Vin. Brand still did some damage. Skylar goes over to Blazing Duet. The turret is still there, but they're not gonna go for it just yet. They will be able to end the game, however, as Evo's Glory fail with their composition to shut down the Claude. 1-1 in the Classic Derby.
The Leslie debut does not come to fruition today, ladies and gentlemen, as they have to concede this point and no longer can go for a 2-0 against the Kings of Kings. They will not back down. They will not surrender, forcing a game number 3 in this classical derby.
Great adjustments from RRQ, allowing them to actually make full use of that mid-game, that mid-lane Lo Yi with all the burst potential. And given the 2 global teleportation tools they had, they did a great job just pulling apart Evos and just going for the kill again and again when the members of the Tigers are isolated. Taking a page out of the Predators' hunting book.
I think Evos are starting to regret perhaps letting that chip go in the drafting phase. They decided with the Matilda, right?
I think both have crazy pressure around the map. One has a teleport, the other has crazy survivability. It's pick your poison at that time, and we are still, by the way, sitting at like a massive advantage on blue side. Blue side has had almost all the wins this week.
Well, it's blue side, but also, is it the Barats, guys? We talked about this. We said there was a pattern. It's still following the same pattern so far. So, logically speaking, I think Evos might be going for first pick next.
Over the Barats as well, though. It's Claude and Lo Yi, the 2 picks in the first phase that was amazing for RRQ. And man, we were talking about how Lo Yi in game number 1 didn't really work out fully, but he was one of the glimpses of brilliance in game 1. And look, with a team to capitalize on the teleportations, what he can do on his main pick, X-main pick.
And I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him. A lot of people have shut him down, put him down, had said, Clay's washed. His skill cap was a season, 2 seasons ago. There's no more potential left from this kid, and yet he's still able to claim this MVP with that outstanding performance on the Luo Yi. I'm super behind him. I'm really happy for him with this particular title.
I think it's great, despite the fact that he's up against a lot of expectations right here, and with a performance at game number 1, usually on the desk we're just concerned about the mental state, how they're feeling, can they perform at the same level? But as we see in game number 2, this man just shakes it off. Here's the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. In the early game, he gets picked off, and it looks like it's gonna be, once again, a backwards game on the back foot for RRQ. But in this fight, though, they just played it really well. Fersic showing his retribution that's pretty solid for neutral objective takes. And afterwards, they just keep finding the fights that they need to have. And Evos, it seems like they're spacing apart, afraid of being comboed. But as a result, whoever is the first target who gets caught in the middle of that fight will be suffering a lot of damage. And to make things worse, for RRQ, a lot of these spells aren't big ultimates. They're not on a long cooldown. So even if the fight gets disjointed, gets segmented to several small fights, they can just keep going back and forth, going back at it.
The map access was so gross. I mean, looking at this replay as well, you can see how much space was given to Brands too. So everything just really dominoed together, mended together really well. And eventually, Skylar was already at that point where he was able to carry in these team fights and deal the damage. Because Clay was already so ahead as well. So the finisher was there was poke, it was a really good game for RRQ. 13 minutes and 50 seconds. I thought it would have ended in that 11th point, but it looked like Evos were still able to hold on for just a bit longer.
Seems like RRQ Hoshi are also just very disciplined here, knowing exactly that, of course, they want to win, they want to turn this around, but even when they're snowballing, they want to make sure that there is not a single gap in their gameplay that Evos Glory can possibly try and go for. It's like, you know, the exact opposite from game number 1. Completely one-sided from RRQ, dismantling the whole base, all the turrets, getting all the neutral objective, conceding none to Evos Glory. And we talked about this earlier. Even if Brands was able to complete his 3rd item, by the way, not even his 4th, his 3rd item, there's 2 Twilight Armors already completed on the side of RRQ. Fersik and Dawn, Alat and Barats will be just happy to tank that first few shots and let the rest of their teammates just clean up afterwards.
Is this BOD 3rd item?
Yeah, that would have been a BOD 3rd item. It might actually be 2 BODs, knowing how the Leslie works out. But yeah, way too behind in this game, man. I mean, the fact that he was how many levels down? 3 levels down as a gold laner. If you're 3 levels down as a gold laner, you are cooked. You are cooked. That perfectly basically describes it, because if it's an XP laner, you get XP from your minions, you know? The fact that you're 3 levels down in the gold lane means that the enemy gold laner has had that many more waves compared to you, that many more kills / assists as well. And I think we get to see that 13,000 to 7,000.
Fun fact, when
6,000
exactly, fun fact, in game number 1, when RQ lost, the gap in gold was only 1,000. So Skylar was still able to catch up.
Yep. And then this game was 6,000 for
so imagine him given
counter
space.
matchup.
So
By the way, technically counter matchup, but you have to remember, usually if you're in gold lane and you get stomped, you go in the jungle, you try and find resources somewhere else. If you're Brands in game 2, you're going somewhere else. Out of nowhere, the TPs come in, everyone starts barreling through, and we saw that again and again. He wasn't trying to participate in these fights, he just kept getting pulled into them like collateral damage. And that is the power of the global repositioning tools in the hands of an MPL team. I mean, we said it again and again, but Evos gave RRQ 2.
So I used to have this game that I used to play a lot.
Okay.
And there's like, it's a strategy game,
Okay,
right?
okay. I know of this game.
So there's a cheat that like opens up the map, and then it's like super OP. And I think that's what Evos was feeling. You know,
So with
that's
the
what
ult of
RQ
Leslie,
did.
they wanted to try to open things up
No,
as well.
I mean like the chip and the Luoyi did it. Like the cheat.
So it just felt like they were being seen through, even though they were hiding supposedly where they shouldn't be seen.
Yeah. Map hacks.
Basically,
It's legal map
hacks.
hacks.
If they had
Legal.
Novaria, it would have been illegal, almost. Almost. Right? Novaria chip Loyi, but you don't see it. yet.
Novaria gold lane?
That would be a loss.
I
to
think you're
them.
cooking a bit too much, it turned out.
Okay,
It's
okay.
overcooked.
Let's leave it to the people on the stage. Let's get to that interview before we see the finale of this classical derby. Stay tuned.
Derby klasiknya. Tapi kan kamu adalah penemu meta ciki, pembuat meta ciki.
Oke.
Tapi bukan ciki yang ciki-cikian ya. Ini adalah
Hidup dan kill.
dan kill.
Betul.
Tadi di game kedua ciduk dan kill bukan tuh?
Bisa sih, cuman kurang Johnsonnya aja.
Kurang
Kurang
Johnson.
Johnson.
RRQ tadi yang pakai loh.
Iya, RRQ. Loyi, bagus.
Bagus.
Loyi. Iya, isinya apa? Cheap.
Chip.
Betul.
Oke. Kalau kamu biasa kan Bude sering lihat di konten-kontenmu kayak kamu tuh meta ciki tuh banyak lawan tim-tim MPL.
Betul.
Kamu sudah merasakan gitu ya lawannya tuh tim-tim MPL, gimana tuh rasanya?
Kalau di rank ya, kalau di rank awalnya sih
Apa?
panik kalau pertama ketemu, tapi setelah sering banget ketemu jadi kayak ya udah gitu. Cuman tetap seru.
Tetap
malah
seru?
malah seneng karena pasti seru.
Nyari nggak kamu? Aduh, dapat tim MPL dong gitu. Berharap nggak?
Justru berharap.
Waduh, hasilnya gimana setelah ketemu dari tim MPL tuh?
Hasilnya kadang menang, tapi yang sering diupload menang. Enggak.
Bentar, kadang menang, yang diupload menang. Terus nggak pernah kalah?
Kadang kalah, iya.
Tapi nggak diupload.
Tapi nggak diupload.
Oh gitu caranya.
Iya.
Paling berat atau paling berkesan pernah lawan siapa tuh? Paling susah gitu?
Paling berkesan ketemu ONIC. Full ONIC di ranked.
Apa yang terjadi?
Karena ONIC-nya kebetulan lagi live jadi ada reaksinya, jadi kayak seru gitu loh.
Oke.
Ada reaksinya. Ketika ditabrak Johnson-nya itu.
Dia dong yang nabrak.
Ini
Kamu berani melawan nabrak-nabrak tim MPL? Hey.
Berani aja.
Waduh, kamu gak ada takutnya?
Kami kalah menang belakangan.
Oh, yang penting tabrak dulu.
Betul.
Setelah tabrak kamu langsung gemeter nggak? Langsung takut nggak?
Enggak. Tinggal salahin dia aja nih.
Salahin dia aja. Gimana sih caranya biar bisa langsung kena gitu? Maksudnya langsung kamu Johnsonmu nabrak-nabrakin player MPL. Susah nggak baca pergerakan player MPL?
Lumayan susah sih kalau player MPL.
Apa tuh bedanya sama player-player yang mungkin bukan MPL?
Kalau MPL ya makronya tinggi ya. Kalau player biasa kayak kadang polos aja mainnya.
Jadi kalau di sini kalian melihat kalau game 1, game 2 kalian kan udah ngeliat meta-meta banyak, kalian juga bisa. Gimana sih pertarungan antara RRQ dan juga Evos?
Di match 2 tadi seru sih karena Bang Skylar pakai Cloudy kan.
Oh, oke.
Walaupun di counter Leslie tetap aja ternyata masih unggul gitu.
Seru karena pik-pikannya Skylar jadi kamu melihatnya.
Suka.
Apakah kamu kesini mendukung RRQ?
Betul sekali.
Wow, rupanya ya. Budi juga baru lihat dan ternyata dia kesini khusus untuk Derby Klasik dan dukung RRQ. Kamu juga atau berbeda?
Sama.
Sama? Kamu dukung RRQ kenapa tuh?
Karena udah suka dari dulu.
Dari dulu?
Tapi nggak dulu banget, dulu.
Dulu tapi nggak banget. Ada yang bisa kamu bisa ngertiin maksudnya?
Bisa, dia emang aneh.
Iya ya, emang gitu nggak apa-apa. Nge-live stream sendiri ini. Kalau kamu dukung RRQ kenapa Zen?
Ngikutin dia juga sih.
Oh, simple ya? Simple sekali jawabannya. Nah, kalau ngelihat sekarang, ini udah 1-1 berarti kalian pasti akan melihatnya akan 2-1 ya?
Pasti 2-1, yakin ya?
Iya pasti 2-1, udah 1-1 2-1 ke RRQ karena kalian dukung RRQ.
Nah.
Tapi kalau prediksi ada hero unik apa nggak nih yang bakal muncul?
Hero unik yang bakal muncul kayaknya nggak ada.
Wow, nggak ada.
Soalnya pada fokus cari menang kan, nggak mungkin juga tiba-tiba pick Johnson gitu kan. Kayaknya
buset, enggak. Tapi kalau kamu ngelihat Persik bermain hari ini, gimana kamu sebagai pendukung RRQ? Ngeliat debut Persik nih.
Tadi nggak terlalu fokus ke Versiknya sih, fokus ke Claude-nya aja terus. Sama Loyi ya.
2 itu?
Tapi bagus lah.
Bagus, keren.
Dong.
Tapi gini, kamu kan live streamer, pencipta meta. Sekarang Bude mau kasih kamu tugas buat ngelempar ini ke caster. Jadi silakan terserah ini anggap aja live streamingmu. Ini lagi nge-live Evos RRQ terus caster. Dadah, silakan.
Oke, buat kalian yang belum nonton di MPL mungkin harus nonton ya karena seru banget di MPL. Lanjut ke caster aja, let's go.
Oke.
Welcome back to the Classical Derby, ladies and gentlemen, as we're now back to a 1-1. As RRQ were able to force a game number 3 in this best of 3 series. In leg number 1, it was 2-1 to RRQ. So, I'm not referring to anything. I honestly don't know the outcome.
Me neither. I think no one knows, right? I mean, our Arashi.
I mean, look at Mirko's talent prediction. It's just that's all it was.
Hey man, we've been right for 2 weeks now, but like this match, we can't.
We can't.
I think I might be lagging because I'm not using game specs and I don't have the right amount of resources with my gold.
I
don't have my items yet.
Gold. I think you need more gold, okay? And the way to get that is to wait for the coming soon Epic Collaboration Limited Series.
Limited. Is this
Limited.
the one with UBS Gold?
Yes.
And MPL ID?
MPL ID, that collab.
That'll be coming very soon?
Are we going to be seeing it in the playoffs? Because that's what we
will.
saw last season.
Absolutely.
And so they're gonna have a booth there as well that you guys can check out. But if you can't come to the venue or you're too excited to know more about UBS Gold, you guys can. All you need to do is check out their channels at UBS Gold, at ubs.gold, and ubs.lifestyle. And they're also available at ubslifestyle.com as well as the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce.
See, you should have just started with that so I didn't lag, Eterna.
Are you feeling better?
A little bit, but you know, it's still coming soon. I'm still kind of laggy myself. This is why I'm not immortal yet in my MLBB games, and I'm pretty sad.
You know what you should be using?
What?
You need a boost.
What boost?
Games Max.
Games
booster.
Max? Booster?
Exactly. You're lagging, and you're saying you don't get to your preferred rank because of lag? Come on, bro. Get that Games Max booster. Get rid of that lag, dude. That's just holding you back.
For sure.
Prices start from 25K. 25K!
25K?
You can get up to 36 gigabytes of data. What more do you want? What more do you need?
I need love.
That's all I need. Whoa, you need love?
Sometimes we also need love. Other than, you know, no lag, we also need love in our life.
So no Wi-Fi, no data. Love, Mobile Legends, no problem?
No, of course still need Mobile Legends.
Of course you do.
What do you mean? So, for those of you, hurry up and buy the package and activate the booster in the Dunia Games app. Don't forget to check that out and find love.
Find love is an odd
closing
statement. But hey, you do you, Eterna. You guys can actually find love in MLBB. We've heard so many stories of people who...
my
who's this
lord.
man?
No way.
Where is he? Where is he?
Is he
Where is
actually
he?
here?
Where is he? He's there.
Is he right there?
He's right there. Is that Mr. Bajon?
Mr. Ong.
Mr. Bajorn Ong?
Ong man.
Wait, he's in Jakarta?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is MPL Arena in Jakarta?
Oh, don't pull that. I didn't know he was in Jakarta. Was he always in Jakarta?
No, but he just showed up in the arena, Eterna. It's right there. You can see him.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's crazy. He came all this way to watch Evos.
He picked Chip or Lo Yi and just
How do you
showed
know
up.
he's here
An
to watch
RQ.
Evos?
An RQ.
Because he could be here to just watch MPL.
That's true.
Could be a very wild coincidence that it just happened to be the classical derby.
But you know what's not coincidence?
What?
The devices they're using. It's not a coincidence because it's the best device in the world.
It's awesome.
For everyone.
Yeah, and this person is someone, so everyone gets it. You know, you have that Z Fold earlier, and the players are up there playing with their Samsung S series, boys.
And you can take a close-up look on that Samsung zone. And this is the previous game recap where Don actually was doing quite a bit of damage here. I would think he was a bit more utilitarian in this game, but he was actually doing a lot of damage, outputting a lot more. And in contrast, the heroes from the side of Evos, it's not like they don't have damage, they just weren't allowed to output that damage. The fights don't last for that, it doesn't last long enough for Evos to really get anything too meaningful. There were some moments where you saw a big penalty zone comboed by a big minion Fury, but at the end of the day, I feel like the big issue there was just the lack of damage. Even, you know, if Brands wasn't available, usually Clocken can do something. He had a Vexana in game 1, outputting a lot of damage. In this game, on the Valentina, he was just waiting, trying to steal some spells. But for the most part, with how high pressure RQ is playing, especially around the mid lane, he just wasn't getting the kind of game he needs to really carry his teammates.
I like that you brought that up, the Valentina in game number 2. What spells did he use in the game?
What spells?
Final Slash.
For the most part, Final Slash.
That's it.
Yeah.
Final Slash.
That was it. We didn't get to see the diversions. We didn't get to see the shortcuts. Not even the Detonus Welcome, actually. I don't remember him utilize Detonus Welcome.
Me neither. I think he was just stuck trying and curb this aggression coming from RRQ. And it's crazy to think that with a penalty zone, a DPZ, right? Defensive penalty zone, with a minion Fury, and with a stolen IMU Final Slash, Evo still weren't able to really curb the aggression coming in from RRQ the same way they were able to in game 1. So, that begs the question, right? Are they gonna fall back onto that Tigreal? Because it really seems to be a great way to punish just the way RRQ enjoys playing.
All right then. Now it goes back for both these teams to the draft. How do they utilize these drafts? And for RRQ, I think the big problem is now on them. The big question is now on them. The pressure is on them too, because they will not have the side selection. Evos will get to decide if they want to go for blue side, which is probably going to be blue side, by the way. Blue side, massive advantage so far in Season 13, especially after the patch. This week especially, oh my lord, all matches yesterday was a blue side victory. Today, we've only had one blue side loss.
I like how you understand your notes.
Yes. It doesn't look like I can understand my notes because, you know, the handwriting is bad.
Can you please publish your notes? I
Call
want
that-
the audience to see it.
Sure.
Call it the natural encryption, but as predicted, Mirko, Evo's first pick banning away the Claude and the Nathan. Really seeing a similar pattern to game number 1.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the drafting phase of game number 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, the final draft of this best of 3 series. And we're going back to game number 1. Claude, Nathan, Valentina banned out. Angela. Okay, so this is the difference. Last time it was a Matilda ban, we have the Xborg and the Angela. So Evos, if they want, can either go for the Barrett, which has found a lot of success, or pick up something that has been left open, which is the Matilda.
We'll see what they want to go with here. Oh, take it away from Clay. It's just too costly. Clay has other tricks up his sleeve though, so we'll see what options he explores. Matilda though will be available. Barats that we were talking about being a pattern alongside the blue side pick. All available for RRQ to take advantage of.
Barrett's Matilda.
That is a disgusting combo. Barats and Matilda. That's the combo that we usually, it's a myth. It's almost impossible to find Barats and Matilda. Boom.
Oh,
and they
wow.
get it. RRQ get Barats, Matilda. This is one of the most broken combinations.
Since VYs.
Yeah, shout outs to VYs. Barats, Matilda.
And you have to wonder, is this all planned? Because they banned away the Xborg already, and that's usually a great tool to really melt down these real tanky frontliners that want to stomp around with low mobility. No Xborg to deter the Barats so far. Now for Evos, will the gold lanes come early or will they be saved for later?
Oh man. What do they go for? Ruby? Okay.
Oh boy.
So Annabelle gonna pick up his signature alpha. Essentially, it does play a similar part as the Xborg, right?
In a way.
Does it?
But you can't kite.
In a way.
Because Xborg kites, yes,
That's
you do.
true.
The shred part makes sense, right? But the kiting part, Alpha is an all-in hero. You go in with the Spear of Alpha and you are in. Unless you have a Matilda, but the Matilda is on the other side. So you want to all in the Barats. Matilda brings the Barats away. Or better yet, Detson is welcome. Chomp chomp. You can't bring Purify on the Alpha. Unless he goes gold, but nah. Novaria pickup as well for RRQ. That's a... Oh, man. This is Barat, Matilda, and Novaria. So they also have an answer to the Loyi.
Can use the ultimate to open up the map, secure those bushes to make sure that there aren't any cheeky plays coming through with the diversion. It's a tough spot now for Evos, but RQ get to start with the bans.
I think it's great that they went for the Novaria as well. Since Evos has shown the Alpha, I'm pretty sure it's going to go in the jungle. We haven't really seen it being flexed around, and it is a signature pick for Annabelle. So in that sense, going for the Novaria, knowing that most likely there won't be an assassin, is a great pick, but they ban away the Franco. They're just that concerned about these lockdown heroes, but the Kaja is still available. And the Kaja is usually what is comboed with the Loyi, so are they going to let that go free? Ban Franco but leave Kaja open? If that happens, that's going to be a weird strategy.
Wait, why do we keep seeing the U-Zombie banned out?
Well, it's really just about dive. I think they're really trying to set up for the backline as well, what Brand is going to pick up, which is probably going to be vulnerable to the Yuzong, but other than that, they're also kind of a composition that wants to clump up with a diversion. Yuzong can survive these ganks with the Black Dragon form, and he can also capitalize in these prolonged duels, prolonged brawls, especially when you clump up.
They can be the solution unless Evos are banning away the Yuzong because they are worried that brands will be zoned away from fights. That can be a big problem as well, especially if both Brands and Skylar are competing to try and get the highest damage output in the middle of a fight. That'll be a CC ban though. So again, suppression from Kaja is available. Seems like RRQ are just more concerned getting Dawn in a favorable matchup to try and get a winning lane so that they can use the Barrage and Mathilda that much more aggressively.
Is Alpha good against Assassins? Or are Assassins better than the Alpha?
The Alpha clears really fast. It really depends on how you want to utilize the Assassin. So I'm trying to think about maybe a possible RRQ flex of Barrage to go for an Assassin. I think it's unlikely that we see the Assassin here for RRQ. It's risky against the Alpha. You can beat a lot of these Assassins. Technically, mobility-wise, the Assassins will have an advantage, but
especially against the Luo Yi, if you want to even out that, map pressure.
Oh boy!
I was thinking something like the Ling, but now we have the carry locked in for RRQ.
That is, in my opinion, a bit risky, a bit scary. Short range against the Ruby, against an Alpha, against a Luo Yi even. A lot of ways for the carry to really get punished. But I guess with the Mathilda, Skylar is feeling quite confident here. Probably going to be kiting back in the middle of a fight and then re-engaging afterwards. That's what we usually see from Skylar on the carry, especially with the Mathilda in town.
The next two picks, okay.
Whoa.
Carmilla and the Moskov. What are they countering here? Are they anticipating a chip pick? But Matilda, Novaria, and Barats. Let's take a look at the comment here from Aura though. M1 winner back at Evos. I believe in Evos' current performance that they can advance to the playoffs. We'll see the outcome of this Classical Derby first though, with the last pick coming through for RRQ.
This might just be Evos just banking fully on being able to win out in the middle of a big team fight. They know that RRQ loves that aggressive style, wants to collide against them. Now they've secured a Paquito as well. That's good laning potential, but also potentially great flanking. In the middle of a fight though, we've seen that the team with the better AoE, the better combo, the better team fight has come out on top so far. So in that sense, this third game quite favors Evos.
remember though, if you try to go for the all-in, all Mathilda needs to do is guiding win out of there, and you can save one member as well. Only Paquito in the side to try to put some pressure down. Let's see what the lineup rating says.
RRQ.
It says RRQ.
Game number 1, it was Evos. Game number 2, it was RRQ. And now game number 3, the lineup rating calls for RRQ. But the Kingdom is also calling for a win for RRQ to continue their playoff run. Evos at number 5 on the standings. They aren't that safe either. Anything can happen. Anything can sway in either way. But either or, ladies and gentlemen, let's see the finale to this classical derby of leg number 2 as we get into the land of Dawn.
Right off the bat, it's gonna be a quantum charge for Skylar, but also for Dawn. So I think they're really trying to bank on this Paquito being a lot more independent, but the clear speed though, that's where you have to keep your attention at, because Annabelle, he loves these fast clearing heroes. Earlier, Fersic was able to deal with it, but now with a different set of heroes, and especially against the Luo Yi, the team fights are going to be so much more difficult for RRQ to win decisively, and they might get outmaneuvered as well. So this is something that they have to try and keep in mind as they're rotating, as they're looking for the usual plays they would want to have when the Luo Yi just isn't a factor in the game. Look at the emblems right here. At least for Dawn, it's going to be the Rupture and the Festival of Blood. He wants to be aggressive. Skylar with the tenacity though, not really messing around trying to get a bit more damage or, you know, more value from the items. He just wants to make sure that he can survive and then carry later on in the late game.
Is Brent's losing in the trades?
He is. And carry trading potential is very, very good
especially with how you're able to just exit trades in a favorable manner. And technically, it's kind of equalized because both of the Moskov and the carry have a bit of a gap closer. Skylar's playing this very, very audaciously. Even with Annabelle in the picture, he just keeps going. So lane-wise, at least, RRQ is doing well so far. Post level 4, though, that's where the real problems will start rolling in for RRQ.
Oh yeah, I just completely realized Vin, Matilda pick, that's a debut for him.
Yep, this season.
Exactly. A lot of people would say that Vin is used to his comfort heroes. That's why we saw the Franco maybe earlier on. But picking up a Matilda, let's see his performance. But oh.
Elephant used up, Don. Hesitating there to engage, but will be able to chunk Fluffy as well, forcing the regeneration as both teams now circle around a neutral objective. Will it be Fairsick on this Barax? That's in his welcome, charged up Dreams, just waiting there as the Astral Echo gets popped down as well. Spear of Alpha, and even now with the Moscow Spear of Destruction, able to get Evos a 1,000 gold lead at the start of the game, and the Turtle as well.
1,000 gold lead now for the White Tigers. With that dominance in that particular team fight, that was a really well-timed spear as well from Brands from Down Under.
Down Under. Try and get some value, get an assist maybe, a bit more resources in his pocket. Seems like RRQ are on the back foot. They don't really win out in a proper all-out fight. Against an Alpha and a Loyi, it's to be expected, but we haven't really seen RRQ do well on the back foot. So I think hopefully for a lot of people, they're gonna expect RRQ to do better. But in that lane, man, the carry definitely is a problem. In the team fights though, that's where Brands can really shine with the fact that the Moscow's basic attacks can penetrate through and deal a lot more damage, especially with the Carmilla in the mix as well. So I'm really curious to see how the team fights will play out. Are RRQ gonna really avoid every single one, kite back in and out, or are they just gonna try and just out-execute? Because RRQ is prone to doing crazy things like that.
I want to know the outcome of this lane, honestly. So far, Skylar has yet to be punished. Evo's unable to shut him down, not even once. And I'm wondering what's happening here in the mid lane. These Dreams opening up the map, looking for a play perhaps. Annabelle is already on standby. But they just go for the clear, waiting perhaps for the next neutral objective. Are they trying to punish Skylar now?
Ooh. It looks like it. Diversion plays at the bottom lane. Dreams getting stunned down, and the Spear of Alpha as well committed. Despite having no minions, Skylar just purifies out of it. Wow. The Evos have utilized a lot of resources there.
They're trying to get some momentum before the neutral objective does spawn. It seems like Skylar already overstepped right there, but Evos were just a slight bit hesitant. They're waiting for him to step up further, knowing that he's an aggressive player. But now, again, this four-man combination in its own right is a great team fighting lineup. So RRQ, are they going to try and go for it again? Do they want to try and maybe harass a bit using the Novaria? That is one of the main advantages they have here.
But remember, Fairsick is a level below of Annabelle.
Let's see though, Death's Welcome going to be used up there. No, not yet actually. And it's actually going to be Ben who steals it. Don in the back line, going to be able to find him the Knocker Strike. The Dreams falls. Fluffy in the midst of it all. Now catching Vin. Purify used up into Matilda, but now gets followed through by Brands. Diversion play. Where is it going to go? And it will just be used to bring the Moscow down under, as Eterna would say.
Yes, back to the bottom to defend this turret. They don't want Skylar to go in for a trade. But either way, the fact that Vinu was able to get the neutral objective, that was a big play for RRQ.
Definitely a big plus right there. I think they're just trying to pressure as much as possible, go for a bit of a steal. But if they're able to get it, that's great news for them as Vin once again just gets that vision. And Skylar winning out in the lane so far, but Brents does have a kill in his pocket. So I think farm-wise, Skylar is ahead, but they have to try and leverage that lead a bit more.
The Curse of Blood as well, so far, hasn't really been like the craziest ability to have in the game, right? Because last time we saw Dreams on this Carmilla, it was GG every team fight.
And yet this game isn't looking the same way. There is a diversion though.
Dawn?
Oh, does he know?
The flicker, the Spear of Alpha catches him. Able to flicker around, but now the all-in with I'm Offended and the flicker from Fluffy too to catch Dawn up top.
Quick feet, but it looks like 3 members on the side of RQ have rotated towards this top side. Vin gets caught, but Clay's there to back him up.
He's good for now, circling Eagle. Just the scout, Fairsick gets the guiding win.
It looks like Annabelle should be able to get that turret in the top side unless Clay, and of course Fairsick has something to say about it.
Oh.
I think he gets it.
Just weren't fast enough, RRQ, rotating to that side. So the turrets are traded, technically. Now with the turtle spawning though, Evos have a lot more space to work with, and they like that bush, but they get exposed. I think that they get spotted.
The red tree as well. Now a possible all-in, but Evos have disengaged very, very well.
Evos have used 3 ultimates right there though, so that is still a bit of a win for RRQ. Can they go in and win the fight right here? Especially with knowing that Brands can join out of nowhere.
No miss on the red tree this time around. Evos secure the second turtle for themselves, third turtle of the game.
And it looks like Fairsick is still a level below of Annabelle up until this point. Annabelle has a little bit of an edge. Now Evos gonna use the diversion play once again.
Where's he gonna go?
No.
To the bottom lane. Skylar has to purify.
So walks forward.
Safe. Reeves right there. Able to find Clay, but it is still an Astral Recalled version of Clay who's in the walls.
Done with a flank down the Brands. One more shot done.
Finds it. Not caught in the midst of it all. The guiding win not able to save him just yet as Fairsick will try his best to go. No. He uses the Detonus Welcome to escape. The Curse of Blood was on them, and RRQ decides to go back. Diversion play. It's the flank now. Clockwood and Fluffy on the Skylar. No, Purify ready. Now he uses the Purify Skylar. All isolated, and Evos Glory find a massive flank to punish the Kings of Kings.
They turn it around again and again and again, and now Evos hold the map pressure. They're going to utilize this to get a hold into the mid-side turret. Will they be able to do it?
The RRQ can clear out the waves. See the itemization already. A lot of emphasis on utility. Flash of the Oasis done for Vin. Clay with the Necklace of Durance first item. And so is the same for Clockun with an addition of the Enchanted Talisman. That's what's so pesky about the diversion, man. I think RRQ saw that they were going for a diversion play. They just didn't know where exactly. And that definitely caught them completely off guard. With that momentum, they will be able to take one turret. Still a close game though. Only one death for Skylar. And if you look at the items earlier, both are still on curve to hit their big item power spikes. Both still sitting on the closing side and a golden staff only though. Probably waiting for that Demon Hunter sword.
Dreams deciding to go. There's a diversion as well in the back. Dawn reads it well. Reads it very well.
No commitments just yet from Clockun and Brands. Still going to go for the push as they're trying to set up for the Lord Dance.
Fairsick trying to reset it, but Fluffy's actually taking it. Annabelle now taking the aggro, denying the reset over from RRQ, but end up resetting it in the end. 2-level lead for Annabelle.
Diversion.
Fairsick is a small dino. The big guy stacks. Not full for him. But luckily, no capitalization of that flank.
None for now. And Dawn did a great job pushing though, but now here we go. Data's welcome.
Forced out, a desperate maneuver. Fairsick, 3 melted down, even Brands popping in the Spirit of Destruction. Clay, where did he go? Fluffy finds a beautiful Eye of Offender to take him out. Now Dawn, the Curse of Blood, purified by Vin. RRQ on the back foot, and the Spear of Alpha is enough to decimate the Lord.
Skylar does not dare to enter this territory. He doesn't want to lose his life for it. He doesn't want to commit onto it. He decides to retreat, but Vin doesn't.
Some burst damage there with a diversion and rotation. Dawn only just disengaging with a knockout strike, and Brands is already starting to hurt. A Spear of Misery. What a tool to disengage too.
Even in that fight earlier, Dawn was denied his approach. Seems like RRQ wants him to be an assassin, going for the backline flank again and again. He's going for the Hunter Strike into a Dominance Ice, trying to find ways to deal with the 1v1 potential of Brands. But I think the Deloye is the main problem here for RRQ. And even in a full-out fight, the fact that Brands can output the damage a lot more safely compared to Skylar, that's a big factor right now that's just costing RRQ so much more. The big advantage they have though is the fact that their gold laner is on the Purify. So if RRQ can find a situation where they can get full value, oh, that diversion though. Oh.
It keeps you thinking. They don't actually utilize it to execute, but now Versik gets caught in the I'm offending the Spear of Misery as well. Annabelle, Spear of Alpha not connecting in RQ. Have the resource advantage, but they will not be able to fully commit onto this. They defend though, and no base turret so far for Evos.
Not just yet, but the White Tigers still hold a 6,000 gold lead in the 12th minute of the game. And now we get to see how far the items have come along.
The items, core items completed for both Skylar and Brands, but Wind of Nature is now a big advantage for Brands, although Skylar in a 1v1 can deal with that as well. A big factor as well, of course, is Clay with the Lightning Truncheon. He won't have the Enchanted Talisman though, so his spells are not as spammable, but if he does land onto the Luo Yi or the Moskov, that can mean that Evos' fighting potential immediately gets capped. But with the Wind of Nature, Brands can still heal up from the jungle. And look at RRQ's positioning. They're just concerned at every single moment that Evos are setting up for another big play.
Okay. We're getting to a point where both teams might be actually banking on the late game. Who has the better late game? That's the big question now.
I think in a full-on fight, Evos definitely have the better late game. RRQ, they have more mobility and they have more utility, as in looking for vision, as in poke damage. So I think they're the ones that have to play like they're on the back foot, just because if they get forced into a head-on collision, most likely they will lose out in damage output with the spammable nature of the Novaria, with the AoE nature of the Moskov, and of course the Carmilla as well.
So there's still a layer for both of these teams to work with. Just different resources,
Different variations.
tools, variation is the word.
I mean, even right now, Dawn, it seems like he's supposed to be tasked with going for these split pushes, but knowing that the Luo Yi is in the area, look at how he's positioning. He's never passed the halfway mark for the map, but Versik there, walking in dangerous territory, but he's trying to keep his stacks up. And hopefully for RRQ, Clay can land some of these Astral Spheres, because that's what they need to really get an edge.
That was a shocker there. Fluffy tried to burn out the Purify from Skylar, but he holds it well. Having the vision, Spear of Alpha though, onto Versik now, but the Guiding Wind grants him safety. Spear of Destruction used out already. That's a 4-man Astral Echo. Finn has the Circling Eagle, will decide to go in on it. Now Dawn as well, that's the Retribution secured by Annabelle. Finn trying to bring the Dino back, but he gets deleted. A diversion play to the front again, trying to look for a playpin. Guiding Wind out, Dawn might be caught, has the flicker to get out just barely, and Evos Glory will mount up another siege on the Kingdom's base.
Capitalized over that particular engage, the fact that they were able to completely zone RRQ out gave them that assurance of the Lord. The only person that fell was Versik. The rest of the members were able to come back. Versik though gonna be up in a few seconds. And they do have the high ground. RRQ still have the Novaria. They still have the clear coming in from Skylar as well. There's clear from Vin too. As it looks like Evos are looking to the... Oh, wait a minute!
Clay gets caught! Everybody with the 4-man Spirit! Oh! It's a one-more combo done! Finds a 4-man knockout strike, able to survive for now, but now gets taken out. Skylar, in the midst of it all, still able to dish out some damage, and Evos Glory. They've lost Claw Kun for Dawn and Clay. RRQ managing the wave so well. Versik and Vin up top, and in the bottom lane, it's Skylar soloing this Enhanced Lord. Wow, what a sequence of events.
They did it, they defended. The only thing that fell was the inhibitor turret in the bottom side, but that Lord is spawning on the bottom side too.
There's still an advantage that RRQ can try and take advantage of, but Evos will be very careful going for fights next time around. Here's a replay presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Starts with Clay being targeted, but just like that, the follow-up coming in. The AoE coming in from the Barats and the Paquito. It's a lot of damage, but unfortunately, everyone got so low, and Skylar was just so short range that they can't really capitalize. But look at that damage. That's that late game Novaria. That's gonna be a problem for Evos to try and handle the longer the game goes on, and he is getting more and more accurate as this game prolongs.
It's a big problem now. It seems like Evos are unable to end the diversion play though.
Oh boy, a risky one. Not playing, gonna be caught, still able to flicker out. Skylar with an Nature already used up, but look at the Spear of Alpha in the back with a Cursed Blood too! Skylar and Versik are down!
2 members taken out. Only 3 members of the kingdom are left standing. Vin, Dawn, Clay. Can they defend? There's no minions in the bottom side, but there is one marching in this middle side. They're gonna defend with their dying breaths.
Oh, 14 with an Nature, but now gets caught in Spear of Alpha, still able to flicker out with the guiding Ridge, but Fluffy jumps it forward, not able to find much. Minion waves in the mid lane, still ready. Brad is gonna go for the target now, but now we'll have to Abyssum step back again.
Skylar for a
Dawn's
second.
gonna clear out the way, but the base will be taken out. The kingdom's ruins shall be the foundation to Evos' glory.
One team, one voice, one family, Evos Glory. Taking the 31st Classical Derby from RRQ. Their dreams continue for their playoff run. And RRQs start to shake.
A great moment for Evos finally getting the better of RRQ in a bitter, hard-earned victory. It's a moment for the Evo supporters to rejoice. For RRQ, they stay further down in the standings. It's not over just yet, but it seems like as the weeks pass, it's getting further and further out of their grasp.
Avenging their loss in leg 1, Evos successfully wins the 31st Classic Derby, putting RRQ in a desperate spot for playoffs and putting themselves atop the standings in Season 13. From 9th, this climb has been phenomenal, miraculous, but so has the drop for RRQ.
It just really goes to show, you know, Evos, they changed their roster, they changed their lineup, the Evos Holy One, and then they replaced Natco with Brands, but they kept with it. They believed in the last roster. They showed perseverance, determination, they put in the hard work, and hard work pays off. A 2-1 against RRQ, and remember, out of the 31 times that they have met, RRQ have won 20. So the odds weren't with Evos today, but yet they proved it wrong. They proved everyone wrong. And they proved that they still have a place here at MPL ID Season 13. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take to the interview with the White Tigers, the kings of the jungles. Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Pembalasan dendam yang begitu manis dari Evos Glory. Leg 1 tidak berbuah manis untuk mereka, tapi leg kedua mereka tersenyum. Gimana balas dendam kali ini? Sudah cukup puas untuk leg kedua? 2-1 dibalas dengan 2-1.
Dibilang puas, kita bersyukur aja sih. Cuma kita belum puas, masih belum secure playoff lah istilahnya. Masih harus cari menang lagi.
Masih harus cari menang. Namun di minggu ini kan kita ngelihat kalau derby klasik tentu mendebarkan untuk nggak cuma super fans, tapi buat kalian juga nggak sih?
Biasa aja sih. Coba kali ini ya.
Dikit. Gaya dikitnya gimana? Dikit. Nah itu gayanya Anavel. Tapi kan di leg 1 nggak ada Brands. Di leg kedua ada Brands. Ini perbedaannya, apakah Brands quantity?
Kenapa?
Brands adalah kunci?
Enggak. Klaukun, jimat adalah kunci.
Oh, jimat adalah kunci. Tapi ngelihat di leg pertama kan sempat kalah. Ada dibisikin sesuatu nggak sih? Apa yang kalian pelajari dari leg 1 sehingga leg kedua kalian bisa mendapatkan matchnya?
Sebenarnya yang kita pelajari ya pasti evaluasi match segala macam, terus latihan kayak biasa. Untuk spesifik atau detailnya kita nggak ada yang gimana sih. Kita tetap anggap RRQ kayak tim yang lain juga sama.
Wow, tetap respect kepada semua tim walaupun posisinya lagi sekarang agak di bawah.
Iya.
Yes, dan kita ngeliat juga ada satu debutan baru, Versik yang Anavel lawan. Apa kamu menyangka bahwa hari ini lawanmu bukan Irat, tapi adalah Versik?
Udah pada nyangka sih, cuman sebenarnya pengen ketemu Irat. Nah,
Ingin balas dendamnya langsung ke Irat ya?
ya kali.
Iya, namun Versik muncul. Kamu kemarin sempat ngelawan Tas, lalu Versik dua sepuhmu dari Evos. Mereka dulu adalah sepuh di Evos, mantan Evos juga. Gimana sih ngelihat mereka sekarang?
Ya mereka semua jago lah, cuman tetap mereka kayak talentnya kayak guru. Soalnya dia yang ngajarin dari awal kan.
Kamu sempat berat itu?
Sempat nanya-nanya.
Wah, dan kalau ngelihat hari ini juga, momen-momen terakhir tadi kayaknya ada Cloudkun ultimate di tempat rumput, masuk rumput di belakang sana, tiba-tiba ngeflank ke arah belakang ngedapetin Skylar dan juga bahkan Versik 2 core-nya langsung kalian sambit. Gimana tuh ceritanya kamu bisa ngekernya tepat ultinya ke situ, membaca pergerakan dari RRQ?
Gak tahu, asal tele doang.
Bohong kali, masa asal?
Asal.
Marahin tuh guys, masa asal? Ada perhitungannya kah?
Gak ada sih, asal aja udah. Asal tele doang.
Asal tele aja. Dan ketika ngedapetin 2 core-nya, 2 damage dealer-nya, apa respon kalian tadi?
Senang kali.
Senang kali?
Senang ya.
Kali aja?
Iya, senang.
Senang?
Senang.
Katanya kamu adalah jimat juga nih.
Kagak,
Jimat.
bohong.
Udah bukan jimat ya?
Bukan.
Apa sekarang? Cloudkun adalah? adalah main. Tapi kemenangan. Kenapa?
Cloudkun adalah Pak Ustadz kita, udah pasti.
Waduh. Apa yang Pak Ustadz sudah berikan kepada anak-anak Evos Glory ini? Disuruh apa sih? Apakah suruh sabar, suruh apa?
Jangan fitnah, terus mungkin kan dari kitanya banyak setan-setannya udah diruqyah
Udah
sama Pak Ustadz ini. Ya.
Setelah diruqyah?
Ya akhirnya jadi seperti ini.
Jadi seperti ini.
Jadi gitu.
Kalau Fluffy ngelihat hari ini ngelawannya RRQ dengan member seperti ini, rosternya seperti ini, kamu apakah sudah mengira lawannya adalah yang ini, 5 player ini?
Enggak, saya enggak mengira. Kirain bakal lawan inian, Irat sama Brusco.
Dan
sama Lemon juga, saya kira itu.
Oh.
Rosternya.
Lalu ketika ternyata tidak seperti dugaanmu, apakah kamu sedikit panik, sedikit terkejut?
Ya panik sih, gemeter, terus kayak nervous, tremor, semuanya sih.
Wow, bagaimana caranya biar dari tremormu itu, menggigilmu itu sampai panas dalam mungkin, pada akhirnya kamu bisa tetap tenang dan ngedapetin 2 game.
Balik lagi Bude, kan ada Pak Ustadz kita, jadi aku ditenangin sama Pak Ustadz kita.
Ditenangin. Ya. Oke, tapi Dreams bertemu dengan Min. Pertemuanmu tadi bagaimana Dreams?
Seru.
Franco, melawan Franco dari Min.
Ya udah tau lah men, kan Nero Power Franco juga kan. Ya udah tau lah cara lawannya gimana.
Kita bahkan sempat ngebahas dari para talent semua ya.
Okay.
Wah ini Franco bakal jadi mahal banget karena kedua player ini pasti mereka akan berpusat dengan Franco. Kamu juga seperti itu nggak? Kayak Franco nih bisa nih.
Enggak juga sih Bude, bosan pakai Franco terus.
Oh bosan, sekarang Carmilla lagi ya?
Ya Carmilla dulu.
Carmilla. Dan akhirnya di game ketiga kamu memunculkan Carmillamu. Dan apakah memang ini bukan masalah hero, tapi ini masalah pergerakan dari Dreams kah?
Enggak juga sih Bude, emang hero power aja udah.
Oke, dan memang dari tim Evos yang akhirnya balas dan memperbesar chance mereka ke babak playoff yang presentasenya pasti akan berubah juga. Masih banyak yang percaya Evos akan masuk playoff. Betul? Respect. Dan untuk kita tahu sendiri Derby Classic itu adalah yang dinantikan. Kalian ada yang mau kalian sampaikan gak sih untuk FIFA Roar ini nih?
Fluffy mau ngomong?
FIFA Roar ini mungkin untuk RRQ atau FIFA Roar semuanya?
Ya kita cukup lawan di lane of down aja lah, di luar kita tetap kawan.
tetap kawan. Posisi mereka semakin sulit berada di zona merah. Mungkin ada yang mau memberi semangat atau memberi sesuatu?
Ya semangat terus lah, semoga hasil yang terbaik kita bisa ketemu di playoff. Lolos dua-duanya.
Derby klasik akankah ada di playoff lagi atau tidak? Dan inilah dia kemenangan balas dendam. Banyak sekali yang udah ngedukung kalian. Mau sepatah dua patah kata? Mau nyanyi mungkin? Evos di sini.
Cukup, udah itu cukup. Ya, cukup. Oh Regi mau nyanyi katanya.
Ada yang mau disampaikan? Tuh rame banget loh. Ada Ma Evos, ada semuanya pada datang di sini.
Ya kita terima kasih aja lah. Flavi ada yang mau disampaikan?
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih ya.
Terima kasih, iya.
Raul, jangan Raul ya.
Oh, iya. Tapi inilah dia. Semuanya mari kita meroar bersama-bersama tim Evos Glory. So Caster, what happened?
Bow down to the White Tigers today, and the supporters are always so hilarious.
Oh my lord, dude.
That was the same guy who had to be like escorted out of the building.
Escorted out?
Yeah, he was escorted by like 5 guys out of the building as he was roaring.
Really?
I think that was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, even the cameraman had to push him back. Like, hey,
Yeah,
stop.
That's the same
Let go,
guy.
hey.
But again,
I can't
it's
let you
okay.
get close.
Oh no, Arashi again, you're right. Arashi, it is a very, very, very unfortunate day, season, week for RRQ.
I'm shedding
So
a manly
far.
tear.
No, those are just, you're just sweating from your eyes, man.
Yeah, exactly.
People do
I mean,
that, it happens.
That was a great match though. I mean, we were at the edge of our seats, man.
I wasn't even on my seat, I was standing.
I think it's a respectable performance for sure. Obviously, a lot of fans are hoping for the opposite result. But hey, player of the match here, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It's Klokun on the Lo Yi. We talked about the Barats potentially being the key to victory. Turns out for this match, it's the Lo Yi.
Yep, there was a reason it got banned out. And you know, when they first entered the lineup, Klokun was known as the Jimat.
The amulet?
Like,
The
yeah.
good luck charm.
A good luck charm.
As a substitute, not in the lineup. He always gets championships, but as a substitute.
Interesting.
And now he finally plays, and turns out the secret weapon of the White Tigers is its claw.
Here's the player of the match highlights.
Oh, because Klokun.
Because Klokun, yes. Our official gold partner, Ube has gold. The team fighting though, unlike the previous game, RRQ were struggling really hard right here. Clay always getting caught. Fersik not getting the kind of backup he requires to really survive. It's just a great combination of AoE and also burst damage for the side of Evos. And they were able to consistently make use of the divergence again and again to get value. And part of why these fights were so difficult for RRQ to win in was because of the goal disparity. Of course, there are moments right here where it seemed like something was going to happen, but I think the biggest moments all happened in the base of RRQ. Oh, here though, this was that moment that sealed the deal. Fun fact, Eterna looked at me and just mouthed like, oh, I'm so sorry, it's over, as that play happened. And who can argue with it? It was looking so bleak for them. And RRQ, for a while, they made it look like there was going to be a defense that they can prolong the game just a bit longer with Skylar coming back up with Fersik. But unfortunately, Evos, they know what they want, they know what needs to be done, and they seal the deal.
Oh man, the Madrid fans, him and Realize.
What does it mean?
No, he's just a
What's
Madrid
the,
fan.
oh, it wasn't a reference to something?
I don't think so. I'm not a Madrid fan, you know, so I don't know actually. So shout out to the Realizes and Brandses out there, you know, the fans of Madrid.
NPCs.
But shout out to the Evos fams. 17 minutes in game number 1. It was a very convincing win. Game number 2, it was a stomp by RRQ, but they really came back in game number 3.
It was a lot closer, but once those diversions really got into the heads of RRQ's members, it seems like it was a done deal. They go for the bottom side of the map, and then afterwards the upper side of the map, and that kind of alteration between where the diversions are coming from really caught RRQ Hoshi off guard. And unfortunately for Skylar, you know, the usual solution, the key to the late game team fights for RRQ, he wasn't really lacking too far back when it comes to items. He was still matching brands, and he probably can output more damage, but he's just a lot more vulnerable in these fights. If you look at Evos, I mean, they have similar tools like the Lo Yi that RRQ used to get an edge in game number 2, but Lo Yi and Moskov, all they have to do is hit the guy in the front. Everyone in the back will suffer extra bits of damage. The same can't be said for Clay and Skylar on the Novaria and Carry.
And you want to make a wild guess what side Evos Glory was on?
Blue side.
100% win rate for the blue side in this match. So far this week, only one game has been lost on the blue side, and that was Dewa United in game 1 against Alter Ego.
The blue side buff here really seems to be something that a lot of teams really want to put to good use. And for a while there, we talked about how counter picking seems to be the go-to strat in the current meta, with it being so flexible. But now, with some really prio picks able to make a big difference, like the Lo Yi here, I think you can really see the value of that first pick more and more as time goes on, because you can also respawn with your final 2 picks at the end of the first banning phase. So technically, you can counter the initial counter. And as teams get better at predicting, at kind of calculating their gains and losses in the drafting phase, I feel like the first pick will just get more and more prio for a lot of teams.
I'm still honestly trying to just feel the moment right now.
I'm feeling it.
The golden moment.
Ooh, by Ubes Gold?
Yes, sir.
Let's check it out.
Sabar ya. Sabar dulu aja tuh. Lihat lagi. Nah, udah ulti dia. Udah ulti ya, Karya bisa ya, lortai. Depanin. Barat bokinnya. Sikat barat dulu ya, barat dulu. Ada, cabut. Oleh. Awas tembak ya. Awas tembak. Oleh. Gue tutupin. Gue pede. Tuh. Guti. Ada orang. Gue zoning. Perang. Lihat pak itu dari aman. Dua ini boy. Ya aman gue liat lo. Takut ini, gue zoning. Itu nih. Lihat Nova dulu. Betul. Nice. Ulti balik. Kenapa orang? Abar. Pelan guys. Gue TP. Mati satu. One. Aman.
Sini, kalau mau di sini.
Sini boy, enggak ketahuan boy. Tengah ini.
Ayo, tengah ya.
Betul. Let go.
Kena tiga orang.
Nice boy. Tara.
Aku itu ada finger.
Oh, udah.
Blok aja, Bran. Sikat boy.
Boleh masuk. Ya, aman.
Masuk, Bran.
Torlok. Nice.
I have a question though.
Question away.
From a scale of 0 to ONIC,
Okay.
how strong do you think Evos currently is?
Bigatron. No, I'm joking. No, I think they are really good.
So like somewhere in the middle?
I would
or
put them in the top 3. Are they better
Top
than ONIC
three?
and Bigatron? Yeah, Evos.
Evos top 3?
Top 3.
Okay, I want to know your opinion first.
You know, I would put them pretty high. I'll be fair here. I think I'll put them top 4.
Who's number 3 to 1?
I think right now, honestly speaking, I think Bigatron is still looking a lot stronger for me than ONIC.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Then
That's it.
Evos.
You don't need to stop.
No, because if you
You're gonna
guys...
ignore the rest of the top 4. It doesn't even matter anymore.
Well, you know, Eterna, do you agree?
I agree that my personal MVP are these glasses.
Well, perfect. Then maybe you can use those glasses to look at the standings again to see who's number 1, Eterna. Because Saturdays gets you that vision. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and check out. Maybe if you guys want, real vision to see the standings as well. See Arashi, he already has glasses. Those are Saturdays too. That's why he can see. Ooh, the strongest is Eterna. Doesn't have glasses, so
It's called handicap. It's the handicap, the ONIC early season handicap.
When did you become an ONIC fan, by the
I'm
way?
not.
Exactly. Hang
I'm
on.
not. I'm being realistic.
Okay. It's a handicap that none of you guys should use because you guys can go and check out Saturdays right now. Follow at Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok and go to the Saturday stores. Check out the MVP collection that it will technically make you MVPs in your games because you will miss out. You won't have blurry vision. You will be swag as well in real life.
I mean, it says MVP. I'm just saying.
He's just saying.
He's just saying.
Can you read?
Maybe with the Saturdays glasses, you will be able to read.
And of course, if you have the best in the business as well, in terms of that screen, no stutter, you definitely can read, right? So experience more wow in gaming. Enjoy stutter-free and smooth gameplay with the Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus. Love you. Peace out.
To the viewers or to the
To the
TV?
To the TV.
Okay, the TV.
And the viewers.
And the viewers.
Love you.
Nah, if you have to put "and" there, it's not,
Doesn't count.
It doesn't count, Eterna.
The viewers are gonna like save that video clip, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Feels kinda
Eterna
forced.
said she loves us. It still counts.
She's
Copium.
talking to you, Mike.
Copium, John.
No, because what I wanted to refer to about the top 3 was I'm wondering if the top 3 will make it to SPS.
I think Big Sean will.
Okay, buddy. Relax.
When they lost to ONIC.
Hey, yo. I gotta bring history.
I mean, he brought it up. He was like, I'm like, well, they lost to ONIC at SPS.
History matters.
So.
See, all these rivalries happen in SPS. Everything we're talking about happened in SPS last year. But if you guys want to see what'll happen this year when Biggatron ultimately do the thing, hey, for those of you who might feel empty or bored during the MPL ID Season 13 break, don't worry. Because soon, the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 will be starting again, and the Open Qualifier stage for Indonesia will begin in April. Registration has been open for a while now, and has already ended as well on the 16th of April. So for all of you guys, this is the list of invited teams from the Open Finals.
All right, we have Alter Ego, Bleed Esports, Burmese Schools, JP Niners, Dewa United Esports, Daror Legends, Evos Holy, Homeboys SG, Minana Evos, Flash KH, Vanguard Esports, Todak, TNC Pro Team, Team Max, Team Hack, and of course ONIC Philippines.
Ooh.
Wait, what is this based off?
These are just invited teams. I would love to know how they invited.
Yeah.
Like what was the? Was there a qualifier?
Qualifies.
I think it might be qualifiers, but it's invited, so it's not qualified teams.
Are they invited to qualify?
Invited to the Open Finals. Open Finals is also a qualifier to the Challenge season.
Right.
Challenge season 2 later on the main event. So there are parts of this, and you guys.
Benarashi casted in Indo.
Yep.
Yeah, I got lost and was placed on the Indonesian desk for some reason with Professor KB.
He was tactical.
That was quite the interesting experience. But yes, hopefully this time I'll be on the English desk with, the English audience that actually know who I am.
Come on. I mean, the Indonesians know who you are.
He's
the kingdom know who you are.
He's being modest. He's being modest.
He's being modest. Everybody knows Arashi. You guys know Arashi.
Nobody doesn't know Arashi.
Yeah, that's true. Nobody
That was right,
doesn't know
right?
Arashi. Yeah. I just had to think and process it over.
Okay.
'Cause
Well, don't lag because we still have one more match ahead of us.
Well, then we need to reset.
We need to reset for ONIC versus Rebellion.
Boom, boom,
I love the sound effects. Can you do that more often?
boom, boom.
Yeah. You need to make sound effects too.
Alright, so you gesture and we make sound effects.
ONIC
Boom.
versus
Boom.
Rebellion. But you gotta be creative next time. Okay, we'll work on it during the
Don't worry,
break.
we got it.
So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere for the special sound effects. I mean, for the next match. See you. Bye bye.
Skadoosh.
See that? I like that.
Skadoosh.
Rawr.
Is
That's pretty bad.
Is it the bull? Is it the bulls?
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin aja.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan turis dengan mudah. Download sebelum mengabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win-streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin aja.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Sampai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
くぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi ide. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi ide. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang gitu. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang gitu. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Awas, Geisa.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Tambah mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you have dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed,
Tunggu-tunggu untuk menyaksikan match penutupan di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Di MPL Arena sudah begitu ramai pastinya untuk Superfans melihat dan menyaksikan seperti apa pertarungan dari pasukan Landak dan juga pasukan Banteng. Di leg pertama pasukan Banteng berhasil menyeruduk pasukan Landak. Namun ini adalah leg kedua, leg yang berbeda. Jadi di sini Bude Kara Monster pastinya akan langsung memanaskan panggung MPL Arena bersama dengan dua player kuncian dari kedua tim. Mereka dulunya sahabat satu tim, namun kini mereka harus bertemu di Land of Dawn sebagai lawan. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama. Inilah dia Lutfi dan Di. Oh lala, gandengan di sini ya. Halo Lutfi.
Halo.
Gabung jalan bareng di panggung tapi beda jersey. Aneh nggak?
Enggak sih.
Enggak.
Sama aja.
Sama aja. Tapi akrab banget kamu ya kayaknya ya, Di dan juga Lutfi.
Banget.
Bangetnya 3 kali loh. Tapi keakraban mereka harus kita sambut juga dengan satu hal yang harus kita lihat bersama. Yuk kita lihat bareng-bareng ada apa yang sudah disiapkan. Dan kalau kita lihat, misi balas dendam. ONIC di leg kedua. Satu-satunya tim yang belum kalah di leg yang kedua. Di minggu ke-6 berhasil membalaskan dendam atas Dewa. Minggu ke-7 berhasil membalaskan dendam melawan Aura. Namun di week ke-8 kali ini Rebellion adalah lawannya. Lutfi, berhadapan dengan Rebellion di match ini. Bagaimana? Ingin balas dendam?
Ya.
Ya. Apakah Kapten, oh bukan Kapten Boots. Sekarang Coach Boots. Bisikin kamu sesuatu. Jangan sampai kalah, ayo balas dendam.
Ini sih ada kayak dikasih tahu sih. Katanya gedein mapnya kayak setengah HP.
Nah ngomong-ngomong tentang map, kita cek dulu yuk. Seperti apa sih kilas balik di leg yang pertama?
Yang makin besar Vincent menerima satu corner part memory from cewek yang berhasil untuk bisa mempanis keberadaan dari Vincent untuk keempat kalinya. Tapi lihat, ada satu pergerakan dari Kang di arah top lane. Baystar akan menjadi korban, tapi lihat Bayona Auditisi tertabrak susah, tapi blessing duet dari Boy mencatat cewek dan bakal satu buah split push. Kali ini di depan mata Rebellion mampu gak membuka rapor hijaunya karena sedikit lagi BC tersisa.
Waduh, momen itu ya.
Ya benar.
Pelajaran besar untuk ONIC. Dan kalau dari di sendiri waktu itu nggak bermain, tapi gimana sih? Mungkin reaksi anak-anak, reaksi member-member apalagi Moai juga. Gimana mereka ngasih tahu untuk bisakah ini terulang kembali? Dan momen seperti itu bisa diceritain nggak sih?
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of today. Week number 8, day number 2. Numero
Dos.
There you go. Back on the English broadcast here with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi, as we are going to bring you the final match of the day between ONIC as well as Rebellion. Rebellion currently, right now, actually, I don't know now.
Yeah.
Early today was number 6. Right now, are they 7? No.
I think they are still 6th. I don't
Still
think there will
6th.
be any changes to Rebellion because people who were in the red zone did not move up. So for Rebellion, yeah, but they can very easily drop down to the red zone if they lose here because Alter Ego are looking like they found their momentum back. They found their jam back.
That's scary.
They probably bought it in Indomart, the jam.
Oh my God. Anyway, MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet, GoPay. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel. Our suppliers, Indomar, Point Coffee, NeoQ, LED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays. And of course, thank you so much to our government partner, PBESI. But back to that jam, really?
Yeah. Why? Would you not buy jam?
Take over.
I mean, they have a lot of potential, so they're gems.
Why are you...
They're gems that need to be cut properly for them to shine.
No allies anywhere.
We're your allies, man. We're helping you with the jam.
We're on the same team. You're stuck in the jam right now.
Yes.
You're talking about my team right now?
Talking about you on the day.
Let's talk about the two teams that we have today, though, for our final match. ONIC versus Rebellion. Last time they faced off, Rebellion were able to pull off one of the biggest upsets, or the biggest upset in Season 13 by taking down ONIC through way of Segway. It was Cars. Just hitting that base all alone, split pushing.
On the Paquito.
On the pack.
On the pack in game number 3. That would have been an ONIC game, to be honest. But again, let's take a look at the updated standings.
Oh boy.
There you go. Rebellion still at 6th place, still safe and dandy. But they do still need this win in order for them to secure their spot, especially with Alter Ego, like Mirko mentioned earlier, stepping up to the plate. RRQ have officially dropped to 8th place.
Oh. Yep. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. So for today, let's see if Rebellion can find a way to get even further up. Because ONIC themselves, they're secured in playoffs, but they're still looking for potentially the upper brackets. So they definitely want that advantage, especially with the season being this close. I feel like any kind of lead that any team can secure in the regular season, they will most definitely want.
What did you see?
Aura can be dropped to the red zone.
Yes, yes they can. If they continue this form, the teams in the bottom can actually step up. And if Rebellion win here,
they
guess
push
what?
Aura down.
They'll put Aura at 6th place. So Aura are not safe. But technically for Evos and Geekfam, they're not safe either. The only two teams that are safe so far is Bigatron Alpha and ONIC. That is it. For everyone else, they're still fighting. But for Dewa, goodbye.
Yeah.
Playoff contention, bye-bye.
And ONIC do still want this win, despite them already making it to the playoffs, because they want that upper bracket slot, and they need to lock this win in if they want to 100%. I think 2 more match wins.
2 more wins
will ensure them an upper bracket ticket alongside with the Red Robots, Bigatron Alpha.
That's all, Arashi. That's all they need to secure upper brackets. But what stands in their way is a couple of big boys that a lot of people look at and say they're definitely the underdogs. Rebellion, what? How can Rebellion beat ONIC? Then you remember leg 1. Then you remember ONIC's little slump down. And how did they slump? They were experimenting technically with the draft, but they lost to core fundamentals. And Rebellion, they're a team that rise to the level of the occasion, man. RBL, they're them. They're him. They're what? Yeah. They're it. No.
Anyway, tough week for the Dark Horse. Can Rebellion defeat ONIC as well as Bigatron Alpha?
Oof. You know, last week, RRQ were the ones put in the situation going up against ONIC and Bigatron. Yeah. That's definitely a very tough ask, but Rebellion has shown that they've put it up before. So, in a way, they have, statistically, data-wise, a better chance of actually coming out on top here compared to RRQ. And that is mind-blowing if you consider the history, the achievements from both these teams. But that's just how crazy Season 13 is. We don't even question it at this point. It's just the way it is.
What are you saying about Rebellion's achievements?
So far, based on achievements, yes, Rebellion are definitely lacking there, but they're a new team here. You know, they're a new team in MPL, so they're rising to the top. And the fact that they have risen so much from their previous seasons, I'm personally very, very impressed. I love this team. These players all are very high potential players, like every single one of them. It just comes down to the level of consistency. Can they be consistent? Because they're up against the consistency gods. If we want to talk about consistency, this is a team to look at.
Wait.
Oh boy.
Wait. Season 2?
Season 2?
Season 3?
Season 3?
Season 7, Season 8, Season 10, Season 11, Season 12. Wow.
Yes.
All the way at the top.
Never going down at all. Like Mirko mentioned, consistency kings. Since they got their meteoric rise and they got that massive win, I believe, in Season 8, I feel like they've always been on top. And it's very rarely do you even see them dip down lower than 3rd place. Which is why this season was so crazy.
Wait, this is the regular standings, right?
Yeah, this is regular season standings.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I remember that in Season 9, who was #1 in the regular standings? Was it RQ? All right. And here it is, their official team lineup as well, with Ludwig, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and CW. So last time around, it was still Boots in the roster against Rebellion. But today, they have swapped Boots out for Lutfi. Meanwhile, for the side of the Blue Bulls, we will be seeing Cars, Vincent, Suelo, Audi, TZ, as well as D. So a very ONIC-esque lineup.
He's back!
He's back?
D! And with D, we'll see if Rebellion can once again pull off an upset against the Sky Kings. Leg 1, they were able to do it. We'll see the Blue Bulls this time and try to replicate what they did with the big moments from D. It's time to see Rebellion!
The Blue Bulls walk up on stage.
Whoa!
Let's see what they have prepared for us today.
It's a Power Rangers reference, I believe.
I love the Black Ranger.
Yeah, I think it's one of the cooler ones. Like coming in, showing that they have that confidence. They're back with the poses, with the unique intros for the fans to enjoy. It's a bit of a rookie showdown here between D and Lutfi. Technically, once under the same banner, but now on the other side.
One flashy one rising to the occasion, and then on the other side, a team with a level of consistency as this, constantly being won. First place in the regular season, only dipping to second in some of the seasons with this lineup. And now with Lutfi, the rookie monster in the lineup, the Sky Kings look to secure the upper brackets. Ladies and gentlemen, it's ONIC!
The new ONIC. Without Boots, with Lutfi stepping in his shoes, of course still under the tutelage of Boots, they have found an insurmountable amount of success. This kid has climbed so far, like I was about to like hype him up and I literally saw a kid and then that threw me off. I was like, not that kid, I meant Lutfi.
Not that kid,
just to make it clear.
Yeah, but
okay.
Which kid are you referring to? Are you referring to possibly Coach Yeb?
Coach Yeb.
Coach Yeb with a very interesting hairstyle this time. I think he's copying Danang a bit, but you know, Danang doesn't tie it up.
He's trying to get better cell phone reception here, trying to get the best coverage in the arena. Coach Yelp will be trying to download all that data and use it for the benefit of his team. Can Coach Chico match him without an antenna?
Man, Chico's definitely got to join the antenna gang. How is he going to get connection? Oh, with Games Max Booster.
And a car. No?
A car?
No.
You mean cars?
No, I mean Lutfi and his journey. So let's go take a sneak peek into that.
Ngeliat dia di panggung MPL gantiin sosok Boots gitu kan hitungannya ya. Oh, ini orang bisa digantiin Boots ternyata nih.
Udah melihat sekarang satu buah Black Dagger Farm dikirim oleh seorang Lutfi, tapi Lana yang berhasil lagi mendapatkan total dana minion dirinya sepertinya hanya melemparkan beberapa poin saja membuat KD bersama seorang Lutfi yang sekarang harus tumbang.
Kalau dari Lutfi, ya paling pertama yang aku minta di Lutfi sih paling mentalnya aja sih. Mental sama targeting sama komunikasi gitu.
Pas gue barusan masuk, itu pasti adalah kayak perasaan kayak, wah gue ganti ini juara dunia, juara MSC kan. Gue baru di MPL tuh berapa hari ya? Baru 5 hari kalau nggak salah, itu langsung disuruh main gitu.
Tuh, sosok baru adanya Lutfi di dalam line up mereka. Apakah ini waktunya untuk ONIC kembali ke era kejayaan mereka?
Terus juga Boots kan nggak pernah kayak ada cadangan juga kan, kayak wah ada perasaan ke pressure gitu ada. Tapi coach gue selalu bilang kayak jangan mikir di diri lu nggak jago gitu sih. Yang buat gue kuat, alhamdulillah kuat mental.
Kami bisa dengar kalian enjoy ya bagus. Tapi respect itu yang jangan lupa game kedua ini, oke?
Jajaran Dewa United berhasil mengamankan 2-1 kembali lagi mengalahkan sang Raja Langit.
Pas waktu kalah kayak ada perasaan kayak aduh nggak enak lah, kayak jadi gue baru main terus kalah, ya ada pikiran kayak gara-gara gue nih kalahnya nih gitu. Terus habis itu tapi mereka tetap percaya kan, kayak masih kasih gue main.
Usaha langsung di sini lah, guys. Semua proses, guys. Nanti juga proses, semua sudah proses persalinan juga seperti itu.
Mereka juga bantu banget gue sih dengan cara kayak ngajak ngobrol tuh, terus ngajak bercanda terus. Ya asik juga, kayak udah nganggap kayak abang-abangan gue gitu, jadi nggak ada yang kayak malu lah, terus kayak segan lah, udah kayak biasa sih. Itu yang bikin ngeblend, ya, nyatu.
Pasifnya menyala final saja Kode karena beberapa player dan menjadi korban lagi harusnya. Untuk kali ini juga ada Lutfi menjadi abang-abangan terdepan, tapi mendadak cewek hadir dengan satu blazing duel begitu menyakitkan hingga membuat beberapa player memiliki oleh Dewa United Esports pun langsung menghilang, hanya saja Masya mengamuk siapapun yang ada di depan dan Tikaruk. Tapi Lutfi triple kill.
Hitungannya yang scouting dia awal ONIC MDL kan juga gue sama Mars kan, jadi ngeliat dia di sana di panggung MPL, hitungannya ya suatu kebanggaan sendiri lah, kayak oh ini orang bisa digantiin boots ternyata nih. Dan dia juga ya main buat badan, bisa juga ngasih badan buat Kyrie-nya enak, main hero damage kayak Pakito Bennett juga bisa, hitungannya ya emang lengkap lah.
Jadi ditunggu aja lah kejutan-kejutan nanti sampai ya di playoff nanti. Gue harus benar-benar fokus di sini biar nggak ngecewain orang tua juga.
All the way from ONIC, Prodigy making his debut at MPL ID Season 13, replacing Boots in the EXP lane is no easy feat, and yet here he is, the main roster, the main lineup, the roster that has found a lot of success, and a lot of people are actually questioning whether Boots will ever come back.
I don't know, with Luffy's performance so far, it does seem like it'll be tough for Boots to come back. His replacement is doing a good job in the XP lane. But I can't help but think, man, this season has been the season of peace. Like, Luffy in MPL ID, and in MPL PH, we got JP.
All the peace is making all the waves in the Mobile Legends scene right now.
Yeah. And JP replaced a veteran member on the team in Yawi. And Lutfi replaced, okay, we can't rhyme we can't really rhyme Boots with P, but you know what I mean. You know, like, it's Lutfi, JP, yeah.
Is the P the secret to success right here? Well, they got D. Oh, we got D, not P, so we'll see if that is good enough. It's quite similar. But if the pattern is true, first pick has a great advantage and Rebellion will have it first. Can they steal a point to start this matchup against ONIC?
Look, I don't know if it's true. Still true, I mean. But back in Season 12, ONIC always found success in the red side. But of course, things do change. So we'll see if that still gravitates true for this particular team, as we do look at the drafting phase for game number 1 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Paramis, the Ling, and the Arlet have been taken away by Rebellion. ONIC respond with a Luoyi and a Harith. Usually we see teams ban out something like the Kaja when they go against the Blue Bulls, but we'll see with ONIC on the red side, they need to go for the priorities, and their priority here is Natan.
Natan, denied away. It's quite a signature pick for D so far. We haven't seen him do anything too crazy with other heroes aside from the Natan. But you know, the Harith available, that's one of the go-to gold laners. So maybe the gold lane won't be selected just yet. Actually, flex potential in that Roger for Rebellion.
I expected maybe a possible Angela pick in the first phase for Rebellion, but they decided to go for the Roger. Yep, flex pick. And they actually, Rebellion, have been able to utilize the Roger in the jungle really, really well. High success rate with the Florin pick. Usually that comes around with the Roger. But let's take a look at ONIC. What do they respond to the Roger with? Will they pick up an Angela for themselves, getting them a little bit more sustained? Mathilda, you're right, is up for grabs as well. A big, big pick for ONIC. We all know how Keyboy is on that Mathilda.
But you know what I really want to see? Hellcurt.
Oh, we haven't seen a lot of Hellcurts today. There's going to be a Fredrin Angela, though. You know, for a second there, I thought we were on ONIC side because the fans were absolutely crazy But we're on Rebellion side. They're keeping up. Can you hear me?
What?
I can, but I can hear the Rebels a bit better. And yes, the Rebels have been going ham all season long, so shout out to whatever Rebellion's doing because it's working. The Rebel squad has been growing.
The morale support.
Morale support from the fans.
Moral or morale?
is
Morale.
Definitely
Just to make it clear.
important.
This time.
All right, for Rebellion here, if they want to go with a chip, it's still available. But no, they take the Matilda away. Matilda against Angela. You know, what season is it?
I don't know. Flashbacks.
Feels a lot like, what was it, 11, 12? Somewhere there. But Terizla with the Matilda, now that's quite the annoying combo to deal with right now. And then stark contrast, we haven't seen the gold in the show up just yet, technically, but here comes a Claude in the hands of CW. That's a problem.
It is. We've seen CW just really unlock his full potential. The CW we've been waiting for perhaps 2-3 seasons, and we get to see that best version. Still more improvement definitely can be unlocked, but he's a monster. ONIC know it. They secure a good hero for him in the first phase, and now they can start eliminating options if they do want to give and allow CW that potential, right? Moskov already taken out, but remember the Roger is still a flex for Rebellion that they can put in the gold lane if they want.
Moskov ban is actually really, really good for ONIC here. One of the picks that actually can stop the Claude from farming in the gold lane. It's a pretty good matchup against the Claude. Especially if you go Blazing Duet, you blink in, Spear of Misery, go back. He can't let you get close.
Having actually a bit of built-in crowd control in a gold laner is always pretty handy, especially when you know that both gold laners are gonna be trying to fight for dominance here. Both these gold laners like to make an impact and they don't like sitting still. But with the Moskov being banned away, Rebellion predict the possibility of a Fanny. The flex of the Fredrin into the EXP lane is something that ONIC is notorious for, and that is something that Rebellion will not be willing to overlook.
We have a comment now from Emperor Jonathan Liandi. I think Lutfi has proven why he replaced Boots. This player has a lot of potential, and we agree. I mean, even earlier on, you mentioned that he was a rookie monster.
One of the rookies of all time.
Perfect. Barat's being banned out here by ONIC. So it looks like they could be signaling still add an assassin in the jungle. Is it a bait? Are they really heading in that direction? Ling is still open and up for grabs. Helkert is as well.
That's what's really fun about ONIC's grab. Whenever you see the Fredrin, usually it's always, okay, either you go jungle on the Fredrin or you lose. For ONIC, it's like, hold up, man. What the heck are you doing? What are you planning here? They have to ban the Ling, they have to ban the Fanny. But what other MM is still usable in the jungle, you may say? Hayabusa is one of them, and they'll still utilize the flex? No, it has to be Paquito XP. So, confirmed Fredrin jungle. Unless it's Paquito mid, but I don't think so.
Well, so for ONIC, the strategy is to hide the mid lane, knowing that Sans is that creative force. It can still be flex over. I mean, the Angela can be flex over to the mid lane if they really need something else to really get the fight started, to go for the pickoffs. Against a Matilda, I do wonder, what's the idea for ONIC? Do they want to play the macro game? Do they want to lock someone down so heavily that they can't get out with the guiding wind? That's Rebellion. They bring out the Edith. It's been a while.
Terizla mid. Again.
Yep.
For Mr. Low.
It makes sense. That's why they picked up the Edith. They need a source of magic damage other than the Matilda. So the Edith does come to play here. This does mean that they will have a very good mid-game power spike that maybe they're trying to brute force towards and prevent ONIC snowball. But we still don't know the last pick in for ONIC.
I feel like ONIC needs some damage right here, because otherwise, all these tanky members with the guiding wind, they're going to be struggling, the same way RRQ did, to really secure the kills onto all these beefy mobile members, especially with limited damage coming in from the Paquito and the Fredrin. The Claude eventually will be able to shred, but I don't think they want to bank solely on the Claude for a win condition and put all that responsibility on CW's shoulders.
They've locked it in. And they've locked in the Valentina for Sans.
Oh, wow. Keyboy onto Angela. Not a sight that we are used to seeing, but this time they need that magic damage dealer. They need a bit more damage output for magic because they'll be relying too much on just their physical, giving Rebellion a good shot at actually countering that with the amount of frontliners they technically have, even with the Terizla mid. Both drafts done. What do you think? What do you guys think?
I think ONIC has potential, and even in the long drawn-out fights where supposedly Rebellion can have a bit of an edge, they have the Valentina to steal away the Primal Wrath, so the Valentina generally builds more aggressive items, will have more damage to throw around, and if you activate the Primal Wrath in the right moment, in the right situations, the way Sans usually finds, that's a lot of carry potential from the mid lane that is not expected from usual compositions.
For game number 1, the lineup rating does favor Rebellion. Let's see if they can still hold true as we enter the land of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1 between the yellow porcupines and the blue
Welcome
bulls.
to Mobile Legends.
Looking at the emblems already, Quantum Charge for Sans. He wants to be a bit more sustainable, have a bit more mobility when it comes to maneuvering around these fights. That is usually what that Quantum Charge means. With a better sustain as well, can maybe deal with a bit of the mid lane fighting that has been also common right now among teams. That mid prio is so valuable in ensuring that your team gets to the right places faster than your opponents.
Okay. For Audi TZ as well, he opts for the Quantum Charge too. Are they banking on the fact that they can out-rotate ONIC in the early game, perhaps?
Look at Mathilda, the Quantum Charge is always really good, gives you an extra bit of damage, extra bit of movement speed as well to really set up for those big plays. Kyrie though takes away the Litho just like that. And for now, with only CW having the Purify in this game, there's a lot of ways for ONIC to really get a fight started, and Rebellion are really going to be banking on Audi for their sole way of survival.
Wow, the invade not going well for RBL there. Kyrie's still able to secure the green camp in the bottom lane, and he actually has a lead over this Roger.
Kyrie with the Season Hunter and the Concussive Blast. He's just attempting to match the clear speed of the Roger, and so far he's doing pretty well. And the team is always somewhere around, just adjusting with his movements, trying to make sure that they do get a bit of an advantage. He wanted the Bargain Hunter though. He's trying to get to, I believe, that Photo Power Spike and try and get a bit more of an edge in those early game skirmishes where they definitely want to try and get involved in with so many fighters.
Whoa. A flicker onward, and another shatter onto Lutpi now on all in, but look at the healing coming down from Sans. From Sans? Was it from Sans? Kyrie now walking back on the Brazers. Raptors gets stabbed, and Sans flashes him to take it out. Now Terizla from the mid lane with the penalty zone, locking Lutpi down. Like it pounce, taking him out. Kyrie might be next. They're still able to escape Sans, stealing away the circling eagle to give ONIC a way out.
So that is a 1-for-1 trade in the early session. It was a very quick decision coming in from Rebellion that was turned around, but they were able to find Lutpi in the process. Now, all these members are up. They're going to go for the neutral objective, the turtle, who will win it.
No penalty zone for RBL, but Kyrie's going to be very low. Now Chase CC to take it out by Audi. Teasy, Lutpi still able to secure the neutral objective, but Keyboy gets scratched down by Vincent on the Roger. Even Lutpi forced back. Sans looking for a way to stop this invade from happening. Vincent very, very low. He jumps out to Lutpi, and oh my god, no! Vincent's still alive! Sans with Flicker to secure the kill, and now Rebellion are caught in a bad spot. Kyrie's still able to secure the orange buff, and Rebellion might have bit a bit too much than they could chew.
Lutpi got the turtle though.
He did.
Kyrie, did he use his retribution earlier on? I don't think he did for the turtle. Oh, he died.
Yep. Audi, guiding win, sway low, trying to run away. He picks the guiding win. No, he actually just jumps into the penalty zone. And it works out. Appraiser's Rat, though, doing a whole lot of damage. Sway low should be dead. That's a stolen penalty zone. Onto Sway low. And Kyrie picks up the kill.
All right, let's reel it back in real quick. What happened in the past 4 minutes?
What happened is both teams want to take matters into their own hands, but with the superior fighters, the beefier members that can still trade damage back, ONIC are getting ever so slightly ahead, even though the goal advantage is still held by Rebellion. Seems like Kyrie is always one step ahead of Vincent right here, but with 2 kills, he can leverage that advantage to try and get a bit more later on. With 40 seconds to go, expect a lot of action coming towards the EXP lane soon, where Lutpi has been playing really, really well. I mean, earlier, even sustaining through the initial first gank, that was what allowed ONIC to really counter-engage and get advantage there. But for both teams right now, they have been able to get a bit of advantage, and then they just keep going. They're not backing away. After they get a small advantage, they want to keep going for something even bigger.
Literally every odd is against Rebellion right now. However, Swaylo
is pretty low.
Chunked. Yep, pretty low at the moment. Oh, Swaylo, pretty low.
Wait, you just got it now?
I just got it. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
A little slow.
I get it. Why are you laughing like that? Because it's all according to the flow. Lutpi, knockout strike. Now caught in the armor and the Earth Shatter, forcing a hard guard, and now going to be taken out just like that. Kyrie, though, in the midst of it all, still trying to go for the top, trying to soak in some damage. Now Brazer's right on the Vincent. Not enough to take him down, but Swaylo will fall. Now Vincent, though, wreaking havoc with Card of the Primal Wrath. Sans has stolen away the armor, the Earth Shatter as well, with the Primal Wrath stealing the IMU. Keyboy able to flicker out just barely to give Sans additional healing, and Rebellion win out in the skirmish.
Sans doing a lot of damage right there. Only having the Enchanted Talisman, he was free hitting with the Primal Wrath, but unfortunately, without items, it's gonna require a bit longer for him to be that late game carry. With that big skirmish win, Rebellion goes for the neutral objective. And you're seeing just a battle of early game fighters just because they do have a Terizla mid. Rebellion wants to keep going at this, while ONIC are trying to make use of Kyrie on the... Whoa!
The battle of Kakars from both Sans and Audi.
The Eagle Dance. Shout out Leo.
Haven't heard that in quite some time. But there it is. And the fact is, with Rebellion being able to pick up that neutral objective, they do now hold the gold lead, despite it being just a sliver. And Rebellion are trying their best to capitalize over the fact that they committed with a Terizla in the mid lane. And with that being said, what are the items looking like? What are the main differences that we should be keeping an eye out for?
I think soon D will be trying to be a lot more aggressive, knowing that he has a 2-item power spike that Bruno has on top, as an advantage over the Claude. At the same time, both Keyboy and ODTZ have completed their Flash of the Oasis, so expect a lot more calculations need to be done before any team goes for a big dive in, because now they have to be concerned about that big extra shield that the Flash of the Oasis will provide. Of course, it's more direct for Rebellion, for ONIC. I think that it also is coupled with the hard guard. So I think whoever gets jumped on, like we saw Lutpi focus down earlier by Rebellion, they're going to be able to save him a bit better.
Well, solid rotation into the bottom lane. They try to go for Swaylo, but he's a very beefy boy who has the help of the guiding win and the photo that ODTZ has secured here at this point.
Now they do get a trade in that regard, finding more value in the bottom lane. And we will soon be seeing ODTZ rotate towards the neutral objective that has already spawned. You can see that ONIC have set up first, opened up the map and vision. As it stands, Vincent level 11, so he's a level above Kyrie at this point in terms of that neutral objective contest. That Retribution, I'm curious to see if Kyrie can win it.
Let's see, Hoshi really chunked quite low. Lutpi trying to go for it. Kyrie wins out the Retri battle. His cards is in the midst of it all with help, but Swaylo, who pops in the penalty zone, now gets the healing and the photo as well, but no guiding win help as Lutpi dives in deep, and they are able to isolate Swaylo, who gets taken down. Kyrie with the knock-up, but a ton of the Brazers ran out of Vincent, but he's still able to escape. They scatter really well. Cars, though, will be isolated, and ONIC take advantage of it, picking him up 2-0, make it 3 with a turtle.
The sustainable nature of ONIC's heroes just allow them to just stay in the fight again and again and just brawl it out. Whereas for Rebellion, having more vulnerable members and members that don't have a lot more built-in sustain or shielding, they're forced to back away a lot more often, a lot earlier than ONIC. 1k gold lead so far, and look at how they're maneuvering, immediately going to the jungles, trying to get every single bit of resource they can around the map. That is the efficiency that allows ONIC to usually get a gold advantage even though they were behind in kills. Now going even, it's a 1k gold advantage, and they're going to try and transition that into structural objectives, the turrets around the map.
Lutpi and D. Once teammates in ONIC Prodigy. Whoa. Kyrie gonna be engaged on. Oh, Kyrie wants to be the one to be engaged on. Circling Eagle from Sans knocks up 2 and the damage comes down. CW with the blazing duet to the back line as well. Vincent caught and now it's gonna be card. Oh no! A missed penalty zone from Sway Low as CW just chases Vincent down and Lutpi is able to survive, distracting the back line of Rebellion. Now CW, battle mirror image offensively. D forced back and that's a free turret to ONIC.
Wow, that chain of events. I thought with the Berserker's Fury that maybe D could deal in that 2v1 situation. That was a 2v1 against Lutpi, by the way. And he was still able to get the better out of it. And he actually gets a turret in the bottom side as well. CW being left to his own devices, being able to deal out that damage in the back line with his ultimate. Just essentially pushing Rebellion backwards and propelling ONIC to a 3,500 gold lead now in the 10th minute of the game.
They're just playing so coordinated right now. The fact that earlier, CW was the one who was assisted by the hard guard, and yet in the middle of that fight, Kyrie got so low and Keyboy threw a healing wave at him, and I believe saved his life. And immediately, look at the positioning. They keep sending Keyboy away, and they look for information. They want to know, they want to make sure that he doesn't get jumped on. And usually, you don't see the Angela push out this far without any real threat. But look at the penalty zone.
Into the onward right as they go for it. Oh my gosh, Whalen just gets demolished. Kyrie still in the midst of it all. Now finds the retribution, wins it out against Vincent. As now he's going to get chased out by CW and Lutpi. Battle mirror image in the front, CW and Keyboy finds it. CW still alive, all the way in the back, not able D to hit him at all. Wow, ONIC with the spacing.
4-0 trade just like that. And we see W's lead, a 3-0-5. He picks up the Malefic Roar to boot. Gonna be able to just dish out that damage on that turret that instantly falls in his hands as well. ONIC completely turned this around. We have game fact here. Lutpi becomes the player with the highest win rate on Paquito. And MPL ID S13 with 5 picks and a 100% win rate. That's a fun fact by GoPay, by the way.
Wow. That is not a fun fact for Rebellion, knowing that Lutpi is going to be out of control, but look at this play.
Oh, they go on to Sans, who's able to flick around. I'm going to terrify, even dodging away. Now CW plays the blazing duet, just wipes them out of the back of the Praise's Wrath.
What?
Now you see D, now you don't. And even the steal from Sans to the Primal Wrath. Vincent trying to get rid of this Lord, but Lutpi zones him away, walks up and punches ODTZ in the face. And there's nothing they can do about it.
That was so intense. Sans was able to get out with the support coming in from the hard guard from Keyboy, and then he was able to kite away and dish out the damage, turn it completely around. The counter engage coming in from ONIC has been immense, and now they're going for it. All these inhibitor turrets are falling down like flies. Will they be waiting for the Lord, or will this just be the end?
Like both options are equally viable right now for ONIC, and look at the outplays again and again.
CW baiting out onward, Kyrie capitalizing now with the Praise's Wrath as well, still able to escape, but CW just goes in for the damage. Lutpi knockout strike, baiting Vincent into the back line, but CW goes for the blazing duet, still has a battle mirror image to disengage again. Oh, he gets fade away, Sans! He takes the Lycan form to escape. Gila Sans.
How many ultimates can this man just use? And not just use randomly, use effectively. The Primal Wrath, the penalty zone, even the Lycan form. This man is just insane when you give him all these possibilities. He just finds it. He just does not see the Land of Dawn the same way we do.
Absolutely not.
And execution-wise, everything is just so clean from ONIC. Of course, kills are given here and there, but for the most part, nothing is allowed to be taken for Rebellion. Looking at the items computed right here, Brutus Breastplate and already the Blade Armor for Kyrie on the Fredrin. Gonna be a huge problem for the Marksman to deal with. So D already just countered ever so slightly. Even though he has the Wind of Nature, there's a lot of problems, man, because Sans, if he takes a Primal Wrath, that Wind of Nature will do nothing to protect him.
It's insane. The skill ceiling for a Valentina is quite high, because you would have to be so... Oh my god!
Oh, where?
What?
Where did he go? The Eagle is dead! Oh my goodness, ODTZ got deleted!
What damage is that? CW?
Suns. Yeah, CW and Suns.
And now Lutfi's pushing up in the top lane, distracting, and that's gonna be a free lord for the yellow porcupines. The Sky Kings being so clean in this game.
Suns is 7-0-8. If you thought that he wasn't the guy that was just deleting everyone and it's CW, 7-0-8. He is working on his final item right now. And CW, not far behind, going with the Wind Talker actually. So, no Wind of Nature. Oh, actually, Wind of Nature already completed. That's the final item, the Wind Talker.
Oh, penalty zone connecting on the Suns, but it's just Suns right now. The hard guard comes down to the CW as they go for the base. Vincent very, very low, carrying the miss of it all. Still able to soak some damage in as Lil goes up for the strike, and that's going to be the Blazing Duet to deal some more damage to Rebellion. But they're unable to end. Not just now, good defense by Rebellion.
Good amount of damage output. Again, due to the Primal Wrath, due to Vincent and D being on quote-unquote marksman as well. A lot of damage to clear the waves out as long as they don't get picked off, but that's where they have to be careful because ONIC is looking for an opportunity.
Slowly but surely, ONIC trying to clear these waves out. Assange does some damage, that's a taunt. Unable to find the right member, CW has the battle mirror image and continues to utilize that to poke Rebellion.
I don't think they wanted to commit onto that. The hard guard wasn't up. It was up in the final moments, but in the moments a little too late. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to leave any options open for the Blue Bulls. They want to cage them in their own base. They want to asphyxiate them. And it looks like ONIC are going to play the long game, waiting for the next neutral objective, unless they find an opening. You see Kyrie opening up the map. Lutfi doing the same in the bottom side. Kyrie, though, 3v1.
All alone. Rebellion, though, they sense something. Harry might have just baited them. Suelo canceled out with the guiding wind. Flickers out, penalty zone. Not enough. CW, Blazing Duet to the right now. Lutfi tries to go for the knockout strike, but the Circle Eagle is used up D. Caught in the taunt, caught in the guns. Crossfire. CW looking for it. Appraiser's rattle. CW bumps in the battle mirror image. That's a triple kill. But no Savage for him. He will, however, be able to enable that pickoff inside of the fountain. My goodness gracious, ONIC. They're back.
The Sky Kings dominate game number 1. Clean execution, clean draft. What are the Blue Bulls to do?
I feel like they really need to stop trying to go for these crazy fights with ONIC, because at every single turn, that was a one-sided beatdown. ONIC seemed to have a read on everything that they were attempting to do before even they themselves knew what the plan was. Kills falling in the hands of ONIC, and everyone just surviving with a sliver of HP. How do you get to be that calculated, that good?
Sans needs to sit down after that performance.
He needs to stand up and walk it off, man.
Woo!
Another day in the office for Gila Sans.
That was Gila Sans. That was crazy, Sans. That was actually insane, man.
Clinically crazy.
Clinically insane. A clinical performance for Gila Sans. So he technically is clinically insane. Oh my god. Dude, I'm a BTR fan, but that ONIC, oh man, it looks like they're back to MSC form. Oh no. Oh man.
It is terrifying.
Oh, I'm scared, man.
I'm so excited for Bigatron versus ONIC.
You know what I'm excited for? To see Aura's next matches.
Personal interest running high on the desk right here, ladies and gentlemen. But man, who isn't kind of concerned going up against ONIC when they look like that? They said they were going to bring back, you know, the good old ONIC, the robotic ONIC, the precise ONIC. I feel like they've done that.
No, they didn't. They brought back something even scarier. Oof. It's like, what the heck?
Lutfi.
Lutfi?
Sans? Gila Sans?
Gila Sans.
MVP?
Probably.
POTG?
POTG.
Player of the game?
Look at this nerd. Look at how good he... How are you so good at video games, man? Hello, Sans.
And because, like, Valentina is an easy hero to play, but it has a really high skill ceiling.
I don't think it's... Do you think it's... Is it easy?
I think it's easy.
Okay,
it's easy to play it.
True.
But
Hard
to be
master.
really... Yeah, that. But to be really good at it, it's a high skill ceiling.
Yeah.
Why? Because you need to master literally every single hero in the game. And he was able to do that. I like that you mentioned that, right? Which ultimate didn't he use? Okay, I guess just Bruno, right?
Yeah,
Other than that,
the worldie.
he used all of it.
Exactly.
No.
And he uses it for aggression, for defense as well. Let's take a look at some of those in the Player of the Game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. All the way from the beginning, these fights were looking so insane. And somehow, some way, ONIC just know when they can push the limit and when they have to back away. And in this situation, when everyone gets too low for the side of Rebellion, it seems like they weren't in the fight together. So if there's one member that gets chunked down a bit too low, then the whole balance of their composition just crumbles down. And Cars, credit to him, was trying to trade back some damage, try and be that menace with the Edith damage with the Primal Wrath, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And of course the Retribution coming in from Kyrie, also clean. Where is the weak link, man? There's no real opportunity that's just left open by ONIC that Rebellion can take advantage of. And even when everyone gets so low, they know that they're gonna get low and they back away again and again.
This combo was nasty, man.
Oh boy, that burst damage. They just know the limits of not just their own heroes, but as a whole, as a composition, as a team. When can they keep going forward? When do they have to move back or even potentially set up for a bait? And because of that, Rebellion, they were chasing and they thought that they had a great opportunity to try and get something in return. But that's just ONIC doing ONIC things. That's just Kyrie being impudent and indirectly baiting the opposition to overextend, because they're like, you know, you can't keep getting away with this.
Ooh, 16 minutes and 24 seconds. It was rough. I mean, Rebellion only one tower, one turtle, half the buffs as well. I'm still thinking about Sans.
It looked so close until it didn't, right? That's what is really like...
It feels like they were being patient.
It was an illusion, yeah.
ONIC were being patient. They wanted to see that power spike come through with the Charisma mid as well. But then as soon as they got that power spike, they pushed the pedal, they pushed the gas. You're right, it was like an illusion that Rebellion were holding control over the game.
Like hypnosis. You're ahead, now you're not, and then you just lose out in the team fight.
They're just playing it more passively to just lull Rebellion into a false sense of security. And once they thought like, you know, we're holding our own here, we can fight, ONIC immediately shows them why you cannot. And even Lutpi on the Bakito, by the way, he's not going full all damage. So he's been very flexible with his itemization. He did get a turtle in this game as well, by the way. And this is what we're talking about, this rookie potential that is a lot more active. And, you know, you can do a lot more things than just only flank or only go for utility. All the cards monopolized by ONIC though. So the fact that you have a Fredrin with an Angela, you're seeing why that's such a big problem. 185,000 damage taken. And I thought the carry, highest damage dealt was going to be Sans. Because he was sitting at close to 900, I believe 900,000. But
what,
see,
damage dealt?
I believe so.
90,000 you mean?
Oh, 90,000.
Yeah.
Man,
900.
An extra zero there, my mistake. But CW has it beat. So even if you took away some of CW's damage, there's still the whole stack of Sans damage that they have to kind of take into consideration.
You know what they say? CW stands for consistent damage dealing.
No. Where's the W?
Damage dealing, that's double... Oh, that's double D.
Who's that?
You know
CW.
what I really wanted to talk about?
What?
Sans got the MVP.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you didn't even see Sans in the categories.
No.
It was Kyrie and CW.
Yeah. Because you know what they say? CW, what does it stand for? Gila Sans.
Oh wait, that's GS. I think CW right now for Mirko stands for confusing words. Because we have no idea what he's talking about.
Where did you get the C and the W from?
Confused words. CW's. Confused words, I get it.
Dude, oh my god. There's a bit of lag between us today, man.
I really need Games Max, bro.
I think so.
Or Point Crew, something.
I need Saturday's glasses, bro.
You have one.
Here you go.
Ah, no wonder I wasn't wearing
to
it.
pick it up.
Now I can see. Oh, CW stands for Bude Interview.
Take it away.
That's what
Bude
it says.
interviews BI.
Clara Winners Interview? That's CWI.
CWF. Wait.
Mau lanjut ke game kedua, tapi yang seru juga ada jauh di sana. Karena ada GoPay yang juga menyelenggarakan watch party di 4 kota. Ada di Bandung, Surabaya, Yogyakarta, dan Jakarta. Jadi sekarang Bude kepengen ngecek nih seperti apa sih keramaian watch party yang dan jauh di sana. Bude harap denger ke. Di area-area Surabaya. Halo Selin.
Hai kalian semua yang lagi nonton MPL ID Season 13. Kita di sini lagi seru banget karena ada nobar MPL ID bareng GoPay. Dan setelah kemarin kita pergi ke Bandung, hari ini kita lagi ada di Surabaya. Jangan khawatir buat teman-teman, untuk nonton bareng MPL ID Season 13 bareng GoPay akan hadir juga di kota-kotamu. Di Yogyakarta tanggal 18 Mei 2024 di JNM Block dan di Jakarta tanggal 8 Juni 2024. Terus kalau kamu ikutan GACC 2024, kamu juga punya kesempatan dapetin golden ticket dan masuk ke MICC Season 2 Knockout Stage atau yang biasa sebelumnya kamu sebut jadi MDL Play-In. Nah, Superfans harus banget join ke GACC 2024 Open Qualifier karena siapa tahu kamu bisa jadi the next pro player. Buruan daftar sekarang di gpy.id/GACC 2024. Selain nobar, kita di sini juga akan ada bagi-bagi saldo GoPay gratis sebesar jutaan rupiah. Superfans juga bisa banget main spin wheel di sini, hadiahnya banyak banget. Mulai dari saldo GoPay gratis, voucher cashback, sampai juga ada skin MLBB gratis. Udah seru-seruan nobar, dapat banyak hadiah, siapa sih yang nggak mau? Buat teman-teman yang lagi ada di sini ataupun yang mungkin nggak bisa datang nobar gitu ya, jangan khawatir karena bisa banget dapetin hadiah dengan cara ikutan tebak pemenang tiap MPL match. Dan itu adanya di mana? Di aplikasinya GoPay. Caranya gampang banget, download dan masuk ke aplikasi GoPay baru, klik icon MLBB dan gambar pertamanya langsung diklik. Di situ kamu bisa tebak pemenang di section Vote Your Champion tiap 30 menit sebelum match dimulai. Ada ratusan juta GoPay coins dan smartphone tiap minggunya buat kamu. Gak boleh sampai ketinggalan. Dan untuk kamu mau tahu informasi lebih lanjutnya, bisa langsung cek ke sosial media kita di @gopayindonesia atau di mpl.id.official. Dan jangan lupa ya untuk langsung download aplikasi baru dari GoPay karena ini tuh khusus buat gamers. Kenapa? Ada 100 kali gratis transfer per bulan karena kamu juga bisa dapetin pulsa termurah dan karena kamu bisa dapetin cashback sampai 20.000 untuk top up diamond langsung dari game. Ada juga cashback setiap kamu pakai kris dengan aplikasi dari GoPay juga loh. Dan sebentar lagi kita akan memasuki babak playoff MPL ID Season 13. Jadi buat superfans yang mau beli tiket playoff pakai GoPay, bisa banget. Kamu bisa banget langsung dapetin diskon sampai 67.000 per tiket dengan menggunakan aplikasi GoPay. Langsung aja download sekarang di Play Store atau di App Store dan ikutin keseruannya. Oke, kurang lebihnya kayak gitu aja ya keseruan kita hari ini. Udahan dulu karena kita mau lanjut nonton keseruan yang ada di sini. Dan untuk superfans yang mau tahu informasi lebih lanjutnya, buat kamu khususnya di Yogyakarta dan di Jakarta, tungguin kita dengan cara langsung aja kepoin di sosial media kita @gopayindonesia dan @mpl.id.official. Aku langsung lempar balik ke MC kita yang ada di sana, Bude Mongstar.
Oh, thank you Selin. Dan nobar bareng tentunya di Surabaya, banyak banget bertebar hadiah. Nobar bareng MPL di Surabaya bareng GoPay. Dan GoPay memang baik banget ya, jadi kita bisa lebih seru lagi nobar MPL bersama GoPay. Bertebar hadiah, namun hadiah untuk kemenangan ini siapa yang akan mendapatkannya? Karena dari ONIC sudah dapetin 1 poin terlebih dahulu. Namun Rebellion, bisakah mereka menyamai kedudukan? Mari kita sambut bersama-sama untuk nobar bareng di game kedua. Let's go caster!
The Bulls are now down 1-0 against the Sky Kings. In game number 2, will they be able to turn things around and force a game number 3? Or will it be a 2-0 for the Yellow Porcupines?
That's the big question sent out there to the people back at home. We're gesturing, you know, we're trying to visualize, help them visualize. What is that?
Visualize.
You don't close your eyes when you visualize.
Why not?
Because it's visual. You have
Like
to
when
see.
you visualize something,
When you
you're
visual
like when you're visualizing something, you close your eyes, right?
So when you close your eyes,
Uh-huh.
what can you feel? You can only hear.
I can hear.
You can hear.
Yeah.
All your senses get heightened. All your
Okay.
other senses get heightened. And if you want the highest, the ultra, the unstoppable sound effects, you need to go and get a Rimo. FreePods, light exclusive with the Edith edition. The ultimate choice for gamers with Edith's distinctive sound and gaming mode that takes your gaming experience to the next level.
That sounded 8D.
Do you have Oraimo inside there?
Yeah,
See?
I doubled it.
There you go. That's how she's able to hear
See?
8D. Basically the ASMR. 8 directions.
That actually sounded
Wait.
8D.
They came back? Huh? The group. Oh, 8 directions. Yeah. That is not what the group is called.
Who's gonna tell him?
Ah, it's 2 direction. You know, we can go with that. The more the better, right?
More sons, the better.
More sons, the better. Here's game recap though. If you take a look, as we were saying, 121,000 for CW, almost 90,000 for Sans. And on the side of Rebellion, it's just not as good. And D even dealt less damage than Cars. So Cars with the Primal Wrath technically has a lot more space to maneuver because he's not as vulnerable. Whereas D on this Bruno, it just wasn't really working out. If Rebellion wants to go for a strong winning gold lane, then maybe they have to try and set up again the priorities and make sure that D does have space, does have that snowball that he wants to have to try and beat out CW with those early game power spikes. They were kind of slowing down a bit too much, and that allowed CW to catch up in items. And once he overtakes D, at that point then the Bruno loses the main power, the main strength that hero has, especially against a late game AoE marksman like the Claude in the hands of CW. Whichever definition you want to go with. Calvin, Winata.
Constantly winning.
Calm winner.
Either
Yes,
way.
Sans.
GS.
CW, close enough. Typo. It happens, you know, typos.
So confused.
But
I'm
what's
also
their-
confused what Rebellion need to do in the drafts. Okay, let's talk about the drafts. So they started on the first pick. They banned out Faramis, Ling, and Arlet. Could have that been done differently?
Jeremy's Lane Arlen. I think they've...
Like, why the Faramis ban?
Maybe because they want to play that Roger, they want to execute people, you know? They don't want an extra health bar to be utilized by the opposing team, and wow. Yeah, they go for blue side here, RBL ONIC, giving Yeb his preferred side. Despite the pattern right here, I think Coach Yeb has his own pace, his own style, and he doesn't really care about trends, it seems like, from the looks of it, especially with a hairstyle. So, let's see. What can he really cook up right now? Because so far, when it comes to intelligence, when it comes to the data, it just seems like he really has a grip on what Coach Chico is trying to do. Especially when it comes down to the overarching game plan after the drafting phase. But it's going to be Roger once again for Rebellion. Same band, same picks. Wait, make a wild guess. What is ONIC going to go for?
Angela Fredrin.
There's no way. How could you ever predict that? No, they can go for Mathilda, honestly, still, right? But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That is usually the... Yeah. Oh, wait, Eterna! No way!
Oh my god, I did it! I
That's
predicted
insane.
something!
That's insane. Arashi, she's about to take our jobs!
I'm about to take Wolf's job!
Wolf, you better be careful, man. She's gonna force me to resign. Nobody expected the Florin, though. They don't go for the Mathilda
Oh,
here.
that's a change.
Oh boy, that means that technically the Mathilda can be used by ONIC. Angela Mathilda, is that overkill? Using it to support like a Fredrin, like a good, durable
damage-heavy carry that can really work, in my opinion, but they have to really set this up.
Honestly, I still think Valentine is the best choice here. You have the option to go for Florin. You can go for the Charizla too. Make it a lot more unfair in terms of these team fights against Rebellion before it gets banned away in the second phase.
Okay. Well, what is it gonna be, ONIC? What is it gonna be? CC. Ooh, I like that pick here. Combo together with Angela. And it's great technically against a composition that wants to sustain. Because you have consistent damage on the CC. Everything is on a very low cooldown. And you want to be aggressive with this hero, which is exactly what Lutpi will want to have. A hero with mobility and damage. Question is, who is he going to be leaning against? Because for Rebellion, the option to go for that mid lane Charizla is there. If they really like that pick, if they really want to go for it again. Putting Charizla in the mid lane just gives a layer of safety, an easier time for the Charizla to join in the fights. But are fights something that ONIC will be giving to Rebellion? That is a big question, as the Claw that was picked third for ONIC in the previous game has been banned out.
Primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
Claw was a big problem, right? AoE damage when you're clumping up. And Rebellion technically want to do a whole lot of that with the Florin now, so they're probably going to take out a lot of other AoE damage dealers as well, or technically AoE setters. For Rebellion, they're a very clumped up composition. ONIC, especially Keyboy, known for his crazy moments, especially against clumped up composition. So do RBL want to respect that roam potential, or will they think that, again, the Angela will be the roamer?
I think of something else.
Okay.
I think of Fanny.
Oh.
With the Moskov banned out from the gold
Where
lane.
will the Fredrin go if the CC, like if they go Fanny, CC's already picked up.
You're right.
Gold lane CC, just kidding. A bit too creative
I was looking at the
there.
Moskov ban, and I was like, there a potential for a Fanny pick here, but you're right, the CC on the Fredrin have been picked up.
Yeah, unless they want to go gold lane CC. Technically, that can still work.
Oh, mid lane CC.
We saw Nino play CC in the gold lane, so don't...
Malaysia's used it.
Yeah, as well. So don't count it out just yet. Maybe still the Fanny here. Never mind. Never mind. They go for the Brody.
They want to end this quick.
Technically, the Fredrin can go... Okay, let's not...
All these technicalities in the drafting phase when you're up against ONIC. For Rebellion though, rounding it out, it's yet again gonna be a big team fight composition. Who is gonna be the gold lane? I feel like it's not gonna be Roger. It's probably someone with a bit more AoE, a bit more constant DPS. I mean, who's left here though?
Do you like the Melissa Arashi? Because Melissa would actually do pretty okay up against this comp.
Right, with the Goei working effectively against multiple people right here. Not impossible. But it's gonna be a carry. So a lot of damage still for sure, but
ooh, Cars.
Ooh, signature power wave from Cars, yes.
Still the same strat, but this time no magic damage. They had Edith last time, banned out now, so it's pure physical. Technically, maybe that's why they went for carry. They need someone to have another source of damage, right? It's still physical, but you have a little bit of true in there.
True damage. That makes sense. And this was the hero that led to their demise, but Sans picking up the Yves for game number 2.
Oh man. Against a Yves, the carry is gonna find it very, very difficult. Much more the Charizla, the Roger, and the Florin against all these slows. But ONIC managing the distance so well back and forth. It's gonna be a tough fight, tough game for Rebellion to dictate when they want to go for fights.
We got Audi TZ's official new name there, Hoki TZ, which means lucky TZ.
That kind of works.
Lucky TZ. Lucky TZ.
He did say that he is banking on a lot of luck to get his victories. Now against ONIC, will that luck be enough?
That's the question. And even the lineup rating looks like it's leaning more towards ONIC for game number 2. Possibly the final game of this best of 3 series against the Sky Kings. Rebellion, can they force a game number 3? Let's welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn for game number 2.
See how this plays out, especially in the early game. Once again, Vincent on the Roger will have a lot of clear, but what can Rebellion do with that faster clear speed? Can they go for an invade? Can they go for an earlier gank? Or even go for some steals right here? With Sans on the Eve, I don't remember, when's the last time we saw Sans using the Eve? It might be in the previous season. Season, or is it actually in the...
I think last
in the M series.
Oh yeah, the M series. You're right.
The final
grand finals. Yep. He did
Wow.
utilize Eve in the grand finals. That was unfortunately the game that they lost. I don't think we want to talk about that. But something I do want to talk about is Cars. Whoa, man! Super aggressive choice for Cars. Lethal ignition over the quantum charge that Lutpi and most Paquitos go for.
Definitely going to go for a lot more burst heavy of an approach, and he does have the flicker as well. So I don't think he's going for the slippery maneuver Paquito. He's going for the backline assassination Paquito. With a Yeeve in the picture, that's definitely an option. Sans though going with a rupture on the Yeeve. He knows that he wants to be able to do that damage. Kyrie going in for an aggressive play.
Wow, onto RDTZ. Appraiser's wrap. What? Yo, RDTZ just got assassinated by Kyrie on the Fredrin early on. He already used the flicker.
That takes calculation, precise calculation. Early game, already very confident with his movements, and he was able to actually go in for a kill onto him. A solo kill, technically. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, CW as well as D going at it for now. But that should propel Kyrie in terms of levels, does it not?
I think it's gonna give him a bit of an edge for sure. But Vincent is actually out-leveling Kyrie.
Swaylow gonna be the target there. Kyrie actually gets chunked quite a bit, and Swaylow is going to hit level 4 in a bit. Cars! Dude, jabbed on the Lutpi. Oh my god, just almost takes him out. Wow, but he gets the shielding from the Turtle, and now Vincent pounces. But now the hard guard comes in by Keyboy, cancelled out. Real world inflation to the back as Kyrie is forced to run away. Vincent picks up a double kill, and Rebellion come back in that team fight.
2-4-0 trade for Rebellion. They're going to be able to get the orange buff. Will they? Kyrie's there.
Knockout strike to get him out. Kyrie, though, will be taken out by Audi this time. Revenge for the Florent.
Vincent picks up the orange.
Great play by Rebellion to really push back the tempo and use that window of opportunity to try and get even more instead of just immediately backing away. ONIC, though, were able to secure the turtle in that fight, so overall, I think it's still somewhat okay, but I think early on, ONIC were counting on being able to win in these skirmishes. Not really going as planned for them so far, but a 1k gold lead, though, Rebellion. Now you have to ask them, like, where exactly are they trying to actually swing their weight around? Is it towards the gold lane to try and save the carry from the Brody? Is it towards the EXP lane to ensure that Cars will be in a strong matchup?
I mean, who swung their vote? Right? It was 91% for ONIC in game number 1, and now it became 92%. Who's the traitor?
Who's the traitor? I don't think we can really, find that one dude or a few dudes who went and added up that 91 to 92, but darn you traitors. You should support your team at all times, man. But maybe they're like neutral dudes, They're just like, are watching and like, oh, I think Rebellion will win, and they're like, oh, never mind, after game 1. That could be, maybe the Rebels stay true. The Rebels in the building, at least, are staying true to the Rebellion team.
Turner sure likes their consistency. Now look at the rotation from Rebellion. They seem to be wanting to go for Kyrie, not going for the laners.
Just trying to get Vincent ahead. 2 levels now. The turtle spawns, but they don't care. They just want to completely bully Kyrie in the jungle. Even Cars now, for the shove up top, will have so much more prio compared to ONIC. Swaylow caught. DPZ on Swaylow. That's a defensive penalty zone. Kyrie still secures it, though. But both of them have used Rector to top down in the real world revelation into the Appraiser's Wrath, and Swaylow gets picked off. Lutpi finishes him off. Now Vincent tied up, taunted up. Kyrie looking for the cancel the immobilization as well from Keyboy. Tying him up very, very well. Vincent, like and Pound, trying to run away, but now Lutpi picks up another. Keyboy, look at him, just chasing Cars down. The little girl.
It's a scary little girl indeed. And you think that with Kyrie falling behind, they would have let that go, but no, they committed to it. And they were able to get the favorable trade.
Oh!
Meanwhile, Cars does go for a solo kill onto Lucky, so there is another trade in favor for Rebellion, as now they're on the way to the neutral objective, but Kyrie gets it.
Oh no, Swaylo, not again, Swaylo! He might just be dead here. Doesn't even need to use the torn apart memory. CW smooches him to death. D tries to walk up, but I think it might be a bit too aggressive. He disengages.
Aggressive moves there for D that could have ended up really badly for him. Rebellion, they're holding their own, but ONIC really seems to be gaining some ground right here. And you can see with the emblems, right? Kyrie not going for the concussive blast. He knows it's going to be a game with a lot of prolonged fights where he can proc that Rage Might again and again for maximum value. And look at Ice Queen's one computer for Sans. He's going for setting up for a dive.
Whoa! A torn apart memory! Oh, beautifully done by Sans and CW!
That looked way too easy. How do they do that? Sans and CW, that chemistry, that synergy, the timing as well from CW to come back at that right moment. And not just a kill onto D, but they also get a turret in the bottom side as well.
Now with the Flash of the Waste is completed for both roamers though, Audi and Keyboy, this means that the fights are going to get even longer. And I must say, from the looks of it, it really is going to favor ONIC with the more spammable spells, especially with the Yves that has been buffed in the hands of Sans. He's going for no enchanted talisman, by the way. Went for the Demon Shoes straight into the Ice Queen's wand for the quicker power spike. A build that I personally like using myself.
Now they're rotating towards his top side.
Good clear from Cars. He actually baited out the ultimate from Lutpi too. So Rebellion will be able to fend off the siege up top.
Players Gold by UBS Gold shows that CW is #1, but Vincent and Cars, they're not falling far behind. Sans does overtake Cars there at #3. But despite everything that's going on, Vincent is still holding his own in the jungle.
Aside from Sans, everyone else is relatively close to each other. But as the fights keep building up like this, I feel like the fighters on the side of ONIC are gonna start accruing a lot more gold here as Lutpi tries to zone everyone away, the whole team!
With the Angela, you can do this, Vincent gets shredded down, my god, forced to use the Bloom Sway low to DPZ to try to fend off. Not able to find CW, now with the flicker forwards as well. Whoa, what an outcome in the peel, CW! Does he survive? He goes for the quantum charge, but Swaylo swings his hammer one last time. Not even Cars can escape from Sans. He takes another member down, and he looks to chase Swaylo. Oh no, on the Terizla. With a few swings of the hammer. Not able to escape, immobilized, taunted up, and just taken out by Lutpi. A trade from the down below, but it's only a turret.
Look at the items start rolling in for ONIC, man. Glowing Wand completed for Sans that allowed him to do a lot more damage, a lot more work in the previous fight. And Lutpi, 4-2-1, now with the Brute Force Breastplate, he's gonna be a lot stickier on the while sticking to the back line of Rebellion as Keyboy takes away the purple buff.
What? You're right. Kyrie did kind of fail taking away the orange buff, but there was a trade with him picking it up. Does that put Rebellion in a bad spot? Losing the purple buff?
Taking the buff away from the jungler is always going to be a value play. Vincent is desperately trying to keep up with Kyrie in levels. He is so far, but even though he can keep up in levels, they don't really perform the same way. If they are equally leveled with this kind of composition, he can't really get the same kind of value. So ONIC are happy to just sit right here and siege down a lot of these turrets. They have Yves, they have Brody. This is a brutal, long-range turret sieging composition that they are using very effectively. Look at D! Just zoned away due to the glowing one, Ice Queen's one combo.
And Kyrie as well, looking for the angle to actually sandwich them within this turret. The CW just goes on to take shots at the turret. What did the turret do to deserve this, man?
Poor turret.
Poor turret.
So sad to see. But that Yves last pick has proven clutch, proven value. Why? Because of the range. It seems like D is having a lot of trouble dishing out that damage because of the damage given onto him because of Sans. And that is one of the main conditions that Rebellion holds, right? D on the carry, but no damage output so far. He needs to play a lot smarter because of that, and that room for mistakes is a lot bigger for D in this game because of the Yves.
Oh man, look at the damage though. Oh, penalty zone!
Two-man stun, Sans gonna be forced to use the real world manipulation. Cars goes into the back, does some damage, and Vincent is able to take him down. Loopy with vengeance now. Appraiser's Wrath with the retribution. A CW turn upon memory onto the members. Not enough to take them down just yet. A good smooch on the Swaylo to stun him down. One last shot should do it, but Swaylo gets a little bit more healing. Taunt not connecting, but CW wants to chase for more. Gets forced to back away. Vincent shoots his gun. Sans traded for the Lord.
Everyone just diving in, going to make sure that Sans can't keep outputting that damage. That's the problem with a late game. Well, this is 10 minutes, but a mid to late game Yves can output so much damage from so far away. It's almost like a secondary carry, and only a few mages can serve the same purpose. And you can tell that Rebellion are not really willing. They really dislike having Sans with a hero like the Yves because they ban away the Lilia, a similar hero that can spam out those spells and output that damage to assist and pull some focus away from CW. On the Yves right now, you saw how difficult it was for Rebellion. They use so many things just to ensure that Sans gets taken out. And afterwards, if they do that, CW can just wreak havoc. And if they go for CW, then the opposite is true. Sans can just get out of control.
But the problem now is ONIC picked up a fleeting time. And in that team fight, it felt like Florin's ultimate made a lot of miscalculations on the side of ONIC.
Hold up, Swaylo. Oh, DPZ cancelled. Finally gets it off. And yeah, back to your point, Eterna. Oh, never mind. Cars.
Oh no.
Oh, knockout strike for a while, but oh, CW. The executor here on the Brody just takes him out with 2 basic attacks.
Okay, doesn't matter then. I was hitching on the fact that with the fleeting time, ONIC can spam her ultimate a lot more, causing miscalculations for ONIC. But I think at this point, it doesn't look like it matters. For 5k already, ONIC, and they're looking absolutely no time at all being able to munch through that tower.
That's the problem, man. There's no real need for ONIC to commit hardcore to any of these fights or any of these pickups. Even if they do get saved by the Bloom, then ONIC can just hold their ground and just keep throwing out spells and waiting out all of that utility until eventually Rebellion will just run out or get run down. The long fights, like we said, is what they're banking on. And the Chi-Chi, by the way, in the middle of the big fight, the ultimate, tying 2 members together, is also a massive benefit right now that Rebellion are also having issues trying to deal with.
Look at this. Skin display. Ladies and gentlemen, the new MLBB XKOF.
Power Wave.
Power Wave. That's Terry right there on your screen.
Terry Bogart, the boxer.
My personal favorite is Mai Shiranui Masha for 2 big reasons, the health bar and the damage.
Yeah, I see it.
That's fair. But back to the game right here where Keyboy already is just setting up on the Angela. He has the Necklace of Durance as well, by the way, so even the reduction is available once the Bloom's effects of denying or negating the healing reduction has passed. Cars with the Sea Halberd though, he's trying to go for assassinations, but Ludpi.
Swaylo with the penalty zone, but he's, oh my god, that's some damage on the CW. Turn up our memory used up. Not enough to take anyone down. Oh, Vincent! The Lycan pounce, the AoE. Now the hard guard comes down. Vincent gonna be caught in the Appraiser's Wrath. Not enough though, as Kyrie is up there. He's able to find Keyboy, where he ulted for the hard guard. And all of a sudden, the tides swing back to RBL's favor.
That was an unfortunate run in for Keyboy in the top side. I don't know why he committed. I'd love to see a replay of what happened, but because it looked like Keyboy re-engaged onto Cars, and then Cars ultimately was able to get that kill. They were in a 1v1 for quite some time. And the fact that the hard guard didn't come through, that lost ONIC the team fight.
The hard guard is definitely a big factor here in how the fights are supposed to go. And for Rebellion, Vincent's hard efforts to really try and outfarm and outscale Kyrie is paying off. 1,600 gold ahead. He is technically one item ahead of Kyrie, and he is outputting damage along with D. So despite ONIC also having multiple members doing damage, Rebellion also have multiple members that they have to try and focus on, especially with Cars already with the Heptaseas as well.
Oh my, Kyrie just got deleted by D! The true damage doing work. Now a sway low. We're losing immortality, but that's just it now. CW looking to clear it out. Lycan pouncing half of his HP away. Oh, CW with a punish on the sway low as he pops into Winning Nature. Now stunned up. With the damage. Oh, he finds ONIC with that skill 1 and Angela. Keyboy was able to find a CW. Going forward now, has a smooch, has a turn up for a memory. But no, he doesn't. He actually is forced to flicker backwards. Sans is on the chase though. Cars, oh, good shot. Sans flickers out from the last jab, gets the hard guard HP 2. And Cars has enabled Vincent and D to escape.
Edge on the edge of our seat, man. Stop. ONIC needs to chill. Like CW, and then it was Sans. Okay, we get that you guys have the heart guard, but they're giving mini heart attacks, man.
Yeah, we need hard guards. But AI prediction presented by the Samsung Galaxy S24 series shows a 56% real-time victory rate for Rebellion. They do have the carry for the late game, and Vincent is doing a great job. I feel like the main issue right here is the difference in speed, in time. For ONIC, it's always about the long, drawn-out fights where they can eventually weather down and whittle down the HP bars. For Rebellion, the fact that they have the Blooms, the fact that they have a Paquito, a Roger, and a carry technically, all of these heroes do an insane amount of burst damage. So if ONIC goes for those short trades, moving forward aggressively, not respecting the burst damage, then Rebellion will win, because they can eventually, slowly but surely, pick off the members of ONIC that are overextending. Whereas if Rebellion don't get that big fight, then they just get kited away, they get chased down, slowed down slowly but surely, and later on get cleaned up by the CC and the Angela combo. So it all comes down to execution. And with the Lord actually on the bottom side, that's a great situation for ONIC there, having the base turret taken on the side of the Lord. They can still go for the Angela split push play, but at this point, it's a bit too risky with Vincent and Cars both technically able to just completely one-shot Keyboy before he can escape with a hard guard.
Remember what happened though last time? Neutral objective, Lord Dance. Cars was able to go for a split push.
So, might be deja vu, but we'll see, because ONIC seems like they are managing their waves properly. Up top is a slow push though, and both teams reset the Lord. The sustain coming in for Rebellion is just really clutch though at this point. You can see that everyone from half HP, a couple of spells from Audi is enough to just heal them back to full. And from half HP, a Blue will heal them, will top them up to full HP already. So ONIC are fighting double HP bars technically.
I'm just keeping my eye on the Cars right now.
See
what he wants to do rotation-wise, because Angela is all alone up there. CC, Lookpeep, actually going at it now with an all-in onto the Paquito. We'll see if Cars can actually evade from it. That's a lot of damage plays down on the Cars of Rebellion. Look to commit on a neutral objective. Kyrie stopping it from resetting. Now as D goes in at the Lookpeep. Has the Vengeance, Real World Ablation, plays down Vincent. Looking for a Retri Appraiser's Wrath though, comboed in together with the Retribution. For the part memory as well, but D is able to get out of the stacks now as Cars gets a knockout strike on the CW. Vincent doing some damage, has a Lycan form, but needs to respect the damage that can come back onto him. ONIC, what a win on the neutral objective.
that was best case scenario, and you should have seen it was tailored to perfection, right? They didn't want to straight away send Sans to the top side in fear of the presence of Cars. And so they utilized CC to open up the vision to really stick on to Cars so they knew where Cars was. When CC started to rotate towards the Lord, the opening up of the map was so value. It's just a masterclass from ONIC, and they go for the siege.
Oh, D already down to half HP, and this time he does not have the Purify. Not even the Wind of Nature. And ONIC know that. They're gonna use just one wave to look for a possible end angle. Hard guard hovered over to CW. Holy Crystal from Sans already. And now the empowered wave reaches the top side of the map where Cars is just going to be melted down. Still able to escape right now. The penalty zone locks CW down. Has a flicker to escape for a bit, but Kyrie will be munched on by Vincent on the Lycan pound. Sans now next to the target. Next to the chopping block, Vincent goes in with Lycan form again, losing immortality as Loopy pops in Vengeance now. CW free hitting still in the back line, and Sway Low is all alone, gets smooched by the Brody and taken out.
That's a 1-for-1 trade right there, right here. Kyrie gets taken off the board. It doesn't look like ONIC want to go for the defense just yet. They open up the turret in the bottom side. CW still on standby. But again, he has to respect that damage coming through from Cars.
On the other side for ONIC though, with a BOD in the hands of CW, full items, and Sans on the Eve. They're gonna go for this final turret, and the siege power is just so devastating from ONIC. They clear out the base, and they're playing it disciplined. They don't wanna let Rebellion, by a stroke of luck, find anything. But now it's back to the waiting game, but they have the wave advantages, and man, what season is it? I keep asking. Going for the Lords, waiting, using the real-world manipulation at the right moment. This is all things we haven't seen in a long, long time.
It's very rare we do see it. And when we see Yi, we also think of Suelo. It was one of his highlighted heroes. One of my questions was the Roger earlier on picked up the BOD. It looks like he sold it again.
What he did is going for now just like a double proc here with the Endless Battle and the Giants, the Thunderbelt. So he is just trying to be a bit more, provide more utility and go for more burst damage. Because for the most part in these big fights, Vincent hasn't been just staying still, outputting damage, hitting from far away. He's been going in to assassinate someone and then immediately tries to get out while the healing, while the sustain coming in from ODTZ can keep him alive. And now ONIC, they're just playing the waiting game. They bait out Suelo.
Wow, Sans just flickers out of that. Vincent trying to do some damage with CW. It's just chunking away. Vincent very low. Torn apart memory not used up. Just CW with a flicker forward. Calvin Winata with a torn apart memory. Picks up the double kill. D is next is Lupe. This plays with the yo-yo. ODTZ trying to back away. There's one wave up top, and ONIC will try to utilize it to secure a 2-0. Cars in the back with a knockout strike, Lupe with vengeance, now zoning them away. He will lose out of the win of nature, but Cars buys a bit of retrenchment just in time. They will be taken out, and so does Rebellion. 2-0 clean sweep for the Sky Kings.
No more playing around, no more joking around. Upper brackets, here we go.
No mercy whatsoever from ONIC. They know they have the playoff spot secured, but they have their eyes set on the prize. Whatever the cost, whichever team has to pay the price, they see it, they grab it, they make it happen.
Clean. Even when they found themselves in trouble in the mid-game, they were able to find solutions back to the problems that Rebellion caused. Fast adaptations from ONIC. Avenging their loss in leg number 1, ONIC increased their chance to upper brackets. One more win is all it will take for ONIC to secure that second and last upper bracket spot to join Bigatron Alpha up there.
It looks like they're back. They're back in form. Clinical, decisive, intelligent. What other adjectives do we need to add for ONIC?
Calculated.
Okay, calculated.
Precise, clinical, consistently winning. Pila Sans, Calvin win, not with the Ada, just win because he wins games, man.
At this point,
from Brody.
The big smooch from Brody. At this point, I feel like you're almost forced to admit that they're back. You know, if you have issues with how they've been playing, you have to wonder, what is it?
That's the question. What is their weak point now? We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe they'll ask them that question in the interview. We'll see if they answer to the winners interview with Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it away.
Peluang upper bracket semakin membesar untuk tim ONIC. Dan itulah dia pembalasan dendam dari ONIC untuk Rebellion. Membahaskan lebih sadis lagi, 2-0. Lutfi, di pembukaan kamu ketemu Di dan sekarang kamu menutup match ini dengan 2-0 Lutfi.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Balas dendamnya lancar di leg pertama.
Alhamdulillah lancar.
Alhamdulillah lancar. Gimana ngebaca Rebellion untuk kalian sepertinya lancar-lancar juga ya?
Ya, alhamdulillah.
Siapa nih yang tadi ngebrief kalian mungkin kayak di antara teman-temanmu yang ngasih tahu mungkin tentang Cars atau tentang player lainnya ada nggak?
Gak ada sih.
Nggak ada?
Gak ada.
Tapi menghadapi Cars dengan satu hero signature-nya, Pakito. Pakitonya Cars kamu hadapi secara langsung. Yang mana ini hero yang sebenarnya agak deg-deg juga ya buat kalian ya. Gimana?
Jago banget Pakitonya Cars.
Udah jago aja?
Ya tadi kena solo kill juga kan, jago banget.
Jago banget. Oh lala. Ternyata ya dari Lutfi pun ngasih tau kalau ini memang jagonya dari Cars. Namun yang lainnya bagaimana nih? Ngelihat dari semuanya, ada apa bisik-bisik kayaknya seru banget nih kalian ya. Tapi nggak, Bude penasaran juga dari ONIC, early game kalian melawan Rebellion terlihat tertatih-tatih. Apakah karena ada fighter mid Sans? Lawanmu adalah fighter mid, apakah karena itu?
Gara-gara healnya juga sih. Dia pakai meta support juga, terus midnya tebal, jadi kayak Roger gitu-gitu enak buat ngepok. Jadi makanya dia kuat kayak di turtle gitu-gitu. Jadi mungkin kita tadi sabar mid game sampai late game baru enak.
Walaupun kalian lagi terhimpit kayak base kalian innernya hilang satu, itu kalian nggak ada rasa takutnya tuh?
Enggak, karena kita bisa kiting juga. Kiting aja.
Kiting aja, santai aja.
Santai.
Kamu ketika lagi kiting kayak gitu, apa? Gimana kalian untuk tetap bisa saling sinkron?
Ya kita santai kemudian bilang, kiting guys, sabar. Nah gitu.
Kiting guys, sabar. Udah gitu aja udah pada saling ngerti ya?
Iya.
Tapi penasaran sama Sans. Sans ada mempelajari fighter mid lane nggak?
Ada buat playoff nanti ada.
Udah siapin buat playoff nih. Serem juga. Belum muncul di sini nih.
Belum. Nanti kita bakal keluarin di playoff.
Hero serem-serem ini.
Pasti dong.
Dan tentu saja kalau ngelihat dari tim ONIC sekarang mendapatkan kemenangan, kita belum ngedengar dari Kiboy nih. Boy, leg kedua kalian masih bersih. Satu-satunya tim yang tidak pernah kalah di leg kedua. Apa motivasi terbesar dari ONIC, Kiboy? Datang dari mana, Kiboy?
Kalau dari kita mungkin kayak mau balas dendam banget sih. Soalnya ada 4 tim kan. Kita kalah di leg 1 ada 4 tim. Sekarang kata cewek tinggal Evos, satu lagi gitu.
Minggu depan tinggal Evos. Kan ada Evos dan juga Bigetron. 2 tim yang bisa dibilang satu kalian belum kalahin, yang satu lagi di atasnya kalian. Mana yang lebih susah tuh Boy? Mana yang lebih menantang? Atau semuanya?
Semua kuat lah. Semua kuat. Cuman kata Lutfi dia mau lawan BTR. Kenapa, Pi?
Kenapa Lutfi? Kenapa tuh BTR?
Ya karena itu sih di atas mungkin.
Karena di atas, tertantang ya Lutfi ya?
Ya tertantang.
Ngelawan yang mana nih? Kan ada 2, ada Lord JM sama ada Sorizo. Tentang offlinernya kah atau the whole team? Semua timnya atau?
Semua tim aja, semua tim.
Semua timnya aja. Tapi kira-kira lawanmu bakal Lord JM atau dari Sorizo?
Mungkin Bang Sorizo mungkin, soalnya kemarin kan udah ketemu tuh Lord JM.
Kepengen nyobain Sorizo juga? Asik. Tapi kalau dari Kairi gimana Kairi? Kalau Kairi masih ada, minggu ini kita nggak akan ketemu lagi ONIC. Tapi kita akan bertemu 2 kali di minggu terakhir. Is there any challenge for you for the last matches for ONIC? Is there any challenge? Apakah ada sebuah tantangan untuk last week kalian?
Kalau ada challenge? Ya banyak.
Untuk kedua tim ini, for these 2 teams, your next match?
Gak tau sih, kayak main biasa aja.
Main biasa ya, oke. Is there any difference with only playing 1 match in 1 week and 2 matches in 1 week? Is there any difference in your train? Ada perbedaan gak sih kalau cuma 1 match doang minggu ini jadi lebih relax kah untuk kalian atau?
Enggak sama.
Latihannya tetap
Sama-sama
keras.
kerja keras, ya.
Sekeras apa untuk season ini?
Pokoknya lebih keras dari yang kemarin.
Lebih keras dari yang kemarin. Tapi dari tadi Budi juga mendengar yang keras-keras itu dari Sonic minta sesuatu ya. Oh, ada pantun dan ada... Oke, ada pantun juga, ada tari Brasil. Tapi sebelum mereka memberikan itu semua, kita mau memberikan pengumuman. Rupanya setelah hitung, ada yang spesial. Superfans, ONIC, dan Sonic. Tim ONIC akan berada di upper bracket. Upper bracket.
Apa?
Nyangka nggak ini match penentuan kalian? Udah nggak perlu nunggu tim lainnya. Ini adalah upper bracket, match upper bracket kalian, penentuan. Ngerti nggak kalau kalian mengerti nggak sih kalau ini adalah match penentuan?
Nggak, itu kalau dari aku nggak peduli, aku maunya buat menang aja.
Buat menang aja.
Iya.
Tapi sekarang udah upper bracket nih, lebih santai nggak sih buat nextnya?
Nggak santai sih, ya kita tetap fokus kayak biasanya, jadi kita bakal fokus menang terus.
Tetap fokus menang terus walaupun upper bracket tiket sudah di tangan ONIC. ONIC tidak absen untuk upper bracket, ini masih eranya ONIC sepertinya. Masih dengan ganas, tapi ayo dong yang mau pantun dari tim upper bracket atau mau tebak-tebakan?
Mau puisi katanya Bude.
Bude, ini tebak-tebakan.
Wih, tebak-tebakan. Ayo,
Woi,
let's go.
Ini tebak-tebakan anak Medan.
Oke.
Dari jauh kulihat merah. Ada cakepnya ini tebak-tebakan woi. Dari jauh kulihat merah. Setelah dekat ternyata hijau. Setelah dekat ternyata hijau. Hah? Itu rambu lalu lintas.
Oh.
Sabar dulu.
Oh, belum.
Dari jauh kulihat merah.
Apa tuh?
Setelah dekat ternyata biru. Apa itu?
Apa tuh? Apa?
Nyerah. Salah lihat soalnya.
Astaga.
Skip. Minggu depan gak ada lagi Bude.
Minggu depan gak ada.
Tari
Brasil.
Brazil katanya nih.
Tari Brasil?
Ada. Lutfi sama Gilang.
Ayo.
Duet
tari Brasil. Sedikit aja buat kosingan ya.
Kamu deh masih mencari tariannya, masih susah. Masih belajar.
Next week.
Insya Allah.
Tapi penutupan minggu ke-8 dengan indah. Satu kata untuk minggu ini dari ONIC.
Gamai.
Oke, Caster, silakan.
There was actually a special surprise during the interview.
Wait, really?
For the superfans.
For the superfans?
For just everyone, the Sonics,
Okay.
for ONIC as well.
Okay.
The fact that they've officially made it to the upper bracket.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Yeah, so before the week started, we were given information that they needed 2 wins because of the fact that Aura could actually still take their spot if they didn't get 2 wins. But because Aura lost yesterday, boom bang bada bing, now it's good for ONIC. It's all good. They have secured upper brackets, so the 2 upper bracket slot already confirmed. Now it's just a battle for playoffs for the rest of the teams, except they won't out.
How many slots left? 4 more slots for
4
playoffs.
more slots. And still quite a few more teams than 4, so the battle isn't over, man. But what is over is this match. Here's the MVP presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Gila Sans. Gila. Crazy. Man, look at the damage. Bro, that's crazy.
Did he sell his boots?
Yes.
He did sell his boots.
What is
Who
he on the
needs-
way to?
Probably another Holy Crystal knowing Sans.
Might be it. I mean, he goes
No, probably
for
Inner Truncheon.
all damage. He has a Wilderness Blessing to try and roam around, and At one point, he had 100% kill participation. It went down to 94%, but it's still very, very impressive. The man who's known of playing the crazy, the playmaking, the insane close range outplay mage heroes, put him on the high ground hero and see what he can do, especially with that buff to the Eve, that late game potential. No enchanted talisman, no problem. Here's the player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, Ubez Gold. And although from the early game, I feel like his Eve has always been around the place. And like you said, the synergy with CW, Mirko and Eterna, they're just already in sync, already in good communication. And you have to give an honorable mention to Lutpi as well, who's always been such a nuisance here in the back, allowing the team to always get the edge when they're going for those objectives. But here, that was a close call for ONIC, with Vincent just going all in with all that burst damage.
After a while, continue onslaught of damage, right? I mean, that's the strong point of the Eve, and we only got to see it technically here. For high ground control, we rarely see it now because we don't see Eve a lot, but man, that's powerful.
And it's not just the damage, mind you, it's also the utility. Look at how difficult it is for Rebellion to all follow up on this play. They all walk through the Void Crystals, and because of that, Lutpi can turn things around. So even for Lutpi, right, just the awareness to know that, hey, there's an opportunity right here, and CW flickering there to secure the pickoff. And afterwards, you can't outrun a late game Eve with Ice Queen's Wand, especially with an Angela also with an Ice Queen's Wand slowing you down. When Rebellion are forced to go back because they did not successfully destroy and delete one or two members at least, that's where it all falls apart, man. None of their compositions have high mobility or can provide mobility for the rest of the team. So they ended up getting run down. That's just the way the composition works. And ONIC did a great job just withstanding the burst damage, knowing who can stay in the front, who can go in the back, and who can just burn out all those spells before the fight gets decided.
And you don't really see the damage coming through, but 130,000 damage, that's a lot.
Very
94% TP as well.
That's the Eve. It's very, very deceiving. But when you pay attention to your health bar, you're like, whoa, what?
You walk through one Void Crystal, you know, as a marksman, you lose half your HP. That's the kind of damage, especially late game, with the Divine Glaive, with the Holy Crystal. That's the kind of damage you can't really ignore at all. And this is, again, an option that a lot of people have been exploring here. Go for the Demon Shoes, the Mana Boots, and you're not really required to really go for the Enchanted Talisman, especially on the Eve. A lot of your spells are actually on such a low cooldown. The only issue you'll run into is the mana issue. But at some point, you know, in the late game, if you have enough of a mana pool, being level 15, with the Impure Rage as well, if you manage your mana correctly and you just don't randomly spam it out, if you know your mana is dwindling low, it's actually a valid item path to not go for the Enchanted Talisman.
So Suelo tried the Terizla mid 2 times in a row and it didn't work.
Yep.
Is it common for Suelo and Audi TZ to both buy roam boots?
For this particular combo, yes. Especially after the 8th minute of the game, right? Early on, I didn't quite catch if they actually went for roam boots. I don't believe so, but after 8 minutes, you get additional assists. Gold, actually, when you get assists. So, yeah, you want to try to get, you know, the advantage there, and that's why Suelo went for it, but it just fell so behind in the mid lane, I feel, you know? Against both the Valentina in game 1 and the Eve in game 2.
That's the limited mobility that comes from being a fighter in the mid lane, right? The Eve is just such a great pick because you can clear in relative safety. You can win out the harassment battle in the laning phase that Terizla usually wants to really have an edge in. And even later on, when they're contesting the brushes and the area around the Turtle or Lord Pit, the Eve just has a lot more ways to be useful compared to Terizla.
And with that, I want to know what the comms were like for ONIC. Still calm or calculated? Or was there a little bit more emotion this time around?
Yo, sekarang udah lo. Gua rawan adon. Tadi
Nah, dia masih ada Uno ya. Belum klik.
Ayo, pelan-pelan, Cok.
Aman. Sabar. Boleh. Lagi guys ya, lagi. Sampai.
Lihat lebih. Lihat laga guys.
Aman.
Aman gak, We?
Aman.
Coba balik aja, We.
Gua ada puri. Dia lumayan stronger sih.
Tiga.
Oh, nice banget. Sempat lewat. Lang, mau blok aja nggak, Lang?
Iya, aman. Kalau ada yang
Bawah juga bagus sih, bagus.
Ini, gua tambah. Mati nggak sih?
Ayo lo, ngapain lo? Ayo lo.
Sini, aku suka kalau ada kamu.
Thank you. Bawah masih tuh.
Coba yuk.
Ayo, guys. Gas.
Gua
Nice kayak.
Pegang.
Gas. Lagi.
Gua jadi. Mati dia. Nice. Ada guys, sabek. Astagfirullah. Nice one.
It's still calm and calculated, but there's like this level of playfulness that makes the calm sound so relaxed. And it's nice to hear.
Yeah. It's like they're just playing for fun, right?
Exactly,
On stage.
yeah.
No pressure at all, and that's kind of what you need to have, the mentality you need to have to play at that level. You need to have fun, you need to enjoy the game, you need to try to kind of block yourself from the world of expectations.
It's like a flow state kind of deal, right?
They're
Where
locked in.
on a desk,
flow state.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that they're in a tough situation and yet still relax, just slowly and surely solving all the problems, predicting. I mean, when you're in that flow state, I mean, if ONIC can unlock the, I don't know, like manual entry into the flow state, that's some anime level power spike.
Yeah. What? That, I mean, honestly, for ONIC, I'm just really excited to see the ONIC BTR matchup, right?
Yeah.
Because both of them have secured upper brackets. So I'm just waiting for that matchup to happen.
To happen.
Yeah, I
think a lot of people are. They're anticipating that matchup. They want to know, is Bigatron that strong? Have they improved that much? Can they overcome ONIC at their peak? Why are you guys so awkward?
No, I'm just, I'm just taking your questions in and answering it in my head, but I won't answer it on the desk,
Why not? Are you afraid of what's gonna happen?
I'm afraid of the consequences.
Okay.
Consequences!
I'm a little bit afraid of the standings.
Why?
Personally speaking. So let's take a look
Arashi
at that.
should be
At the
more
end of the
scared.
day, understandable, but it's so volatile that anything can happen. So these are the changes. Geek have replaced Aura in 3rd place. Evos, wait, this was yesterday, and now this is today. So Geek Fam went down, Evos went up, Aura went down to 5th place.
Yes.
Rebellion still number 6.
Yep.
RRQ have dropped
To
8th.
Absolutely.
That's the recap.
That's the progression so far.
So many crazy changes just...
Oh, and Dewa are out.
Dewa are out, technically, yeah. But so many crazy changes just in a day. In a day!
And ONIC have secured
Upper brackets.
upper brackets.
So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow we'll see a ton of matches as well, 3 in total, where they'll battle out for this playoff spot. Only 4 remain because Bigatron and ONIC have secured it. Everybody else technically haven't. Even Evos and Geek, who found victories, they need to win one more time. Oh man, and what a match to start things off.
Oh boy.
And to end things off too. Oh my god, tomorrow is ridiculous.
Everything can change so far with just tomorrow's results. Starting off with RRQ against Geek. There's going to be a lot of shifts on the bottom side. Rebellion and Bigatron. Interesting, but quite starkly different. Afterwards, Aura and Evos. I can't really decide just like number 3 and onwards what's going to happen there. That's going to all shift tomorrow, man.
Because technically, Evos and Geek have the same match win-lose.
Absolutely.
Same match points.
Just
Oh,
comes
God.
down to the game point. So both be looking for 2-0 wins, but most importantly,
That's so
just
scary.
wins. Because if they secure a win tomorrow, they will secure playoffs. That's another 2 slots gone for the other teams.
Yikes.
2 wins at the start of this week. we said, for all the teams from from 3rd to 6th. So 2 more wins, 1 more win technically for both Aura and wait, not Aura, sorry, Geek and Evos, my bad.
Geek and Evos. It's so unfortunate, but for those of you, you know, good things lie ahead. All right, don't forget to register for MICC Season 2 with your friends. And all you need to do is scan the QR code right below here because the registration will be from May 1st to May 27th. And the total prize pool includes bonuses and diamonds, while the winner team of the season will advance to MDL Season 10 and will be able to watch M6 finals in Malaysia.
Wow.
So how about that? I don't think you guys want to miss that opportunity. I would love to go to M6 for free, and you guys can. All you need to do is register and win. Can you imagine? It's amazing.
Yeah, it's so simple for you guys, and you can also log into the game and join the MICC special time limited event to gain the Bruno Street Football skin. The event will end on the 17th of May, so what are you doing? Seize the chance now. Opportunities like this don't come around often.
Seize it, Arashi.
Seize it, Arashi.
Don't forget to seize opportunities,
Yeah,
okay?
man.
That's a lesson for Arashi.
Carpe diem. Absolutely, I agree.
Right?
Ask her out, man.
What?
What? What? Yeah, I mean, like, yeah,
Wait, we are not on the same page at all for
We
that.
are, because you want to go to the player gathering.
Exactly.
Just ask her out to the player gathering.
48 regions
For
across
MICC.
Indonesia. So there's so many different places you guys can choose from. You can choose from as well. So if you want more information about that, Arashi, go ahead and visit MLBB's official IG or the official IG of the MLBB community, communityhero.id, to find out the nearest gathering to you
In your city.
in your city.
So for me, it's Jakarta.
Okay.
Are you living in Jakarta?
I sure am.
Is she in Jakarta?
Is she in Jakarta?
Who is this person we're talking about?
You
What?
You know?
Don't play dumb.
This is your imaginary friend?
No, it's not. We know her. Narrowing it down. What? But you know, Arashi, you need to be more expressive. You need to be more emotive, man. You need to know when to use those emotes at the right time.
And be like, tas, 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 tas.
Yeah. Or ente, kadang-kadang ente if you fail.
Hope not.
Hope not, right?
Hope
because
not.
kelas, bro, or just kelas is what I want to say. But it's okay. You can always just santai, take it slow, Arashi.
Or you can go back, and just leave the premises.
That's not what you want to do, Arashi. You want to tabrak aja lah.
Tabrak aja lah. And if you need more advice, you can
Literally.
go for the sepu.
Oh, Sapo, that's true. And then you can get to the next level, bro.
I like this.
I like how there's like 2 meanings.
Then after you find success, ora, brother. Ora. We did all the emotes, and you guys can go and buy it now because it's permanent now in the Land of Dawn.
Arashi's blushing.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he is.
It's okay, at least he's not crying from the result of the previous match.
Hopefully not.
Don't remind me.
Okay.
Okay, we won't. We won't. How about
Yeah, Miro.
you just check out this as well? Since you're still a student and all, and you're interested in esports.
I'm still a student.
He's just everything. I'm kidding. For those of you guys who are students and you guys are interested in esports, please do register for the MDL CSR program because you guys can get amazing opportunities. And we didn't even have the chance to do this, so it's only for you guys. You guys get a chance for mentorship programs with expert mentors in esports, internship opportunities at partner companies of MLBB Esports in Indonesia. I think it's just super value. If it was there back in, I don't want to say that, but like actually back in my day, I
Esports
would
wasn't a thing
definitely
back
go
in your
for
day,
it.
you know?
It wasn't.
It's
It
like
wasn't.
40 years ago?
Yeah, I knew this was coming. I dug myself this hole. But scan the QR code if you guys want more information on that, and don't forget to register.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
Yeah. Well, you should be used to also the registration that is up for grabs already. Open. It's been open for a while now for you guys. But if you didn't make it, it's okay because now you can also watch it because Snapdragon Pro Series is back for Season 5 and we will get to see all the crazy matches again. I remember the good old days, man, with Bigatron Alpha in the finals, beating the teams in the lower brackets.
When they were like mukbang PH.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
It was, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was.
yeah. Moreno, back when he actually, said things in interviews.
Yeah.
Sorry, Moreno. I had to, throw a dig there.
How to turn tables.
How to turn tables.
And then they lost in ISF, right? After he said that, so
Invited
maybe
teams for
he's
Open
learning
Finals
from his
Season
mistakes.
5 Asia
people do that.
Pacific Alter Ego making it from Indonesia. Bleed Esports from Singapore. Burmese Gold, JP Niners, Dewa United Esports, D-Roar Legends, Evos Holy, Homeboys SG.
And technically we can also qualify, right? Or is it closed?
Yeah. There are open qualifiers, but it's already closed. It closed on April 16th. So everybody who didn't get the chance, you didn't seize the opportunity, but all these teams did. And I'm really excited to see how all these teams will fare against each other, man, in the open finals.
Definitely gonna be a fun spectacle, so we do not want to miss that for sure.
No.
Don't miss
It's
it.
like a different flavor almost, right? That tournament, somehow something feels different
The
compared to
format.
all the other international tournaments.
The format's fun.
I love it. I love the GSL format that they utilize, man.
Yes.
Shout outs to Mr. Ryan and my boy Mark. You know Mark?
Yeah, of course.
Donald?
No.
Oh.
He commented on our trio video. Like,
What did he say?
It's more like he laughed at us actually.
What
It wasn't
the
a pleasant
heck?
comment actually.
So is this a positive note or
Yeah.
or you being so ambiguous about it? Like,
I guess we can check it out together later.
sure.
Okay. I mean,
Maybe this will be
Oh,
another
boy.
moment for him to comment on and laugh at us.
oh no. I think there have been a lot of moments today, and I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of moments tomorrow because we will see you tomorrow for the final day of week number 8.
Oof.
Please don't.
Please don't what?
Please don't wait.
Please don't wait.
Please don't wait. Eterna.
I mean, like, please. Yeah, don't wait. Like rest first.
Yeah.
and
Don't
then-
wait like that, but
Yeah,
wait
but
in a healthy way. Okay, yeah.
That.
More like look forward to tomorrow and
But
get
like-
some rest.
Yeah. Get
Really.
rest. People need rest.
Get rest.
And love. Don't forget love.
You're always going to have to circle back to that one moment where, she started things off, but that's it for day number 2 of week 8.
So we'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to thank you on behalf of me, Eterna, alongside with
Mirko
and
Arashi
for MPL ID Season 13.
We own this.
Yang ada di MPL Arena, yang lagi nobar, yang berada dimanapun juga. Dan tentunya untuk spesial kepada para sponsor kita. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita punya partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, GamesMax, Ora Imo, dan juga Telkomsel. Bersama dengan supplier kita, ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, our government partner, PBSI. Hari ini telah usai dengan kegembiraan dan mungkin pelajaran yang didapatkan oleh tim yang beradu hari ini. Esok hari, di hari penutupan minggu yang ke-8 akan ada 3 match yang menemani kita. Seperti apa perubahan klasemen, seperti apa pula perebutan dari tiket playoff. Mari kita tunggu dan nantikan di hari terakhir di minggu ke-8 MPL Indonesia Season 13. We own this. See you dan have a good night.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan